Okay, everybody, give me a hand. Yay, Steve. You went one whole year without smoking. And don't be a dick and tell people to stop smoking. No, I'm not going to do that. I don't give a shit if you smoke or not. I enjoy smoking. I liked smoking. I did it for 25 some odd years, I guess. But I just decided, a year ago to the day that I didn't want to smoke. Technically, I didn't really make the decision at that day. It was I remember the story pretty well. I related before that. I just didn't feel like going out to get smokes, and one day turned into another, and turned into another. And by 3 days in, I was like, "Oh shit, I haven't had a smoke. Might as well just quit, and or at least give it a shot." And about 5 or 6 days in, I got deathly ill with the smoker's flu. I don't know if anybody's ever tried to quit smoking. You get this flu-like symptoms that feels just like the flu, but it's not the flu. And it's not withdrawal either, because nicotine's out of your system within a couple of days. But it's just like having the flu. You have the chills, you have the fever, you're bedridden. It is nasty. And after a couple of days of that, I was like, you know what? I do not want to go through this again. So let's just see if I can just quit permanently. And so 1 year later, here I am, smoke free. So I'm kind of proud of myself. So, maybe if somebody wants to quit smoking or something, and they want to know how I did it, I give them some pointers, which was pretty much just sheer willpower. If you want to come in, people are asking for the link. The link is actually on my G Plus page. There are certain people that are, for some reason, I can't find them. I will send it to them via Facebook. You know who you are, like Max. Look for it on your Facebooks. Let me see. Actually, I'm going to find him. Here we go. But anyways, like I said, it was really cold turkey. So I didn't need Chantix or whatever the hell is Wellbutrin prescription medication stuff to quit. I just decided not to. So it can be done, especially after 25 years. It is a more of a mental addiction than it is a physical. I mean, of course, there's physical withdrawals. Nicotine is a very addictive drug, and plus there's so many other chemicals in cigarettes that are addicting. But to me, it was just the psychological thing. I liked the feel of a cigarette in my hand. I like just chilling and having a smoke. But when you really think about it, unless you get that really good drag, cigarettes taste like shit. They really do.
But there is also the whole aesthetic appeal. You do look more photogenic when you're smoking something.
Well, because you're the cool kids, right? I mean, that's how it was in the 50s and 60s. I mean, they actually had paid sponsors, movie stars and other people to have cigarettes because they look cool doing it, right? James Dean.
I mean, you don't get that with marijuana. With marijuana, all you get is red eyes and a lingering stench.
Yeah, you look like a stoner too. By the way, I don't smoke pot. I'm not a big pot fan. I'm for legalization of it, but I don't smoke pot. I never did. I mean, I tried it a few times. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, I was never a pot smoker. I've related a couple handful of times I've smoked it, but it was nasty. And I told you, did I ever tell you, Max, the story of when I had like, a friend of mine, Melissa, gave me like 3 joints, right? And me not ever smoking pot before, didn't know how to smoke pot, really, right? I just wanted something to help me sleep. Well, I smoked all 3 at once, not realizing that was a lot.
That is a lot.
I was gonna be the first motherfucker ever to die from marijuana. I am not kidding. I was like, I had tunnel vision. I was like, what the fuck? I mean, how can you not OD? I know you can't OD from marijuana, but how is that possible? You can't. I had 3 fucking joints, and I swear to God, I'm calling her up, going, "I'm going to die. What the hell was that?" She's like, "You can't die from this." I'm gonna be like, "Yes, I'm going to be the first."
You're not. You weren't going to die. It's just that smoking a lot of weed makes you really paranoid.
Well, I guess thinking that I'm going to die would be a little bit paranoid, wouldn't it been?
Never made me paranoid. It made me talkative, and I had 1 or 2 really bad trips.
But have you ever smoked 3 joints before?
Like no, but one thing I hated about marijuana is I was never sure how strong the batch was that we got. We would get a new batch, we would smoke it, and we would not know if it's 10 times stronger than the last one, or is it half as strong. You didn't know until you had tried out
Yes, I have no idea even how to rate it, right? I mean, I've had times where I've taken a hit or two and it got me a little buzz, and that was bad enough. The worst time, I had an edible, and
oh yes, there you.
It was horrible.
You don't know when it kicks in.
I was high for 3 days, people. 3 days. And if you say you can't be high for 3 days, you've never tried a medical grade marijuana edible. For 3 days, and I was dying. I was like, this is the worst experience of my life, I think. It was one of the top 5 worst experiences I've ever had to go through.
With edibles, you never know. You have no idea when it will kick in and no idea when it will go away.
Well, it kicked in immediately. I mean, literally, it kicked in like, oh my God. I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes after I ate it, I started noticing the effects. And I was like, okay, this is not fun. And speaking of potheads, hey, Rumpus.
Thanks, Steve.
Hey.
Excellent segue.
Yeah, I mean, I know how they are in Europe. You know, they like their gin and tonic in marijuana.
No, we don't. No, we're quite restrained. Remember, everything in Britain is always dialed down. We have very gentle weather. We're very gentle characters.
You guys have
very gentle nothing, and we don't do. Everything is much more
very
moderate.
gentle characters. You have Jason Bourne, sir.
Yeah,
good point. Not to mention soccer hooligans and. That's when
we're not so bad. Actually, no, we're not so bad on that. I think about 20 years out of date on that one, Max. I think we did have a bad phase about 30 years ago now, but we're not so bad now. Yeah. Well, of course, we've got our class system, I suppose. Of course, so there's so the upper classes and things, or the middle classes, tend to be quite civilized. You see, we've had thousands of years to be civilized. You see, over here, and so we.
And you still haven't got it right.
We're savage in our discussions, perhaps in our argumenting, yes, and our wit, yeah. So we're a bit savage there, I suppose. But then I think that's because we've gone to the phase of being satirical. Don't forget, Britain was the first country to invent satirical humour, at least on television and things.
Yeah, the only people that got it right was Monty Python.
With Peter Cook and things, and in the 60s, and Monty Python, that sort of thing. So yeah, But generally, we're quite civilized, Steve. We don't run around. We don't have hippies anymore, really. I don't know what it's like in California, where you've got some legacy of them.
Oh, fucking hippies! Always pisses me off.
Hippies with their marijuana. Yeah, of course, you've legalized the damn marijuana, haven't you? How many states have got legalized?
I mean, a hell of a lot.
Not every state. I think 6. Well, I think there were about 6 now who have either legalized or decriminalized it.
Yeah, Delaware's talking about it.
Recreational, or because I think medical is more.
Florida was incredible because it was like, we're gonna vote in Trump and then reward ourselves by giving ourselves marijuana.
Yeah, people are gonna be high as fuck in the next 4 years. They're not gonna care who's president. I mean, be realistic.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, we've sort of decriminalized it to the point here that personal possession is the police don't really bother, but if you deal in it or anyway, then they'll come and get you. But personal consumption here, although it's I think it's still, if you've got just enough just for your own personal consumption, I think you can get away without being prosecuted now. But it's not legal to sort of grow it. Yes, you can't grow it, for instance, which I think can in those states that have voted for it.
Yeah, you can have a certain amount you can grow. Yeah.
Yeah, not here. No, that wouldn't be allowed. I don't know what is Nethar. I can't remember what nationality Nethar is. Is it German or Dutch?
German, and we have pretty much the same.
Yeah, right.
Basically, you could Eigenkonsum for self-consummation. I don't know exactly how many grams, but a small amount was permissible.
Right. Oh, Nethar, I thought you were getting impressively animated with that discussion that Steve was having with that Tompkins defender on Friday with your comments.
Did you watch that,
good. I watched it live for about an hour and a half. I was feeling a bit poorly, and I did comment on occasion, but I've still got the last hour to watch because that went. That was about 2:00 over here. So, but I thought it was a great discussion, and
it went well. It went really well.
It's way too long for that.
It's got good feedback. I mean, it was a long hangout, no question about that.
I tried.
Definitely a good hangout.
I really tried. But Steve, I'm going to be completely honest. I didn't watch 95% of it because I caught it right in the place where he said, "You guys found evidence for your claim because you were looking for it." After he said that, I turned it the fuck off. I couldn't.
Yeah, no, and that's the gist of the whole thing. He doesn't understand how science works. He really didn't.
I threw my phone and then I explained to my wife, like, He is fucking like this is you have to find evidence to either reject or affirm, whatever claim that you're trying. Not even claim. If you want to do anything with a hypothesis, if you want to stick it up your ass, you need to find some type of evidence. And so, like, what does he think that you do in science?
So I'm sorry. No, Drake, I'm sorry. The only evidence that really counts in science is the one you accidentally find.
Eureka!
So Drag, he was a danger to your health.
Yes.
Well, I mean, but he was far better than most. I mean, I'll give the guy props. He was held in there, and he actually knew something about the topic. Yes. I think he did make some major blunders here and there.
The staining, the bit where he didn't understand the difference between electrophoresis and the
that was a big blunder that he was.
That was I couldn't believe that
he got that kind of screwed up. But I think what really kind of set the pace to people knowing that the guy really didn't know as much as he had wanted to make people believe. And again, I've known the guy for a little while, and I know he didn't really know a lot about the topic, but he actually had said at the very beginning, and I didn't want to harp on this very much or else we would never have gotten to the hangout. He said, well, Dr. Tompkins' work on human chromosome 2 has been peer-reviewed and has been published in journals. And of course, I literally shat myself, and I was going to be, and I'm like, no, that is not publication. That is not what we mean by peer review. If you want to equivocate the word and change the definition to mean something it's not, that's like saying, hey, I wrote something and the school newspaper put it in their periodical.
I noticed
you're not a published scientist at that point, okay?
Yes, Steve, I noticed when you brought that subject up, he got very, very defensive about that. So I could tell it was a sensitive subject, and I think you did well not to push it more than you did. I thought you did just enough to say, you've made your statement, and you could tell that he was on he would have. I think I almost got the impression if you pushed that a little bit more, he might have left actually. So I agree. You pushed that just to the right point, I thought actually.
Yeah, I did. I mean, I had to make at least the point, right? Because I mean, I'm not going to let people get away with that. And it is the same thing. I mean, if you get published in a school's newspaper, you're not a published scientist, people. And he thinks this is some kind of conspiracy. I mean, he talked about it later on. Since you didn't really watch the whole thing, Drag, he started getting into the whole, young Earth creation is excluded from the scientific process. And it's just like, no, if they have accurate data, if they can show us something. I mean, people did look at Gentry's polonium halos. It was something that was looked at. It just was found to have other explanations. Okay, I mean, but people did look at it, right? It wasn't like he was pulling the stuff on his butt.
I mean, if you look at the history of science, there were cosmological. The Big Bang model was attacked because it was a theistic sounding model. Like, there's an actual beginning and everything, and the Roman Catholic priest pushing it. Well, ignore that. And at the end of the day, the theory that had the most data won out in the scientific literature. You couldn't really ignore it, despite people's biases. Yeah, this is why the scientific method exists. It's rational when we aren't. But that's what makes up for it.
But why do people keep bringing up the fact that George Lamentry was a priest? It's like, okay, yes, he was a Belgian priest, but he didn't use his religious beliefs to model what he now known as the Big Bang model. It wasn't. His model is not the Big Bang model. His is similar. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's where the kernel came from. But he had a lot of problems with his, and he kept calling his the primordial egg. He kept calling him. He had other terminology, but
primeval atom, I think, was the one.
Primeval atom.
To be fair, it wasn't really me who. To be fair, I didn't bring that up in this conversation.
No.
But his detractors did at the time, which is why it's used. But that's an example to the credit of science. The scientific method is unbiased, so we don't have to be.
Yeah, there was an issue with that. The Pope, I think, at the time, actually tried to use Lemaitre's sort of discovery that there was a beginning to the universe, and
Lemaitre did tell the Pope that you
get lost. That's right. Yeah, don't do this.
Well, they did that when they thought the heliocentric model.
His model for a philosophical argument.
That's right. So that's right. So that's the point I was making. Well, I mean, couldn't resist, could never. Yeah, so that's exactly the point I was making. So it was being. So you can understand that people might have reacted if the Pope started leaping in, trying to use Lemaitre as a sort of weapon in support of creationism and theism. You can understand that other people might have then said, right, okay, we're going to attack Lemaitre for this sort of pro-theistic approach. And he, as a method I just said, was resistant to this and said, no, don't keep me out of that argument. You can't use it. I'll just go with the science. So he did well there.
Yeah, but why do people bring up the fact that he's a priest? I mean, I see that all the time. I actually, and people bring up like the I forget his name.
Oh, because that was considered a source of bias at the time.
Sure, but I mean, if they know anything about me, they're going to know that I don't care if an atheist says something or a theist something. I want to know the source. I want to know the information. Whoever invents something or does something, I don't care about their theology. It doesn't make their theology any less or more valid. Well, that's what kills me when they use that as an argument.
You're not going to get any disagreement from me. I only bring it up mostly as a historical point. I don't use it as a way to validate theism over atheism.
But I mean, you know that Dr. Damadian, Raymond Damadian, he's the guy that created the MRI. You know, I hear it all the time. Well, he was a young Earth creationist. Okay, yeah, but you know what? He didn't invent the MRI using young Earth creationist.
He can do math.
Sorry, he can do math properly.
I mean, I'm trying to remember his name. Derrida. He was after Newton, just for most of his work, just said, okay, this is all the mathematics, and where it doesn't really add up, God comes in. Derrida, I think, I'm screwing up his name, I know it, came in and said, oh, well, actually, no, this is kind of where you're screwing up the equation. And when Napoleon asked him, where's God? And he said, oh, I have no need for that hypothesis.
Right, I think you're
just saying insert God here. I mean, if you don't have a balanced equation, insert God here to make it balanced, right?
Yeah, I think you're citing that example. I think it was Descartes. No, so Voltaire presented to Napoleon a model of the solar system, and Napoleon then responded, "So where does God fit in this model?" And Voltaire replied, "Well, he doesn't. We didn't need God to have this model of the solar system," which disappointed Napoleon rather. So I think it was Voltaire who presented him with this model. So I think that's where you're getting that story from, Max. There might be another one of the same sort, but that's the famous one anyway.
Well, it would make sense, right? I mean, they're both in the Victorian, days, right? They both
that'd be about 1810 or something, or 1805, somewhere around that. A very early 19th century.
Voltaire was a great writer, but the reason I'm bringing that up is if someone is putting forward a scientific theory to promote atheism, let's say that, and that's the reason why they're putting their science, then at the end of the day, it's going to be true or false, no matter their motivation. It's not like atheism is necessary. Sorry, it's not like the truth of. It's not like theism needs to be falsified for evolution to take place, or for Newtonian
mechanics. Gods or no gods, what's true is true.
What's true is true.
Eulogy says that he thinks it's Laplante that actually say it.
Laplante, yeah, actually, that's it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't know. Somebody wants to look again. I don't care enough to look.
No, Laplace was.
So if you guys want to, if you guys say it's Laplante, then I'm going to go with that. So I'm not going to.
Laplace.
It's Laplante.
I call it Laplante. Is it
Laplace?
There's no N-T's. It's L-A-P. L-A-C-E.
Laplante.
I anglicize. To be fair, I like to anglicize French names just to piss them off.
It's La Capitale. That's
La Capitale. I can never pronounce the actual French way of pronouncing his name.
We were taught L'Hôpital.
Or like Lagrange. See, most people say Lagrange, but I think it's like Lagrange. It's all like fancy and shit.
It's Legrand, I think is the correct pronunciation.
Legrand. No, I think is it Legrand or Lagrange?
Yeah, Legrand point. Yeah,
Legrand. I think if it's in the French, would be Legrand.
Oh, another one has always confused me. The father of calculus. I hate Leibniz.
Well, or if you really want to piss people off, say Newton.
Or
okay, 7 people got that joke. The rest don't know what the hell we're talking about.
So I was too busy trying to get in the Chatelier's principle in there somewhere.
Oh god.
for drag.
Chatelier's.
I've always have a problem with De Broglie.
Chatelier's.
Hey, since we're bringing up Leibniz and Voltaire, has anyone ever read the work Candide?
The what?
No. No.
So there's a hilarious story where Leibniz puts this theodicy for why God allows evil. And he says, well, look, there's evil in this world, but this is still the best of all possible worlds because it has a certain balance of virtues and vices. It has an intricate. In essence, there's evil in this world, but this evil is still necessary to make the world itself good. So there might be a part of it that's evil, but the world is good. And Voltaire was like, oh, is that the case? Well, how about next? In his work Candide, he had one character who was a Baptist prevent people from saving a sailor who fell off the ship, saying, "Don't help him. This is what makes it the best possible world." And
that's quite.
Like the whole work is much funnier than I could sum up, but I'd encourage everyone first to read the Monadology, which is very short, and then read Candice. They make for great humor.
So did you annoy Ben? I didn't see the rest of it, Steve. So did Ben go away unhappy that it had been attacked from all sides, or did he go away with still being positive?
Yeah, no, he thanked us, and he said he'll be back, and he liked it. But Max, I mean, I don't know how this could be the best of all possible worlds. The best of all possible worlds is where I end up with Jessica Alba. So until that happens, this is definitely not the best.
Yeah, but that's not a possible world, Steve.
Oh, it's not a possible world. Good point.
That would only be the best possible world for you. It would be helpful.
Yeah, that's all that matters. Yeah, that's all that matters. Yeah, that's the best impossible world. Let me throw this notification out there before I forget. Vincent Jones and Drag has been helping have a fundraiser for Gus Bellinger, who I guess is in the hospital. I don't know what for, but I guess he has a fundraiser to help him when he gets out for certain things. If Drag wants to say more about it, Vince is going to post the link for the fundraiser in the side chat. I'll also probably add it to the video link description after the video is over. But Drag, what's the situation there?
Hold on.
I
don't. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, if you like, we could ask Annabelle to come here and explain it because she's the one who set it up. But if you know something, go ahead.
No, I don't. I was actually messaging her right now to ask her if she wanted to come in. I don't know exactly what's going on, but the fundraiser is for his care after he comes out of the hospital, because there are some life changes, and that's the term that Annabelle was using, that are going to need to happen in order for him to, help to get back to where he was before. So the fundraiser is basically for that care, not his actual medical care. Since
that's in fact I was going to ask about that, because obviously in Canada,
so more of an in-home
care,
care.
you got free health care there. So
yeah, I mean, I'm not to get into his medical things, because we all know, that's kind of
it is covered, but
thing,
really, so the medical care itself is covered. But so for those of you who don't know, because he hides behind, he doesn't show himself on camera. Gus is a very heavy set individual.
Yeah.
A lot of days he does. Right. He doesn't really get out of bed too often, and of course he's gained weight over the years. And what needs to happen to prevent this kind of health problem from arising again is proper diet, proper exercise, anything that can be done to burn off the necessary weight. And that kind of physical therapy and care is not really covered by
I can imagine.
Hospital care is, but the lifestyle change is probably what needs to take place.
Damn, girl, did you just wake up or haven't gone to sleep yet?
I've just been working on reports and financial reports, and I'm so sick of it, but I have to do it because I'm picking Renee up tomorrow. I'm picking Renee up from the airport in about 12 hours. No, what time is it? 10 o'clock. I'm picking her up at 12:30. Yeah, 12 hours. Exactly 12 hours I'm picking her up. Her flight gets in at 10:30 tomorrow morning.
You guys are going to do galloping and stuff.
Who's Renee?
Renee Nene. Renee Kimsey.
I don't know who.
Renee Nene.
She's dating a Scottish guy, and she's moving over here for a few months to see whether they can make it work.
Right.
Renee Nene is? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Angus. She was with him for a while.
Not Matthew Bell, right?
Hey.
Oh, sorry, Renee. Don't. You know what? She's gonna defriend me over that one. Oh my God.
Well.
Don't even tell her I said that. Annabelle.
Matthew seems to be trying to be a bit more reasonable these days, I've noticed.
You haven't been watching Tom Rabbits hang out then, because he's in there now being an absolute cunt.
Uology said, yeah, I'm not the only one that thought this. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't realize that somebody else thought so too. Uology and I both thought you said Ronnie, that she was dating Ronnie, and we were about ready to lose it.
Ew.
I thought she said Ronnie too, Uology, so don't feel bad.
I'm sorry, why would she be going to Scotland to meet Ronnie?
Fuck if I know.
It's because Ronnie is so terrible.
You intellectuals.
Ronnie's internationally stupid. He's known internationally for being a dumb fuck. Speaking of which, we'll get into here shortly.
Oh, yes.
But do you want to just give your link out, Annabelle, to Gus's
Yeah,
fundraiser?
hang on a sec. I think I've been working on reports. So if I send you an Excel file, I apologise. Hang on a sec. Let me just see what it is. Yeah, this is it.
This is Red's Rhetoric's thing, is it, Steve? This dumb thing.
Yes, it is.
Right.
And we're going to discuss it in a second as soon as I put the link in the live feed.
Anyway, just so you know, Gus is in hospital.
Oh, it won't let me put it in the live feed.
He's not very. It won't go in the live feed for some reason, Steve, because Tom tried to put it in the live feed in his Hangout.
Yeah, but I thought maybe the owner could. I mean, he has, but yeah, I can't do it, guys.
Yeah, well,
I can put it in the live feed. Just allow me.
No, I don't think you can.
Nobody can apparently.
It's probably fundraisers.
But I can put it in the video description.
Google don't like
to do that right now.
Perhaps Google.
Yeah, I think that's right, Rumpus. I think it's that the connection is, giving another. I don't know. It's ridiculous. Anyway, the good thing is it's been spread quite liberally around. He's already raised nearly $800.
Wow.
So and within 3 hours, so that's not bad.
Yeah, this community is very giving. I mean, there's no question about that. I wish I had the funds to help him, but the least I could do was definitely support him this way and put the link on my page, which I just did.
Thank you. That's all I ask. And also, we're in this for the long run. I'm not expecting to raise 10,000 Canadian dollars. I might point out 10,000 Canadian dollars in the next couple of days. This is, this might take some time, but it just gives him that financial security and backup. I mean, we don't know where he's going to live when he comes out, because I don't think he's going to be able to live like he used to. Now, I just want to make myself really clear. He didn't ask for any help whatsoever. He was just, I hadn't heard from him, but we'd had a bit of a scrap in a hangout about 3 or 4 days, well, nearly a week ago, but nothing major, the usual sort of jabbing at each other because I was in a bad mood, so was he. Didn't think anything of it. And then I responded, I sent him a message, nothing. And then he wasn't in Hangouts. He's always in Hangouts. And I just thought there's something not right about this. And I was talking to Hannah about it. And we just thought maybe he was taking a break because he was getting tetchy, and he was getting tetchy with everyone, not just me. So I just left him because that's what Gus wants. He doesn't like being pampered, pandered to. He's not looking for sympathy. And then the next thing. Go
ahead.
Go on.
No, go. I was just gonna say, when you do talk to him, make sure you send him our wishes.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's probably watching. He has actually got a connection. Whether he's watching Hangouts in the hospital, I don't know. But I've yet to send him the link so he can see. Because so many people have left so many lovely messages for him as well on there, and that's partly why I'm doing this. Is to make him feel like he's got that network behind him, that support network, because he doesn't have. Being that he's housebound, he doesn't have a lot of friends. He's got friends from the past that keep in touch and look after him, but he doesn't have. We are his friends. We are his family. And I want him to know that he is very much loved, and that, in his time of need, and that sounds a bit dramatic, but you know what I mean, we're there for him.
And the link is in the video description. You may have to refresh off to see it, but I did put it in there because for some reason I don't know why it's not putting in the live feed. So.
I put the link in the live feed, but there are brackets between the between the .com and there are brackets between some of the other punctuations.
You can't put brackets in the live feed. Yeah, consider HTML.
Yeah. Basically, I just want to, because Dan is asking. Gus was taken ill about 3 days ago and rushed into hospital. I'm not going to go into too much detail because I don't know, but he's quite seriously ill, and they are treating him for it at the moment. He's starting to recover. The issue isn't so much that he's ill; it's that he may not be in a very good position when he leaves hospital financially. And I want to make sure that he doesn't have that extra stress on top of already being ill where he has to worry too much about money. He doesn't have family because sadly his dad died recently and his mother is very elderly and they don't have an awful lot of money. He doesn't have any siblings to speak of. So he relies on friends, and that's what we are, his friends.
Like I said, make sure
And
that
he's very much.
since you know, very few of us have ways to contact him, you know, at where he's at. Just, you know.
Well, the best way to contact Gus is if you're Facebook friends with him, is by Facebook, because that's where he's talking to everyone at the moment.
Okay.
He doesn't have a mobile phone. He refuses to get one.
Well done,
I ain't got one either.
It's addictive, just like smoking.
Yeah, I need my mobile phone. How else would I take selfies and pictures of my food, for fuck's sake?
Snapchat, right? You can't live without it.
Right.
So how many people here are smokers, actually? Or ex-smokers? I know Fiona smokes.
I smoke from time to time.
You smoke, Annabelle.
I don't smoke anything like as much as I used to, because I just don't, I don't know. I enjoy a cigarette about every 2 or 3 hours, probably. I probably smoke about 10 max a day.
Now,
Have you given up that, haven't you?
How many smoke crack here, real quick? Do we got to show?
Yeah, well, I have tried
smoker.
it once or twice, maybe 3 times.
All right, so me and Nathan are the sensible people in here. Jolly good. I thought as much. I thought Nathan looked a bit sensible.
I would agree that my days of taking Class A drugs was not my best time, but I will say this: although I had some very hard times, I also had some brilliant times. Sorry,
how much are cigarettes over there? I mean, for those people who don't know, in California, there's a smoking tax that got passed that raises each pack of cigarettes by $2+. It's either $2 or $2.49 or something. It's significant when the fact that California already has one of the highest tax rates. So you're looking at about $8 to $10 a pack. But then I found out in New York, it's like $15 a pack.
Well, let me shock you even more. It's about, well, actually not with the rate at the moment, because the dollar rate, the pound is so weak against the dollar at the moment, but usually it's around about $19, but at the moment it's probably more like $13, $14.
For a pack of cigarettes?
Dunhill, let's see, a friend.
Dunhill? What are you, in the 70s?
Dunhill.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
A pack of cigarettes. You can get a carton here for $25 before this
those
pack.
are still sold here in Canada. Those are the only British cigarettes.
Dunhill used to be the cigarette of the people who wanted to look like that they were elegant and sophisticated. That's people used to buy the Dunhill packs, which were they had a very elegant shape to them. But
we just call them homosexuals.
I heard Australia is the highest right now. I think Australia is like literally like, what is it? Ideology like $25 a pack or something.
I mean, it's right, and rightfully so. I mean, these they cause all sorts of illnesses. It's not just lung cancer; it's heart disease, all sorts, and that's costing, particularly in Britain, costs the NHS billions.
No, the net people who smoke are a net contributor to the system, because they're actually paying far more than they take out in NHS thing, because they die early. They also don't get into old age, and therefore you don't have to pay for them there either. So in fact, cigarette smokers actually fund the NHS. So although I absolutely detest the habit, I certainly see them from the financial point of view. They're doing a marvelous job.
There's some
just a second.
I'll have to tell my mother that next time she has a go at me for smoking. I'm a net contributor to the NHS, so sit down and be quiet.
I'm reading an article right here that says that Australia is going to have $40 a pack cigarettes.
How they're doing?
How?
But listen, this is the interesting thing, right? In the UK, what they've done is no shop can have an open display of cigarettes. So they've got
to be cut. Yeah, I think we got that from Australia. I think Australia did it first, and we copied them.
I'm telling
you, that already happened in Canada too.
All the cigarettes have to be hidden now. As from the 17th of December, no cigarette packets can have any advertising on them at all. So they're all going to be plain white boxes.
That's
It
weird.
is weird. You're right.
But I'll tell you guys right now. If I paid $20 for a pack of cigarettes, I would smoke the fucking filter. Okay.
I don't know. So Annabelle, how much are you saying is a pack of cigarettes now in pounds?
Well, I pay for my cigarettes. I smoke Marlboro Lights. I pay about £10 a pack, which is approximately $12.60 or something like that.
Yeah, that'd be about $1.
Still incredibly high.
Well, I mean,
I paid $5 for Marlboro Lights.
Before Brexit, it was $16, but the pound's very weak at the moment. But the weird thing is that I don't smoke the whole cigarette. I smoke about that much. So when I throw a cigarette away, there's that much left.
See, I used to kind of do that. I used to get Marlboro 100s, Marlboro Light 100s, and I smoked all kinds of stuff, but I like.
So you're making me want to have a cigarette.
You can, I can't, but I have it like 100, and I'll smoke like a third of it, then I'll put it out, then I'll smoke.
Well, Renee's coming over. Renee's bringing me some Marlboro Lights from Chicago because she's flying up to Chicago. In fact, she's probably on her way now, and then she's getting the flight from O'Hare to Heathrow. I'm picking her up from Heathrow. Then we're going out for lunch, and then I'm driving her to Gatwick, where she has to get a flight up to Inverness.
Wow.
So it's going to be a very long day for poor old Renee.
There's a really big drawback to concealing cigarettes in non-advertisable packages. It actually makes smuggling cigarettes a whole lot easier, especially if they're illegal, because if you have a simple pack, which you can take out the cigarettes and transfer in all the illegal ones, homemade ones, then it becomes fairly simple to transport them, especially in the carton. So you're actually doing a favor to cigarette smugglers.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, there used to be a high commodity value for cigarette smuggling. I mean, with all the taxes and embargoes and whatever the hell of the shit that they add to these cigarette taxes, I mean, people were selling these native cigarettes in where I'm at, and they were doing a black market. Without the little tab or whatever, whatever the tax-free cigarette stuff. And they were making beaucoup bucks selling, probably a carton for like $20 and making, 50% profit on it.
Sorry, Annabelle, you were bashing out the keyboard. We couldn't hear anything.
Oh God.
She likes to bash the keyboard.
Wait, you guys have Native Americans making your cigarettes?
Sorry,
too?
I was doing an MMA. I apologize.
It's all right.
Yeah.
In Canada, it's actually fully legal to go on native land, buy their cigarettes, and just smoke them. They were always the cheapest ones to buy.
You know what I used to do? We have duty-free limit coming back into the UK, maximum from intercontinental, so not Europe, outside of Europe, of 400 cigarettes. But I used to buy, because at JFK Airport, you used to be able to get a pack of 5, so 5 packs of 1,000 cigarettes, yeah? And it was $90, which is about, I don't know, 50 quid, 60 quid, right? So instead of paying £10 for a packet of cigarettes, I was paying 60 pence for a packet of cigarettes.
So quid's the same thing as euro, right?
Yeah, and quid's like $1.
I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm glad that I quit.
When I was for all the years I was traveling on for my job around the world, I used to buy cheap cigarettes, and now I spend a good. Well, I spend £200 a month on cigarettes. So what's that? $300?
Yeah, that's probably
on cigarettes.
I mean, I used to smoke probably 2 packs a day, which was probably around $12 a day.
Oh.
Give or take. That adds up. And right now, when I'm not working, I would not. I mean, I couldn't afford cigarettes if I wanted to, right? I mean, everything I make right now is going directly to rent, pretty much. So, I mean, I couldn't have the luxury because I guess cigarettes is a luxury. So, I mean, it's even better that I quit a year ago because it would have been a hell of a lot harder to quit now, right? I mean,
like how many a day did you say you smoked?
I smoked 2 packs a day probably for the last 25 years.
That sounds close to my old Sergeant Major because I'd have a 10-minute conversation with him, and I swear the dude would pull out a new pack every fucking other word.
Yeah, it wasn't just that. I mean, back years and years ago, I also like to drink a lot too, and so that adds up as well. I mean, if I go out for a night, spend $20-30 on alcohol and $20 on cigarettes, I'm spending $50 a night just doing that.
Food.
Well, back then when I was, working, I was making okay money. I mean, it still adds up, right? But I'm so glad I don't do that anymore. I mean, I don't feel the need to.
And we were glad you didn't do it on Friday, Steve.
No, I mean, I went out on I went on a Veterans Day, but that was it. That's the first day I've been out.
Okay, this is getting a bit tedious now. I want to ask Drag, what are you planning on doing to raise this money for Gus? Because you said to me you were planning on something with calling. What did you just tell me what you're going to do?
I made a video and I challenged G-Man to do a live debate. It's going to be a few of us in New York, so someone can be there, filming it while he and I discuss whatever the hell he wants to fucking talk about. It really doesn't matter. But the idea is just to have an entertaining exchange between me and the man gremlin and, raise some money for Gus.
Man gremlin.
Yes, huge. Dragnot, you're a genius.
If he accepts.
No, he'll accept. I have ways of persuading him.
So how are we going to raise money to do? Where does the money come into it again?
Well, I'm gonna as the hangout's being moderated, we're still trying to figure out how you're still going to be filmed and whatnot, and via what connection, whether it be a Starbucks on somebody's phone or whatever.
Don't worry about the connection. I got you covered.
Okay, so yeah, so we got that covered. So we're going to have people with spanners in the chat and whatnot, putting the link out every so often, saying, hey guys, if you're enjoying the discussion, please go donate to Gus. This is for him. Dragnot does not really want to be here talking to a midget, that's really angry. So that's really what it is.
If you
did you see the video? Did you see the video that he made directly after he left the hangout?
I did.
You have to promise to threaten to kick my ass if I get involved, because I really want to punch that fucker in the face.
Well, that's okay. I can keep you two apart. It's fine. Yeah, I saw the bit last night where he was threatening to try and release your real name.
And I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I didn't mean to moderate your hangout, but I was not gonna let him go. I'm just sick and tired of him pulling his shit. And if he gets asked a question, you better damn well answer the question directly and not pull this equivocation shit and start talking about all kinds of other things or oh well, I wasn't really doxing somebody, or I didn't dox, or whatever. Answer the question.
Redline, do you really trust G-Man not to take a picture of you and spread that shit around?
If he does, I'll just mail some shit to his front door. I already said if he wants to get into a pissing contest with me, I'm more than happy to go that route. I'm at a point.
Red, he's going to do it, right? He is.
He probably is. I'd wear a mask or something.
I am at a point where I can do a lot more harm to him than he can do harm to me.
Oh, I'm bringing a friend, by the way, a female friend.
He will do that though, because what the problem with Gary is that he has no self-control. You've only got to watch him in the hangout, the way as soon as he gets cornered, he just flings out the most unbelievable shit. He was just going crazy in Drag's Room the other day. I mean, it was just like watching a monkey in a cage running up and down, grabbing the shit like they do and just throwing it out the cage.
I know. You're all right.
I realized that, Red.
I'm going to steal something from Gary here. You're preaching to the choir. All right.
I know.
With this one,
all I'm saying is that you have pretty much kept your anonymity for so long, and it would be just a tragedy, really, if it was him who decided to,
No, it won't happen. I can pretty much guarantee you that, because, like I said, I told him I'm pretty much daring him at this point to get into a pissing contest with me, because I can do a lot more harm to him than he will be able to do for me. If my face alone is not going to reveal my identity, I know where he lives. I know where he works. I know where he does the nasty at night. Okay, with himself, with his left hand. So I pretty much know everything there is to know about the guy. And if he wants to get into a pissing contest with me, he better be fucking ready for the consequences, is all I'm going to say. He's not ready. Trust me.
But isn't he the one that always says in his hangouts that he's against doxing and that, anybody who doxes him...
he's a hypocrite, though.
Yeah,
he's a fucking hypocrite.
It's ridiculous.
It's gigantic. It's like if he I've seen Red in real life, he looks like my best friend Corey. So if G-Man really wants to do something with Red's picture,
right,
I'll put up a picture of my friend Corey.
Is your best friend Corey on your Facebook?
His wife is. Let me see if I can I'll send you a picture of. Yeah, he is.
I want to see a picture of what Red looks like. I've got an image in my head, but obviously I don't. Because Red tries to throw you off the scent by saying he's been badly disfigured. Therefore,
actually, no. Seriously, just imagine what you're thinking Red looks like, and to take that image and imagine that face being shoved on the asphalt back and forth like 50 times. That's pretty much what Red looks like.
Damn.
Yeah. Think about all right. Have you ever seen have you ever seen the Saw series?
I don't
Imagine that I actually survived the oven bake thing, so I'm horribly with a slightly melted face.
I don't believe you, Ray. And
I have a normal face that's melted.
Fantasy room, thank you, if you don't mind.
Don't fantasize about me. Bad dreams happen. Bad dreams happen.
That's so weird, Drag, because that is kind of how I imagine him to be. But then again, I have sort of seen what he looks like, because Reggie used to just wear a mask, a bandana from here.
Annabelle, just give me a call on Skype anytime, and I'll turn my webcam on. If you're really curious, by all means, give me a call on Skype.
I'm not stalking you, Red.
Red, I had no idea you were a sexy redhead.
God damn it, motherfucker!
Red, I think you look adorable in that dress. I don't see the problem here.
This character's funny. That's incredible.
You look really adorable in that dress.
Steve, for fuck's sake, the dress was supposed to be our secret.
Well, there's a funny story about the girl in the dress. I had to threaten her mother. I'll have to tell you that story. Okay? Yeah, I'm not bullshitting either. I really had to threaten her mother.
I've had to do that too, but probably for different reasons.
You know what? The worst thing about that photograph is how the photographer. I mean, God knows what he was thinking. I mean, that's just such a dreadful picture. He looks like he's hanging off her back. It's awful. Yeah.
He's thinking, "I'm never letting you go ever."
He doesn't. He's like me. He doesn't smile. Like he's not a real.
Yeah, but it's just a terrible pose. It's just not very professional. It's not the kind of pose you want for your wedding picture. But they like it.
It comes across as less of a bride and groom and more like the bride's gay best friend not letting her go.
I don't know what's going on here. I'm laughing at his jokes. Something's going wrong.
Mm-hmm. What I'm going to plan to do, though, with this is that I'll have my laptop with me, and I'll be able to broadcast it live on whichever channel that they fucking want me to. I really don't give a shit. I'll also have my camera equipment. I got one camera that can record that shit at 1080p, so I'll have a hangout version of the back and forth between Drag and that fucking asshole known as G-Man, and I'll have a uploaded 1080p live version so you can see a more high-quality version, so you can see the clusterfuck in HD.
The funny thing about G-Man,
why are you going to New York?
I'm going to New York because I can.
No other reason. Seriously, is that why you guys are meeting there? Because it's the best place for you two to just meet. It's convenient.
No, it's because I'm going to meet up with a bunch of people. I'm meeting up with somebody in Georgia. Then I'm meeting up with somebody in North Carolina. I'm meeting Drag when I go over to his place. I'm going to pick up Drag, and then I'm going to go to New Jersey now, I guess. And then I'm going to head up to New York to meet up with more peeps, bitches, and hoes.
So the people that you're meeting, are they from this community or just mates of yours?
Absolutely. Right. I would say all.
It's a gut, really. Because we're all meeting up in New York not we, several of us are meeting up in New York in April, aren't we, Steve?
Yeah, sure. You're gonna take me to dinner? Yeah, I'll go if you know.
No, Jack's paying for dinner.
Oh shit, Jack's got he's got funds. If tell Jack if Jack invites me to New York and pays for everything, I'll make sure Darwin's wins Dumb Fuck of the Year.
Jack is taking us to Nobu, which is the best Japanese restaurant in the world.
I got family in New York.
There is nothing like a Rich Marx taking you out to the highest class.
This is why it cracks me up, though. Yeah, absolutely, Max. This is why he's so funny. Although he will tell you, this is his excuse, right? He has a rent-controlled apartment. That's why he lives in the Upper East Side, the most exclusive part of New York. And that's rent-controlled, so that's his justification. And he uses investments that an aunt left him. And it's not his fault that happened.
Exactly.
Well, Jack is one of the people I will be meeting up with New York, and he's actually one of the main reasons I'm going to New York. And so
I love him.
Yeah, so head up to New York. Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Are we doing the whole Gary thing before or after we go to New York?
Depends when I get in contact with the motherfucker. I'm talking to somebody.
I don't believe he'll do it. Do you reckon he'll do it? Do you reckon he'll do it?
I give it 50-50.
Yes. Yeah, Hannah's going to be there.
He probably will. Yeah.
No,
his ego won't allow him not to do it, right?
He's been dying to meet me. He wants there's something he has to prove. But worst case scenario, I do have a backup plan. Hannah does want to take me ice skating, so you get to see me bust my ass.
Oh no, that's good. She wants to take you ice skating. She wants to fucking kill me.
She wants to take you snowboarding.
She's going to take you. Where's she taking you?
Skiing.
She's taking you to Bryant Park, which is quite a small rink, actually.
Well, she wants to take Red skiing, and I mean, I would be like, oh,
skiing?
Hell no. Yeah, pizza, French fry. No. I'm not.
No, I'm not going to go skiing. I'm gonna actively refuse to ski. Not only that, I don't think they're even getting any sky cocaine.
Well, okay, I'm completely confused now.
Oh, Sky Cocaine is snow.
Yeah, that's what the people who've never seen snow actually call snow.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, like. I myself lived in New York for 2 winters, and believe me, they get snow.
But
well, they're not getting any now.
The problem with, if you have this little thing with G-Man, okay, G-Man, worst thing about his argumentation is that he has no argumentation. I mean, he literally in his brain doesn't realize that his arguments are so bad, and yet he really thinks that they're just the best arguments in the world, right? I mean, he's thinking that, oh, I am nailing these people, I'm getting this atheist, and I'm just face stomping him, and then everybody watching and listening going, no, your argument sucks.
By the way, can I just apologize on behalf of T-Man to Annabelle for what he said to her? Because I actually watched that.
Honestly, Gary, do you honestly think that he bothers me? Seriously?
Yeah, stop apologizing. You can't apologize on behalf of somebody else.
Actually,
you know how much.
Shut up, Ed.
You know how much sexist shit I get thrown at me. Actually, in fairness to G-Man, that was quite tame in comparison to what I get on a daily basis in the live chat.
Fair enough.
Gary, you should apologize on behalf of all the other Garys for the poor behavior of this particular Gary.
Yeah, you know what? Before I never really called him. I want to say something. I never really called.
Most of the abuse I get is from other atheists, not from Christians.
I really never. Wait, I wanted to say I never really used Gary's name. Because there's a great guitarist, I guess, by the name Gary Moore. So I mean, people are saying great guitarist Gary Moore. But since he keeps calling me atheist, all bets are off anymore. If he's not going to respect me enough to actually, label me what I label myself and not mislabel me, I have no respect for him.
Yeah, but he calls everybody an atheist, though, Steve.
But I don't care. I'm not everybody. I'm not everybody. So if he's not going to even get me right, I don't give a fuck about using his name. He's doxed himself. The doxing is over. He has on his PayPal his real name, Gary Moore. Everybody knows his name is Gary Moore. Okay, it is not a big deal anymore. He's using it as a weapon, and unless he stops using it as a weapon, people are still going to use his name, Gary Moore. So it's done, and I'm not going to be. This is not doxing him. You cannot dox somebody who's already doxed himself repeatedly. People know who he is, Gary Moore. Okay,
that's one of the main things that I said to him when he came in bitching on my hangout, and I said, all right, first of all, the conversation was about him threatening to dox me, not actual doxing. But I said, dude, even though I fully agree that it's your own goddamn fault for doxing your name and where you work, and as a consequence of that, where you live and shit like that, I have still respected your wishes to not use your name. You, however, repay me by threatening to dox me. Now, I know that Gary has jack shit on me, but it was the threat.
Right.
And so I told him, how do you fucking answer for that? He wouldn't answer, and so I booted his ass. Drag came back a few hours later, made his own reply video to G-Man, tearing him a new one because of it. And honestly, Drag, that is the funniest fucking series of videos I have ever seen.
Yeah, and we had asked him numerous times, why did you threaten to dox him? And every time he said, well, you're going to let me answer, he started to answer, and it was nothing about the actual question. Every single time. And so, I wasn't upset, but I was not going to let him get away with it, and I'm not going to do that anymore. If I ask a question, I expect an answer, you're done.
Yep.
You're done.
That's why I booted him. I said, okay, G-Man, you really want me to moderate? All right, fine, I'll moderate. Answer my fucking question, otherwise you're going to get blown out the goddamn airlock. So I blew him out the goddamn airlock.
Well, he advocates for that. I mean, that's what he tells Ronnie to do, right? And Ronnie's questions are stupid. At least if you ask a question, make sure it's a sensible question, right? If I say, do you like mac and cheese or pizza? You can say, you know what, I prefer pizza, or I don't know. Those are good answers. But if you start talking about quantum physics or something that has nothing to do with the question, then you're not answering the question. And Ronnie's questions are so malformed that how do you answer some of his questions? You can't even answer them because you're like thinking, what the fuck is he even saying? And then he'll boot you for not answering his question. But they're malformed questions.
Yeah.
How many purple hats fit on an alien dancing in the nude in the rain? I mean, it's just I have no idea.
Yeah, I definitely love how he thinks he's a challenge to any of us.
None of these guys are a challenge. They're not even remotely a challenge.
G-Man is the equivalent of someone who speaks and he hears Shakespeare coming out of his mouth, and everyone else just hears Michael Bay.
If you want to challenge, go talk to somebody like David S. or something, or Alex Malpass. I mean, those guys could pretty well give you a run for money on most topics. I mean, do you guys watch David S.'s video on morality? God, it was fucking brilliant.
Oh, I have. In fact, me and Dave have spoken about morality in the past.
Well, he explains it really well. He just breaks it down and he explains it to us, non philosophical types per se. And
in his next video on divine command theory and morality, I'm kind of hoping he uses the exchange me and Max Slick had with one another. That was very fun.
Oh shit! Hey guys, by the way, the hangout that G-Man completely lost his shit in, I actually did put it under private. I meant to put it on unlisted, so it is now unlisted if you guys want to watch it again.
Is that the one where he loses his cool and tells everybody where he works?
Well, if it's
no, I meant my hangout.
If it's unlisted, nobody can watch it but you, isn't it?
Hangout.
No, it was on my hangout. I invited G-Man.
But if you put it unlisted, nobody can watch it but you. If you put it private, they can watch it. You have to give them the link for it. Isn't that how it works?
No. Unlisted is if you have the link, you can see it. Private means you can't see it even with a link.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah,
so I just posted the link in the side in case you guys want to go watch it. G-Man loses this shit around. There it is. Yeah, I would say fast forward to at least a 59-minute mark.
Yeah, and I was pretty turt with him, but I was pretty turt with him for a reason because I even told Reds, he's going to last about 10 minutes. Keep him around for 10, 15 minutes. Damn, Annabelle, what you doing? Breaking your
God damn.
Sorry, I'm talking to Rene. Sorry.
But I was not going to let him come in and just gish gallop all over the place.
I understand, Steve. Steve, listen. You don't have to apologize. I feel the exact same way. So for fuck's sake, dude, stop apologizing. It's pissing me off. With G-Man, G-Man should be the one fucking apologizing. And if he would have just said, you know what, Red, I fucked up, my bad, that would have been fine. But he doesn't do that. Instead, he fucking danced around the question when I asked him, why did you threaten to dox me? Where out of everyone, I'm the only one of these motherfuckers that have been coming to your side on the whole doxing issue thing. Even though it's your fucking fault.
Somebody can make a video and count how many times we asked him that question. I would do it, but I just don't really. I don't know. Maybe I will later on tonight. If nobody else does, I'll make a video and I will show from that hangout how many freaking times he was asked to, why did you threaten to dox Reds, and how many times he just failed completely to answer that question.
Exactly.
By the way, just as a side note, I don't agree with anybody revealing where he works.
I do too. I would never say. Yeah, I agree.
I think that's out of order.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know where he works. I've never asked where he works. I don't care where he works. I honestly have no clue. And I don't advocate people giving out real life stuff. But I mean, occasionally I do use people's first name because I don't remember who doesn't and who does. And so if I use your first name, it's I'm sorry, but I don't use your last names. But Gary Moore. His name has been out there for a year now. It's on his page. You cannot sit there and say, don't use my name when it's on your fucking page.
He has told everybody what his name is. It's not like he's hiding.
No, he's essentially just using that as an excuse to bitch. That's basically all it is.
Exactly.
He's using that.
It's all drama with him.
He wants to be the victim. Exactly. Yeah. I totally agree with that. But when people aren't giving him his victim status that he wants, he starts lashing out. And he lashed out at the only person that actually came to his side on this whole thing, especially during the whole Alex Botton issue. So I said, why the fuck did you threaten me of all people?
Well, I like the fact that you only kept him around for like 10 minutes. That's the way you got to treat it. But
you know what he did? This is what I mean about him completely losing his mind when he gets that angry, is that he suddenly turned around to me in the hangout and went, and you, Annabelle, you've been telling all these people to ring my work. I mean, I haven't talked to G-Man for 2-3 months.
He said he had legal action against me. He just makes this shit up. He doesn't know what the fuck he's saying.
He said that, didn't he?
Yeah, he said he's taking it. Yeah. Well, I have legal action pending against Steve McRae. The fuck you do. The fuck you do. I will suck your dick right now, Gary Moore. I will suck your dick if you could tell. You can find my address by the end of the week. And you come down here, find my address. I will give you a blowjob. I put it out there right now.
You know what I called him? I called him the Black Von Helton. And then he called me a racist.
the BVH. There you go. The Black Von Helton.
Well, that's why I gave him a ultimatum too. I said, you know what? if you really want to get into a pissing contest, go ahead and try me because I'm the one that has your actual docs. And he's like, oh, no, you don't. I go, oh, really? Then give me permission right now to send you a box of shit. Just say, go ahead, Red, and send me a box of shit, and I will get packing right now.
I love it when he does the docs people. You know, I'm gonna tell people your real name, Fiona. I'm gonna tell people your real name, Fiona Robertson.
I will go to Taco Bell. I will go to
Fiona
Taco
Robertson
Bell right now. Eat like 3 chalupas. Get a plastic bag. Take a giant shit in it. Put it in a box. Tape it up. Put your address on it, and mail it to your front door.
Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, it's like me complaining that people use my real name. It's like my first name's out there, my real first and last name's out there on my other account, and people know that I'm from England or whereabouts in England I'm from. It's like me moaning about that. It's like I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if you start bothering my family like people did to Bible Flipping Windows.
Yeah,
that's what he's all about.
Yeah, well, he just wants the attention. So I mean, we can't give him that much attention. We give him a little bit because it's fun, but other than that, it's just
I mean, this is where I'm actually going to defend G-Man for a slight minute, because I do know for a fact people have called his work and tried to get in touch.
Well, yeah, we've already established. Don't call his work people. That's fucked up.
Yeah, no one is saying that it's right. All right, no one is saying that that's right. What people are saying is that why is he lashing out at people who, if anything, have actually been trying to help him in this case?
Yeah, that's pretty silly.
I am one of those people that said, okay, I fully agree. I disagree with doxing, using his work or whatever, and but that kind of thing. That is biting the hand that feeds you. And we were trying to get him to answer for that. Why in the living fuck did you threaten to dox the one person that's actually coming to your aid on this topic?
Here's my question about that. If he had such a problem with people calling him into work, why was he so nonchalant about calling Hannah at her work?
He did what?
Remember, he called somebody at her work while we were all in a hangout. Hannah.
Well, Hannah may have allowed him to. I mean, they have hung out, so.
In a later hangout, she was actually pissed off that he even called her at work.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna need to spray some disinfectants all over Hannah before I even bother getting within 30 feet.
All right. Let's not talk about me like I'm not in the room, okay? Thanks.
They're saying, Hannah, they're saying they have to spray you before they give you a hug. What the? Oh my God! Let's spray her down before we hug her.
Those
get the fire hose out and some,
decontamination shower.
Scrub her down.
All right, get the pressure hose. Get the pressure hose.
It only stings for a while, by the way, Hannah.
Break that bitch to 150 psi. We're going all out.
Oh my God! Break the skin at that point.
Exactly. Well, yeah. So I got.
You ever seen Silkwood?
Oh goodness. Anyway, so I saw what G-Man posted after the fact that, getting all pissed off about being booted out. And like I said, the best way that I can tell you guys to deal with that is to go watch Dragnut's videos that he made responding to him, because he rips him a new asshole. G-Man essentially has this big thing where it has to always be about him. And if it's not about him, or if things aren't going his way, he's going to lash out at some random person. He needs to understand that that's not good, and that's actually quite dangerous. And so if he's willing to get into a fucking pissing contest that quickly, I told him, if you want to play this game, let's play this game. Like I said, Taco Bell is right down the street.
Yeah, he got his ass handed to him pretty quickly, so.
Absolute bullshit, I swear. Come on, G-Man.
So are we done with the G-Man topic? Anybody else want to throw their 2 cents in real quick?
I am. No, I'm good.
Because we have more important things to discuss.
Can we go back to talking about tobacco?
No. We have to discuss more important things, like Ronnie winning Dumb Fuck of the Year.
Oh,
by the way, Max, I saw your video. Thank you. That was good.
I'm always happy to support.
Yeah, no. And so, you know what? More people need to make videos. Get out there and sound the alarm. Fiona, make some videos. Vincent, make some videos.
No,
Annabelle, make some videos.
No, I'm not. Because I want Von Helton to win.
Von Helton can't win. His votes are 2 down. You're splitting the vote at this point. Your third-party candidate cannot win.
Guys, relax. We all know the winner's going to be Antonio, so just
it cannot be Antonio at this point.
I cannot in good... please, all Von Helton is a second-rate white G-man. He's not
look, Max, let me tell you something. As soon as people, I'm going to be making a few videos in the distant future after my 2-week vacation. When I post these videos, they're going to jump on Antonio like he was made out of chocolate cake.
You know what you could do is just declare Antonio the winner by fiat because it is your competition.
No. I will be winning this fair and square, and by fair and square, I mean making multiple sock accounts.
That is true.
He can't vote. Actually, he can't vote.
No. I never said I would be making multiple. I just said making multiple sock accounts. I'm gonna have other people do it.
And Anthony Riley, he has got like 17 votes. Yeah, he's got 17 votes total. Man, that's wow.
Yeah, Anthony Riley actually just messaged me. Believe it or not.
Is he upset that he's not in the lead?
Well,
he's only the 10th dumb fuck of the year. I mean, 10th nominee.
Yeah. So basically, it was after the little Jism discussion that I had yesterday about ships over the horizon and how I absolutely creamed that guy. But apparently, he is agreeing with Jism, of course, because he's a flat or fucktard. And he says, "I want to have a Google Hangout with you, and we will duel to the death over this ship going over the horizon."
I don't know why that
confuses me. There is no horizon.
There's no horizon? But the horizon now doesn't exist to flat earthers? Is that the new thing?
Well, that's what he said. And then I go, "There's no squishing, dude. Deal with it." He then says, "I can prove that statement wrong, and I can't do what you can do with the video editor thingy. No worries, though, but you are wrong. Jaren was right. The boat is compressing from the bottom, leaving the top unaltered."
You know, it's okay. Here's the only thing that I can say, that it is hard in good conscience, and I'm going to say this honestly. It is hard in good conscience to have like Ronnie or Darwin's over a flat earther. It is difficult. I mean, when you're talking about pure dumbfuckery, flat earthers got it nailed, right? I mean, how much more worse dumbfuck can you get than a flat earther? If anybody can think of something, please let me know. But I think that's pretty well bottom of the barrel dumbfuckery. So I can understand why you want a flat earther to win. But consistently, True has been the #1 dumbfuck the entire year, way more than any other person.
I will always go back to the argument, though. If you ask True Empiricism to make a motion in front of a green screen of him putting a giant dick in his mouth, I'm pretty sure he would stop and ask a question or two first.
You know what? I don't even know if that's true. I don't know if he would. Depends who's asking him, right? I mean, if G-Man asked him, he'd be probably going, "Oh yeah, I'm sure, I'd love to do that. How big do you want the cock?"
I doubt that horribly. Come on.
Do you want to hear something funny? Sorry to interrupt your fascinating conversation, but do you want to hear something really funny? Well, I think it's funny. So, you remember I just mentioned that I was picking Rennie up in the morning from, she's flying all the way over from America.
Yes.
Well, she's just told me that she's not flying today. She's flying tomorrow. So, I've changed I've got a ferry booked. I'm even having dinner with friends tomorrow night after I've dropped her off. So basically, I nearly ended up getting in the car to drive 100 miles to pick her up at the airport where she wouldn't be arriving. Sorry,
well, aren't you glad you check your messages often?
No, I just saw her literally chatting away in another conversation. I'm like, you should be like on your way by now. And she went, "My flight's tomorrow, Annabelle."
Mm-hmm.
Did you make sure that she's ready?
Do you know what? I think I'm losing my mind.
You've done that a long time ago.
I turned up at the airport the day after my flight was due to fly back from Sao Paulo.
Just think of happy thoughts, okay? Okay, Annabelle, okay, you're getting a back massage from a big, strong dude by the name of Leonidas. No? Nothing?
Yeah, don't know who that is.
No, okay.
He's a black guy, too.
Oh, that makes a difference, yeah.
King Leonidas. Should have said Shaka Zulu.
I'm just more concerned about my memory. It's just deteriorating far too rapidly for my liking.
Oh, man.
Anyway, let's train to the ferry. Carry on.
Okay.
Well, Van Houten has 124 votes, so he's third.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, but I want to say something to Max though, because I'm kind of pissed off at him.
Why?
Okay, since you did that PC shit, honestly, I fear that Ronnie's going to be getting more votes than he deserves. So I need you to make us a separate video, but one rooting for Antonio, motherfucker. You owe me.
Actually,
you owe me on
wait,
this.
no, because I can safely say that True Empiricism's tallies have not changed since
I
you
said
have that video.
I said I fear.
So I don't know
may.
whether they're watching your video, Max, but they're not voting.
You know what? I will make another video addressing Antonio and Truman Pearson.
He's got 2 more votes. Actually, I just checked. He has gone.
I like the way you use the word addressing. Gee. Yeah. There's a lot of context that's missing.
I need to get argument from
That's all I will say, Red. That is all I will say.
Damn it, Max. If you fuck this up, I swear, I won't like you anymore.
I need argument from ignorance to get into for he can make a video on his fan base.
God damn it.
Okay. One about Darwin's deity as well.
Darwin's deity's ahead.
God damn it, I can't believe it.
Yeah, he was. I mean, I put him as a front runner, but not the front runner.
Look, you know why, don't you? You understand why,
yeah,
right? Jack has been literally electioneering in every hangout. He puts the link up for the DVD Dumbfuck of the Year every 20 minutes in Tom's
But he
hangout.
only knows so many people, and Darwin's got more views. He's got 9-10 views over True.
Yeah, but it's gone out to all the PayPal people as well.
Yeah, but they're done. I mean, their grand total right now is 234 votes.
And how many have Ronnie got?
217.
Hey, pass me the Ronnie vote link real quick. I'm gonna increase some votes for Ronnie.
Steve,
oh no! No!
Yay! Hush.
No. Okay, hang on. In fairness, I will go ahead and give you the vote link for Ronnie. It may say Antonio Superats on there. Just ignore that. That's a typo.
Yeah, Red's lies. A lot.
No, I don't.
A lot.
No, I don't. Okay.
But can I just?
So Darwin's only 17 votes ahead. That's not an exceptional lead.
Steve, did you just say that DD's got like 240 and Ronnie's got 217?
No, Ronnie's up 17 votes.
Oh right, okay, no.
Okay. He's 234.
How can you say no to that face? I mean, look at that. Look at that right there.
Yeah, he's adorably stupid.
He is such a creepy dude, isn't he?
He is pretty.
How do you pronounce his last name? Super.
No. It's pronounced it's pronounced super rats, but we call them sewer rats.
Super rats.
No, sewer rats. Sewer.
Oh,
sewer.
How many subscribers does he have?
2,500.
They all need a vote for.
Oh right, no, I thought it was more than that. Sorry, I thought it was bigger than that. Sorry.
They all need a vote for Ronnie. That's what he should do.
No,
so he doesn't win Dumbfuck of the Year. Should he motivates his
I tell you what, Steve,
base.
just because I love you, and I tell you what, I'll do you a deal, Stevie. I will go in on 2 of my stocks that I haven't used for a long time, so I'm not sure if I still have them, but I think I've got 1. I'll go in on my 2 stocks if I can find them, on the condition that you shave your beard off.
No, I'm not shaving my beard.
But hang on a sec, Steve. Did you hear me talking about you the other day about how much better looking you are without your beard?
I did.
It just got real.
Annabelle, I will shave whatever the hell you want me to shave. Just vote for
my
Antonio,
nuts.
goddammit.
Yeah, I'll even send you the pubes if you want. I mean,
I
some people have a fetish like that. I don't understand
you
either, but
you have stuck pubes on your chin?
No.
Nice.
That's just not a thing one help does. I expect better from you.
Yeah, I'm letting it grow for a reason.
Come on.
I would just like to point out, Steve, that you look quite hot without a beard. I'm just going to put that. I'm not saying that you don't look hot. I'm not saying you don't look hot with a beard, but you look a lot hotter without it.
I've done okay in my past. But I'm not. That's not really my concern at this point.
All right.
No, I understand that, but I'm just hoping that at some point you realise that looking like Father Christmas is not an appealing thing for most women. That's all.
I understand that. Maybe I'm not trying to attract women. May I?
Can I ask you?
No, I haven't switched teams, people. I'm not doing the bear thing.
With you tonight? There's something wrong with you.
I haven't had interest in women in a long time. I mean,
Annabelle, I'm still here. I'll still shave whatever the hell you want me to. Just vote for Antonio, please.
Yeah, Red's is like, I'm going to get the electric razor out right now.
Be careful, Red. I might just take you up on it. Okay?
I actually shaved my head, and it's about that time to come off now. So I'm willing to do it again.
No, I wouldn't be expecting you to shave your head, sweetheart.
You just
at least not the one on top of your shoulders.
No,
if you got hair on your freaking that other
I
head.
think I
that's a
tell you what.
problem.
I tell you what. I'll go and vote with all my accounts for the rat.
Yeah.
If you shave all the hair off your testicles and around your bottom.
Sounds good to
I
me.
do that every time I shower.
No.
Back
You
sack,
know what?
as we call it in the UK, back, sack, and crack.
I will be buying the best ball trimmer off Amazon right now. Not for anyone else, but for me.
You can vote for multiple ones. Vote for.
I will use this trimmer to shave my balls and my cock.
Oh dear.
So let's go ahead and see what we got on Amazon.
I hope we haven't made Hannah feel sick.
Oh, hi,
my
Hannah.
red
I didn't
balls
see
is
you there.
kind of a little disgusting. Yeah, it's kind of making me ill, but I mean, you can vote for multiple people. I mean, you've got to at least vote for Ronnie because if not, Darwin's is going to maintain the lead. So you don't want Darwin to win.
Steve, it's only the face you need to worry about. We've been over this. My face,
Right.
I need a prescription mirror.
Okay, I was going to say, like, I'm surprised that Antonio Fletcher didn't make it on because, like, you know, I like the guy, but if you say some done-ass things.
Gary, have you donated to Gus's fundraiser yet?
Yes, I have.
Thank you very much.
Hey, it's no problem. I may not like the guy, but, you know, I want him to get better.
What do you mean you don't like him?
No, I mean, like, sometimes it can be a bit abrupt, but I think that's just a Canadian thing.
Well, with the greatest respect, I think he treats you with more respect than I do.
Now I'm kind of new to this, and I was asking around. I don't know if it's public knowledge or not, but what exactly is wrong with Gus?
I don't know.
Well, I'm not going to say it live in a hangout because obviously it's Gus's, but he's been taken quite ill, and he's in hospital, and he's going through a series of treatment at the moment, and he's only just felt well enough to contact us because we've been trying to get hold of him because we knew there was something wrong. He wasn't responding to us.
Well, tell Gus that I will be donating to him.
Yeah.
Well, that's very kind of you, Red. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
Well, yeah, because he lives in Canada, doesn't he?
Okay, so Fiona's just sent me a message to say, Red, you can't use razors. You've got to use wax on your balls.
Oh, God.
Oh, like a 40-year-old version.
Oh.
Spread that hot wax on there and take that tape and just rip.
Fiona's such a good Christian lady, but she wants to see you suffer.
Oh,
God, no.
That's awesome. There you go.
Wow.
There's going to be a new category in porn now.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a new category. I'm pretty sure you can find it out there.
I think that's called torture porn right there. That's called
Google it. Ball porn, ball wax porn. I bet it comes up. Right, I'm doing it myself.
Antonia's so far behind people. Don't waste your vote.
My balls hurt right now.
You
know, you can actually just vote for both Super Rats and True Empiricism.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, do that. I'm fine with that. If you vote for...
Oh, no. Hey. I said my balls...
Guys, you can get dick waxing on pornharmony.com, cock and balls waxing on Just Porno, and getting dick and balls waxed on Free Porn 96 X Hamster. There you go.
I will.
I
said it's going to hurt. I said it's going to hurt. I never said I wasn't going to do it. So vote for Antonio. Vote Antonio. I am putting my cock on the line here. Okay.
Oh, your dick hair.
Hey, Dr. Fuzz Rana just liked my Facebook thing that 1 full year without a cigarette today.
By the way, congratulations on that.
Yeah, thank you.
We should have a
Thank
victory.
you, Dr. Anna, if you're listening. Fuzz was you know what? Fuzz is one of my all-time favorite guests. I mean, he was just a joy to talk to. I may not agree with the people theologically speaking, of course, but I mean, he's just a nice. He's like the guy you go like, hey, let's go have a beer and play pool. You know, totally chill. But he liked my status, so. You know.
Man, Antonio has
to win. By the way, Red, you should have that video on Antonio Super Rats and True Empiricism in like 5-10 minutes at the most.
The fuck you do?
You know, Red, in order for me
I made it like a 1-minute video.
In order for me to do this, Red, I need to see a video of you waxing your balls. Just remember, otherwise I'm not doing it.
No. There's 2 ways I could go about that. Do you want 4K with the GoPro Hero 5, or do you want 1080p with the P900?
As long as you have an erect penis, I don't think she cares.
Nah, I see.
Hey, Reds, what you need to do, though, is do it in front of the same blue screen backdrop that Antonio did his video in front of.
Sexy.
I don't know what that means.
Daytime.
Nighttime.
Annabelle, I'm gonna send you a link, and you have to watch the whole thing. It's the 2 girls, 1 cup rule.
Oh,
Oh no, I'm not
You started, you got to finish it.
I've already watched it.
No, it's not like that. It's funny though.
It's worse,
you're not going to lose your eyesight by watching this video.
The whole movie of that is.
I don't know. I couldn't see out of
and Fiona says there must be sound so that we can hear the screaming.
That's the best part. So it's my videos just don't show on my Facebook feed. I make a post about my 1 year smoking free. I've got 46 likes so far on it. I post videos, I don't get 1 like on it. Is this not coming up for? I mean, I notice that a lot. Whenever I post a video, it never gets any likes. I don't know. I mean, except for people I've like talked to all the time, maybe, but it nowhere near gets as many likes as like my other posts. I used to get 50, 60, likes on a post on the average. I just don't think they come up in the feed.
Cross-posting.
Oh, this new algorithm with Facebook is weird.
Mm-hmm. Oh, 13's here.
Oh, I got it. So I think that when I put a video, it just doesn't show on my Facebook. That's kind of.
So everybody, hey, I've got some news, everybody.
He already sent you the video of
Mina's
him waxing his balls.
Mina's a catfish?
Yeah.
Is that the girl that Godless hates?
All right, it was a joke. Sorry, I just thought I would because it was. I got myself embroiled in that yesterday, and although it was hilarious, it was also quite ridiculous.
Yeah, I like I said, I think I talked to the chick once or twice. My whole thing on that is very simple. If you have never seen anybody before, there's a problem. When you got 10 guys chasing you, there's a problem.
Issue, Steve, is that everyone's saying that I've got to apologise to her because apparently, and this is how ridiculous it is, Joseph Pierce, she showed Joseph Pierce a picture of her with a guy that Joseph knows. So that's it, apparently. That's proof. And the fact that she could have got that picture from anywhere, Facebook, Instagram, anywhere.
Until you put the webcam on and talk.
Exactly.
That's it. That's the only proof I'll take of anything. And if you don't want to, that's fine. That's some people have never been on cam. I don't give a shit whether you are or aren't, right? I sometimes do. I sometimes don't. I just,
I don't know, man. The beer game's getting pretty strong. You should go on cam more.
Does anyone have a picture of me? And I can tell you if it's got catfish or not. It's real easy.
Yeah, how do you tell?
So who's this catfish?
You can do an
Ina is a girl that hangs around with the power talker. She's probably got about 1.5 brain cells, giggles a lot. She's got a voice apparently that's really sexy. I think it's awful, but that's subjective. And she's just some chick that flirts with every man that pays her attention privately, and she talks dirty to them and all that kind of thing. So if anyone's interested in that, get in touch because she's all up for it.
She's what Lyrical Orion might like webcam
she's sort of like Lyrical Orion, but she's slightly brighter than Lyrical. She's one of these girls that is, well, actually, in fairness to Mina, she admits she's got a sex. She says she's got a boyfriend, that they've got an open relationship, and she's got a sex addiction. So the thing with Mina is that she doesn't pick the good-looking guys, the sexy, charismatic guys in the community. She picks all the really weird,
She's got an open something apparently.
To be fair, I mean, the ugly people need a chance too, Annabelle. You gotta be.
That's why I think she's a catfish, because it's as though she enjoys getting a kick out of getting these guys to because no smart, someone like Drag or Steve wouldn't fall for it, but somebody who's never has sex, never has connections with women, finds women very difficult to communicate with, is going to jump at the chance of some woman, falling all over them.
Yeah, I've never fell for a catfish, that's for sure. But somebody's playing some music in the background. It's very low at this point, but I gotta make sure that they don't play it.
Drag.
I definitely wouldn't fall for her, but please give me her contact so I can know to avoid.
Oh, sorry. My wife.
She's been around for a while. She's called SS Rest, so that's SSREST.
Yeah, she was around she was around Nadia's Hangouts for a long time. I just never had an interest in talking. She didn't seem bright enough. I'm not trying to disparage her, but she didn't seem bright enough to whatever. What would I talk? What do the How Talk Power Rangers talk to her about? She's not somebody who really talks about any kind of lecture. Okay, there you go. That must be it, because she's not.
She's got that really sort of nasally band. Oh, like, you know, anyway, like, I'm gonna, you know, I didn't mean it like, because, like, you know, and it's just like, shut up!
Annabelle, you should do that
you
more.
want somebody that talks like that, talking about your knob, you got to be really fucking desperate.
What hasn't she said? I mean, has she like talked to all of them saying the same things, or she like vary her repertoire up with like
Obviously,
different?
I don't know what she says to most of them. I mean, there's been about 10 guys that she's made. Let's say that she's had friendships with, yeah. And 2 of them got emotionally involved enough to think that there was a future, and the rest were just, you know, she's, you know, David. He's called David. He's a Dutch guy. He's a real obnoxious little shitbag. He's a Calvinist.
Okay, Dickie Dutch David, got it.
Yeah, he's very, very annoying.
She's catfished him. I'm not going to mention somebody that we all know and like very much, who got very emotionally invested in her. Ammon, do you remember Ammon?
Yes, of course.
Sort of a black guy from Mississippi who was quite an attractive guy. Oh, but had some kind of agoraphobic problems. Excuse me, I'm hiccuping. Well, she had him going for a whole year.
Real quick, because I don't really mean it too much. Real quick, here's Max's video. Will somebody play this real quick? It's only a minute.
Yeah, you can play it.
You can continue on. Yeah, let's play Max's
anyway,
video.
That's the catfish story. That's
the catfish story. Yeah, I like salmon myself, anyways. In fact, I went shopping today, and I actually said, you know what, I want a good piece of fish, so I bought myself a little small piece.
That's fucking fascinating, Steve.
It's so good.
I am enthralled in the story. Keep going.
It was pink. It was pink in the middle and peppercorned, and no, I didn't have peppercorn on the last one.
Wait, was it oven cooked or was it pan fried?
Oh, I know it's raw. I'm gonna pan fry it actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But let's watch his video. So can somebody play his video?
Eurotrash, you motherfucker.
He is. Sorry.
Does anybody have audio capabilities that can play this video?
You failed me, Max.
It has super rats in it, so.
Red,
I'll play it.
It's a minute.
You were going to send me a video. Red, you said you were going to send me a video about something that Subrats did, and you sent me his voting thing.
Oh, well, I actually have to send you over Skype. Send me a.
I'm not on Skype. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Yeah, the only
I can play it right here. I can play it right here again.
The only link you need is the one I'm posting right now. See, it's
after this one, then. Let's
hit that link that I'm posting right now.
No, fuck you.
This is Super Patriot 1776 here, advocating for Ronnie Rodriguez as Dumb Fuck of the Year. Now, I know he has some stiff competition this year, and one of the main competitors is an Anthony Suarez, or Suarez. I can't pronounce some damn foreign names, but let's move on. Right now, Ronnie Rodriguez, who is a true blue, hardworking American male of Mexican and Indian descent, that is, remember the diversity here, folks, is being challenged by some Eurotrash who's coming into this country and stealing a hard-working American job and a hard-working American. True empiricism, Ronnie Rodriguez has been at this for 3 years, folks. 3 years, and some foreigner thinks he can just waltz on in and steal his job. Well, I do not think so. This year, vote True Empiricism, Ronnie Rodriguez as Dumb Fuck of the Year. God bless you, folks.
They're taking our jobs. They're taking our jobs.
I'd like to say something quite serious here.
Okay,
I've known Max for about 2 or 3 years, and you know I've watched him grow into a fine young man with no sense of humour. But I have to say, Max, that you really have come into yourself now. Seriously, you do look much more confident. And do you remember how you'd get into hangouts and you'd stumble over a lot of your words because you were thinking before you were speaking, or and You've really, I just thought that was a really cool video. Well done, sweetheart.
See, I liked him with hair.
Let's celebrate Max by voting for Antonio.
Don't get me wrong, Max is adorable. Look at that face. I mean, if I was gay, oh my god. But I mean, I liked it better with the whole little goatee and the Three Musketeers look. I thought he looked kind of
remember when he used to have
type.
that stupid beard thing that he used to have?
No, I liked it. It wasn't stupid.
Well, look, you're going.
Don't let him talk to you like that, Max.
What is it? Look at how much more attractive he is without the beard.
Oh,
okay,
come on,
okay.
Annabelle,
How about this?
Annabelle, come on. Let's not sit there and have Steve weigh in on beards.
Steve, come on. If you really want gayness, I mean, look no further. I mean, there's a pretty much a welcome sign right there.
Daytime, nighttime.
Daytime, nighttime.
Once again, I mean, if you split the vote, it's just going to waste if you vote for like Van Helton or any of those other guys. Those guys, some of them are like at like 12.
Yeah. If you split the vote, it's definitely going to go nowhere. So vote Antonio and let's win this thing. Yeah.
I'm not voting third party. We're going to use our vote to vote for the lesser of two evils, which is true.
Max, listen.
Sorry.
If you even understood half of what this dumb fuck has done, you'd be jumping on him like he was made out of chocolate cake.
I thought dumb fuck of the year is for greater of evils.
I mean, look at if you voted for Ronnie, all you have to do is go create two sock accounts. That's all I ask. 2 sock accounts. It takes you like 3 minutes. You just have to have a little verification thing. It's not that hard. You do it under your existing one. You don't even have to get a new email. You use your existing account. You just do it as a.
Have you all forgotten you can actually vote for multiple entries?
Yeah.
I'm going to go log out real quick and log in my school email and vote.
I forget what they call them. What kind of accounts they call them? There's a special name for them. But.
Aww.
Yay!
Can you at least say that my video pushed you to vote for Antonio, just so Redline gets off my ass?
I'm never gonna get off your ass, motherfucker.
And
there you are,
Psychopath Ace was pushing for Dio for Dionysus, but see the thing with Dio's I wouldn't call him a dumb fuck. He's a misogynistic racist bastard, but that doesn't qualify for dumb fuck of the year.
Exactly.
Severely mentally disturbed. But see, I think it's because you know what though? I think it's his own doing though, right? I have very little sympathy for the guy. I don't.
No, Steve.
I have very little sympathy for the guy.
Broadcast drag, motherfucker.
Oh fuck drag. He's a racist, arrogant bastard. I mean, he's a freaking misogynistic bigot. How do I care what? Yes, but that doesn't give somebody a pass to be a racist bastard.
Okay,
I don't know, does it?
Right, but that's a thing. That's a thing. Even though this guy that you guys are talking about is obviously a racist bastard and mentally ill, I doubt if you ask them, hey, would you make the motion of sucking a giant dick while standing in front of a green screen and saying these things like, I'm going to put in my asshole and a bunch of men would jump on me like I'm made out of chocolate cake? I'm pretty sure he would say no.
Satan has some sock accounts. I tell you what, I will become an atheist for every sock account somebody uses.
Hang on. There's something that
for 30 days I'll be an atheist, so I will look at things from an atheistic perspective. I know my promises. I offered to give G-Man a blowjob. I could find my address and appear at my front door within a week.
Hang on.
I'll get to. I you know what? I will fulfill my promises. I will suck his dick. It'll only be for like 1/1000th of a second, but whatever.
I can report that that Steve is very gentle. Besides that, 13-1.
I have good hands.
Yeah.
They're really kind of soft.
I just wanted to remind everyone that last year during the whole Beasley episode and what have you, he actually got kicked out of the running for Dumb Fuck of the Year due to actual mental defect. That's one of the criteria we all agreed on.
Yes.
I see. That's the thing too. We've discussed that. Von Helton has mental issues as well, so is he even eligible? We've discussed that. But Beasley's bad. In fact, Beasley, I found out was the Good Wolf. That was the name he's going by now, and he actually had. He actually was going off on me and sock account. He was. Yeah, but he went off on me and sock account. We're the Antichrist, and it's like Rob. Well, hang on, but I've communicated with Rob Beasley 3 times ever, and I didn't even know it was him. He was under the Good Wolf. I've never talked to the guy, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck what the hell you've got in your videos. Don't message me, and I ended up blocking him and kicking him out of the Great Debate community because it was worthless. Rob Beasley. I kicked him out like last week.
Delusional and tends to fixate on people.
Yeah, he was ape shit.
Is this the case? All right, here's the thing. Has Von Helton ever been Baker acted or anything like that? Okay, then he's still on the list then.
I mean, that's the thing is Beasley has literally been committed multiple times after going off the deep end online.
Yeah, and that's why I'm wondering if Von Helton should really be even in the running.
Well, then he's still on the list then.
Yeah, well...
He's still on the list.
Barely.
Then.
I mean, yes.
Yes, barely,
we're not
Steve,
qualified to make judgment, things of people's mental conditions. But
listen,
the reality is something seriously wrong with Von Helton. Come on,
Steve. We're not qualified to make judgments on his health situation. Correct, but I am qualified to find out who gets nominated for my dumb fuck of the year.
You don't want
he stays on the list.
You don't even want him to win.
No, I don't. But I want Antonio to win.
Well, that would really suck if Von Helton won. We would all be crushed. You, Jack.
Damn it. And the main reason I nominated Von Helton is because he was the newest member of the bullshit Flat Earth Brigade.
Wait, Von Helton's a flat earther?
Yes.
Oh, that is delicious.
He's never met a conspiracy that he won't accept. We know.
Wait a minute. The Mandela effect? What's that?
Yeah.
What?
I have no idea. What?
Okay, can you guys get Rose Patton here? Stat.
No. Okay. All right. The Mandela effect. Look up the name Mandela, and I'll give you a hint. A floating tub of jelly that is the worst magic trick I've ever seen in my entire fucking life.
It's basically people don't remember things correctly, or because of memes, etc., that have gone forward, they remember things incorrectly, and because of this, they assume that their memory must be right, and even when it's wrong, basically. So if
it's a little more complicated than that. They actually
but since they don't remember it correctly, this means they're switched to a new reality.
Yeah, they think that some people think that Nelson Mandela died in jail like 20 years ago, and he's still alive. And so there's people there's living in different quantum realities. And so if you remember, for example, if I say Max, what did Darth Vader say to Luke in The Empire Strikes Back? Did he say, "Luke, I am your father," or "No, I am your father"?
He said, "No, I am your father."
Correct, but there are a lot of people that think that he said, "Luke, I am your father."
Yeah,
and so they came up with
toys that say that. That's why.
Yeah, and that's a different quantum reality
in which he did say that. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a different quantum reality where he did say Luke, and if you came from that one, then you're like a separate from our quantum reality. And there's people that actually buy into this, like Von Helton and Rose Patton.
This yeah. I remember this because they had the Berenstain Bears.
Yeah, the Berenstain Bears.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember them posting a bunch of shit like that. I was like, what the fuck are they talking about?
Or Interview with a Vampire. It was an interview with the vampire. There was a book that was interview overseas. They marketed it as Interview with a Vampire. So there was books that had. So when they say, "Well, I had a book that had the letter A on it," yeah, you probably did, but it was published overseas rather than here. So that's how there's explanations for this shit, right? He's a flat earther now? He is not.
Wait a minute, what? Are you fucking kidding me?
Rev News?
I don't know about Rev. Rev trolls. Rev
I think he's trolling on that.
Time.
I'm going to hold off on believing that, but no, I'm not.
I think he's probably I think he's trolling because he'll probably.
I'm not.
No one's saying that.
All right, we can ask him.
No. What was said was we'd have to go ask him about that.
Yeah. No, I don't think you are. The only reason I say that, Annabelle, is because I remember distinctly having several conversations with Rev and Nadia's channel about vaccines that were laced.
Well, hang on. Maybe this isn't our Rev News. Maybe this is a different Rev News from a different quantum reality.
Exactly.
Oh, perfect, Steve.
So that's probably an explanation I would go with.
Hey, I think
way
we
to diffuse the situation.
Wait, how about we?
So there's literally like 3 other possibilities too that I can just think of off the top of my head, but he really thinks that he slipped. Well, wait. So hold on. The person, I'm trying to understand the Mandela. So if I misremember something, then I have slipped into a different reality?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
Can I say we need to get Rev News in here, because as the world's greatest flat Earth debunker, I would really like to talk to him.
Yeah, I would also like to speak to him. Wait, we'll just ask him. Hey, we're not going to judge you. We're not going to argue with you. Just tell us what you believe.
I see. At best, I would see him say, "Well, I'm agnostic on the shape of the Earth." I get that. We do get that. People are like, "I'm agnostic on the shape of the Earth."
I would love to have him explain some shit to me then. Because keep in mind that I've actually spoken to Rev News before, and I knew that he was a 9/11 conspiratard. I rammed that particular batch of bullshit up his ass already after I wrapped it in barbed wire and drenched in battery acid. But if it is the case that he is a flat earther, I will have no fucking mercy on that motherfucker.
Yes, let's invite him.
Already did.
Now we play the waiting.
Do you see?
Well, now we're just gonna wait until Rev comes in here, and until then, we're just gonna play until.
And that, you know what, she might be right. I mean, he has kind of dropped out a little bit, and I've watched one of his other videos, and you could tell he is kind of getting into the conspiratorial things a little bit. So there might be truth to that. You want? Ooh, and I wouldn't have to pay you for it.
Oh wow! Key are we?
I wouldn't have to pay you for it.
All right. Here's the thing. Annabelle. Here's the thing, though. I would want people to have that sort of skepticism when I tell them something. Did you know that
yeah, it's
Ronnie,
a healthy skepticism.
Did you know that Ronnie has got his nipples pierced?
We're not saying you're BS.
Ew, I don't want to think of that.
Wow.
Sure.
We're not saying that you're BSing us. I mean, we're just leaving open the possibility that you might legitimately be mistaken.
We're not saying that you made shit up.
No. Well, hold on.
Nero, we're never going to use the word reasonable with this.
Okay, Annabelle. The outside. Hang on, Annabelle. The outside feed is saying they cannot hear you. Nobody on the outside feed can hear anything.
That's because you haven't broadcasted her, asshole.
Oh,
that might be why.
Okay.
Well, how will you not broadcast? You've been
She's been talking this entire time and no one heard her.
Nobody heard her in the outside chat. They're like, this is like a weird conversation.
We're just talking to ourselves, you know.
So here, I believe Annabelle 100% of the time when she tells me things. The only reason I would ever question this particular claim from Rev, not from Annabelle, is because he's trolled me before.
Right. That's where I'm coming from.
If he was coming to me and saying it, then you would have a point. But I'm not. He doesn't even know I'm watching him. Remember?
No, but he might be trolling Vaughn, or he might be trolling those guys.
No.
You know.
Right.
Okay.
I swear to God, I'm physically gonna go and get him and bring him into this.
Drag his ass in here.
Annabelle, if it makes you feel any better, I actually have thought about it, and I do believe you. It wouldn't be out of.
No, I'm going on record. I'm going on record. I believe Annabelle. I do believe Annabelle, but I like to know Rev's reasoning behind this.
That's fair enough. Now that you're saying that, that's different. You're saying we do believe you, but we'd like to hear it from the horse's mouth. I do believe you. What I was getting from you guys is no, I'm not sure about that. Maybe not.
We're sorry. I'm very sorry to doubt you.
Thank you. That's fine.
I don't doubt you for a second, Annabelle. Like I said, the only reason I would have something in the back of my head bother me is because he's personally trolled me.
No, I get it, and I think that the best way to alleviate this, and I'm sure Red would love to do this, is to get him in the hangout or to, some way to have a conversation with him to find out whether it's genuine or not.
But I have a lot of questions for him. I'll say that.
Red,
so many questions.
You know damn well that he's a conspirator, and he's not just 9/11.
I'm not doubting that at all. I've spoken to him, and I have shoved the 9/11 bullshit up his ass already. So the flat Earth, honestly, is not a big leap.
You can shove that up his ass all the time, but he'll come back a week later and just repeat the same bullshit.
Which is why I have a never-ending supply of toilet plungers. I'm ready to go.
I guess that's better than coming back and thanking you for it.
Have you waxed your balls yet, Red?
You want him to do like in the hangout? I mean, you're not wasting any time, are you? Shit.
I'm having second thoughts. Let's put it that way.
2 votes. I don't know if it's worth it, right?
Yeah, seriously.
Hey, speaking of people,
she said she had 2,000, maybe. Oh, sorry, what, Slim?
Speaking of conspiracy theories, did you hear what happened in D.C. the other day?
No, what happened?
Somebody went to Comet Ping Pong and shot the place up.
No, he didn't. Did he fire the weapon? I know he walked in there with a gun, but did he fire it?
He fired it, according to the article I read.
I'm not. Yeah, and I'm not going to get into the whole Pizzagate thing because I've already gone on record saying that I do not think there's anything. I do not think there's anything to it. I love Mark to death. I'm not disputing his investigatory services and what he knows. I have looked at the evidence. I'm sorry, Mark. I do not see anything to Pizzagate whatsoever. I think it's completely fabricated from start to finish. I think there's absolutely nothing to it. I don't think it warrants an investigation. I'm sorry,
somebody obviously investigated.
Well, the guy that went in that shot the place up. I mean, he said he was doing a self-investigation.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when you have like nut jobs off there, being fed this kind of trollish bullshit.
Internet activism at its greatest.
Yeah, it's complete crap, and this is what it leads to.
So, I mean, we can. Well, yeah, I'll just leave it there. But
who has a crying, tasty morsel in the background?
That's me.
Baby cheeks.
Oh.
He's swearing at me because I'm talking to you guys instead of playing with him. He's cussing his old man out.
Mine's on his. He's on his. Oh no, he's eating right now. I thought he was on his iPad.
Who's that? Who's got that sexy voice?
Slim Jim.
Oh, Slim. Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to be rude to you, but these guys know me of old, and they know that they know which buttons to fucking push.
No, it's all right. I just like the other night when you were getting into it with James Bond. I just.
Oh well, hang on a sec. Whoa, wait a sec. You're talking about a kid who sits in the live chat, and I know I shouldn't react to him. I'm more than aware of that, but that's one of my bad habits is reacting.
Right. Well, like I was telling him, like if you drive him so crazy, why doesn't he just ignore you, right? And then I hate to see people misunderstand each other and then get mad at each other. That's all.
There's a lot of people who carry grudges for a very long time and just can't let.
This is all
we've all blown up with each other in the past. Hell, I mean, I've had my instances with a few people, with Gus, with Ermine.
There was that time where Steve promised to give me a blowjob and then had to make me pay for it.
That's after I bought you like 6 drinks. I think I was.
That's pretty
Steve,
low.
Steve, I've known you for a year and still no offer for a blowjob.
Well, since you shaved, you're not going to get one either.
I'm just looking at the people in the room. No offense, Slim, but the people that I've known for a long time in the room. And
It's been over a year.
Fallen out with all of you fuckers at one point or another.
That is true.
Sometimes on more than one occasion.
Actually, I joined the G Plus about a year and a half ago, actually.
Right,
and in YouTube for 3 years, so. 4 now.
Can I just say something?
No, you're just a youngin' on here.
I mean, like Drake, I mean, people have talked about your weight. I like thinking, were you in the army? Is it those muscle mass?
No, this is titty meat. Like there's just it's fat now. Like I haven't done a push up in.
I reckon that Drag is actually twice the size of G-Man.
Oh no, 3 times.
I mean, how tall are you?
I'm 6'1" right now. Yeah.
I mean, so he's not a small dude.
Have you ever met him, Drag?
No, he wants to meet me. He keeps talking about it, and my wife thinks it's creepy.
Promise me, Red, that you'll film that when they first meet and the size difference, because isn't G-Man about 5'5" or something?
I think Hannah said that he is 2 inches taller than her.
I bet your head is bigger than his face.
She's
Seriously.
5'5".
So he has to be like 5'7".
Now, I've actually met Drag in real life, as we've said multiple times, and yeah, Drag is a big motherfucker. So
I know
yeah.
Oh come on, he's short.
Hey, Drag,
not going to be any competition.
And he's short by Red standards because Red is a tall motherfucker apparently.
Yeah, well, Red stands about an inch or 2 taller than me.
Yeah.
How tall are you, Red?
6'5", 6'6".
Wow, I didn't know you were that
Red's
tall.
is tall.
Maybe that's why that you confuse all the flat earthers with your.
He can actually see the curve.
Hey, Drag, what'd you do in the army, man?
I was a combat medic.
That makes sense.
The morbid sense of humor.
Well, the morbid sense of humor and being able to lug around that giant ruck.
Yep. Had to. Well, we had tiny females, and some of them I'm not sure if you're familiar with our training over in San Antonio. You have to go to Camp Bullis for your final FTX, and for some reason they thought it'd be funny, the cadre, to put me in a litter and then have all the smallest females carry me in a litter.
No, that doesn't surprise me because I do the same thing to my guys.
Oh, you cadre?
No, I'm just staff sergeant, so I'll always find interesting ways to mess with them.
Oh yeah, you're Dick.
Yeah, like
who was the highest ranking?
CLS training. You know, I was like, all right.
Who's the highest ranking? Would that be me?
Skinny. You go carry the fat guy.
I'm E6. So anybody outrank me here?
No. No, I mean I did E4, and around when I made my E4. That was around the time I decided I didn't want to be in the Army anymore. So I didn't bother even trying to make sergeant.
I made E6 and 6. You know how rare that is? It's not that easy to do.
Well, your MOS is like, what, this small?
Yeah, my MOS was... Well, we don't call it MOS,
seriously,
but yeah,
like, you didn't have any points. Like, our points were always maxed out at all times.
What we call low-density MOS, right?
Well, yeah, but see, in the nuke thing, we actually went against conventional machinist mates, and so it was kind of weird because the conventional machinist mate and nuclear are two totally different things, and yet they share the same thing. But now the Navy actually got away from their system. They don't have rates anymore.
Oh, I heard about that. Yeah.
Don't know how that's going to work.
So what do you just refer to?
Well, they have the rates, but you don't call them. You know, I guess you don't say like ET1. You just call them Petty Officer First Class.
That's the thing that always confused me about the Navy is that you guys call each other by your job and not by your rank.
Not anymore, though. I think that's what they're changing.
Well, yeah, because it's so weird. Because my cousin is in the Navy. He's stationed over in Okinawa, and he is the fire suppression fucking dude. The people who work with the fire hydrants, whatever the fuck you call that. Like, how do you call him? Like, so a fire suppression operator Jones, get over here. That's so stupid. They say, "Hey Doc, come over here."
Well, just Petty Officer Jones. But I mean, I never was called Petty Officer McRae when I was in the Navy. At least when I was on my ship. Barely, very, very rarely. I was just known as Scooter, but he just called me Scooter. The captain called me
Scooter.
Yeah, Scooter.
I just make sure that they don't have anchors on their collar, and then I just say, "Hey, you male."
I would have had anchors in 8 years. 8 or 9 years. Yeah, that would have been pretty good.
I got the best thing. Every time I walk by my first sergeant office, he would start singing, "This is why I'm hot. This is why I'm hot. This is why I'm hot." Hey, how you doing, First Sergeant? What you doing, Doc? He's this little Filipino man, probably like a $170 soaking wet. What's going on, Doc?
God, I mean,
I always hated my first sergeants.
Mine liked me because I took care of the guys really well.
Well, I never liked them
when they got the drip, right?
I've been a staff puke my whole career. Oh, hold on.
Because at the moment because you talked about what you did for a job. I thought you were like tutoring in university or something.
Yeah, no, we're just talking about the Army stuff. But right now, I have 2 jobs. I tutor at the college on Mondays and Wednesdays, and Friday, Saturday, and Sunday I have a retail job.
Okay. Yeah, because I saw the graduation papers you had. That was quite impressive. I wonder if, and I don't mean this meanly, I just wonder if G-Man says he has gone to college. I wonder what college he went to.
Trump University, probably.
Did you say Ronnie?
No, G-Man.
G-Man. Well, G-Man says he went to community college for
8 years.
Semesters. No, he said he has. No, he didn't say he went to college for 8 years. He said he has studied sociology or human behavior for 8 years.
Social studies.
Social studies, yeah.
And I think in other words, he's been on YouTube.
But see, I don't know this for a fact, but I'm really tending, if I had to place money on it, to say that if he did have college experience, he was taking remedial classes like English 51, math, 87 or where the hell it is. I mean, all the remedials before you even can be able to take the actual starting entry level courses for college. Who has the TV on? Scary.
Still.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't think he took any advanced courses. I mean, I really don't. I mean, can you imagine Gary taking like a statistics course or a calculus-based course?
He can't spell statistics.
Yeah, I mean, and I told everybody. I mean, I admit it. I got a B in physics in college, and that was after nuke school because I didn't show up.
Well, I would have
I got an A on every test. It was a piece of cake, but I didn't go because I was like, I already know this stuff. I just want the fucking grade.
I'd have you know that on good authority, I've been told that G-Man got an A in finger painting.
That's not easy to do, actually. I think it's hard. So give him props for that.
I'm probably going to get a B in my physics course because I'm putting too much effort in fucking calculus.
How dare you put too much emphasis on the discipline you're actually going to need for your career?
I know, right?
I couldn't believe when you asked me that calculus problem when I think it was like general or urology did it. I was like, fuck, I overanalyzed that. I actually could have figured that one out.
Yeah, I mean, it's simple once you really grasp the technique, but it's like, ugh.
But I haven't done this stuff in ages, right? And that's why I said if somebody shows me the technique, I'm like, oh yeah, I can do this, but it's been way too long. But I mean, if you give me something and say, okay, here's a very simple problem with you apply the product rule to it and take the derivative, I could probably manage.
Come here.
What's the acronym for central time? Is it just CT?
The CST right now.
CST, right? Thank you.
Yes.
Well,
Central Standard Time.
Right, just like, well, I was thinking he could be like a mature student because, like, in UK, I mean, like, Annabelle will back me up on this. As a mature student, you can take like higher learning courses, which do get you into university quicker than taking your A levels.
Yeah, here you can. I mean, you can clip out of stuff, and if you can take advanced placement in high school. Most of us had advanced placement classes and stuff.
There's one problem with that, though. G-Man is not a mature student in any sense.
No, he wouldn't take advanced placement anything. Come on.
No, then he's not a mature individual. By the way, Annabelle, there's a question I wanted to ask about the kind of care Gus would need.
Say that again.
Oh, there was a question I wanted to ask about what kind of health care Gus would need after his treatment at the hospital.
Well, okay, go on, ask the question, go on.
Right. I know, I'm kind of guessing a lot of, maybe some of the health problem would have had to have come from the weight gain.
No, it's not. It's to do with blood poisoning.
Oh, okay, then I was mistaken. I thought it was something else.
And thank you, whoever gave the votes to True Empiricism. You are my hero. I will shave my nuts and give you the collections. Now, officially, I think True Empiricism, yes, True Empiricism is in the lead. Yeah, dun dun dun! High five, everybody! Yes, give it up! Yeah! Dumb fuck of the year!
I'm Facebook friends with Jack, and I'm about to tell him that he's slacking in his electioneering.
I'm not slapping Jack. I like Jack.
Where are you going?
No. I said I'm Facebook friends with Jack, and I'm going to send him a message to say that he's slacking in his electioneering for DD.
That's right. Stir the pot. No, he's doing just fine.
Man, such a waste of time when Antonio is going to win anyway. Suckers.
Yeah, but this is the thing: is that Red can fix the vote. Remember, Steve.
I'm taking screenshots. Fuck this. If I see some weird things going on, yeah.
There you go, an insurance policy.
He already made 9 out of the 10 links unlisted.
I am going to have an army of sock accounts waiting at the helm just in case that happens.
Shit, I am too. So right now, Darren's Deity has 235, and actually, you know what? I'm wrong. They're tied. They're both at 235. Oh my God, they're tied. I just saw Darwin's.
That technically means that Antonio's in second.
No, it doesn't work that way.
Sorry, keep telling yourself that, Red.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that. Well, second's just the first loser.
Really?
So somebody needs to be a tie. Who wants to be the tiebreaker? I mean, it's not going to stick, but come on, somebody go vote for True to be the tiebreaker, so I can say he's in the lead.
I think TXT already voted.
Oh, I use all my things. I'm going to create more though. Yeah.
I'll tell you. Do it, or we're not going to be friends anymore. This is best. Okay.
Out of morbid curiosity, how is Matt Slick doing?
Let's look. And by the way, Fiona she's going to make a video too, for Ronnie, whether she likes it or not.
Getting really upset that we're like pushing Ronnie vote. Like,
who is? No, Fiona? Fiona wants Ronnie to win. What are you kidding?
G-Man, like he made that one atheist have no productive hangouts.
Oh yeah, let me read that. Let me read that when I get a chance here. Let me answer the question here. Matt Slick, he has he only has 41.
If I fail every one of my university courses, but Ronnie is put as dumb fuck of the year, I'd be fairly happy this 2016.
So guys, let me read real quick what G-Man has actually posted on my video about my little contribution to the campaign. I'm going to put in the live feed too, so you can follow along. So here we go. So and read his comments. This guy's not articulate. I mean, yes, I make a typo every now and then, maybe a grammatical error because I do write an awful lot of shit, right? His is just instead of saying like I know, he types I and O. I mean, it's just and it's lowercase I. You know, it's not even a capital I. So, anyways, let me read what he actually wrote on my my video here. Follow along with me. He says, maybe he has two on here, so maybe the first one. Where's the first one? Oh, I'll read it this one.
Red, I have a question from Fiona. How much do you weigh?
How much do I weigh? 70 kilos.
What's that? No, can you go? You have to do it in pounds for us. What's that? 140.
70 kilos at 150 plus pounds. 154 pounds.
It's between. It fluctuates between 145 and 150. Depends on how big my lunch.
So you're quite skinny then, because you weigh the same. I weigh 145 pounds, so you're quite skinny.
That's pretty slim.
Yeah, I'm very skinny.
Yeah, it's 6'6" and 150 pounds. That's a string bean.
There are gentle breezes that can blow red line over.
I think I was 145 in middle school. I want to say it was middle school.
All right, let me read what he wrote here.
If I eat a Big Mac, I can push that to 155 easy.
I can't find his other comment, so he may have actually deleted it. Oh no, here it is. Okay, he has two comments. First one, he says, "Anyone who wins that award is a threat," spelled T-H-R-E-T. Let's think about that. T-H-R-E-T. I know I have some minor spelling errors, but threat I can spell. To Atheist Online, there is a old saying that it's very true. It's hard to read this because his grammar's so bad. There's no apostrophe on it's. And I mean, again, I make mistakes, but mine is not even this bad.
Man, those AP English courses must really suck.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He took remedial in college. But it says, Steve, this will go over your simple head, but try to pay attention. If no one is talking about you, if no one is talking about you, then you're not doing anything. Steve, last time I checked, sir, no one in my community, he says, cares about what you have to say or this immoral award you trolls have made up in your head. Well, it's not his community. Actually, if anything, it's my community because I'm the owner of the Great Debate community. But it's our community because we have a collective group of people that are all in the community. So it's our community, not G-Man's. And I don't go out looking for attention. I'm not an attention whore. I've never have been. I never claimed to be. I don't do this for the attention. I like people listening. I like talking to people. I like us having conversation. I like having guests come in. But I am definitely not a fucking attention.
Well, hang on. I'm going to argue with you just one moment because you do go out to a degree trying to promote your channel to try to get some attention back. The difference is you're not a malignant narcissist in the fucking process.
But that's not. When we say attention whore, I mean that people just do it because they want attention, positive, negative. It makes no difference, right? Yeah, we all want to be successful a little bit. We want successful channels. We do it because we enjoy it, and we also have some educational things that I think people could get value out of, right? But that's not to feed our narcissism.
But that's the thing is we need to point this out for the sake of those like G-Man that are just malignant narcissists that are all about self-promotion. I mean, we're talking about somebody that went into an offline hangout where there were like 3 people talking about movies or music or some shit, and then immediately started trying to promote his channel. We're like, dude, this is an off-air hangout. We're just chilling out. What the hell's the matter with you? He's like, you need to subscribe to my channel. I'm like, what the fuck is the matter with you, man?
Yeah, he doesn't. Well, he doesn't have the. I mean, he has the subscribers, but he doesn't have the views anymore. I mean, when he has a hangout, he usually gets about 20 people. And a really, really popular hangout, he might pull about 40 max. And I usually average about 40 to 50. And a popular video would be about 70. And I have a fraction of his base. I have 1/7 of his base subscribers. So I mean, if you do the ratio, I have a far greater view count than what he has.
He's like obsessed with trying to get people to watch his shit. It's like, what the hell, man?
Yeah, I mean, I post everything, but we don't sit there and drum up, hey, come watch the stuff. If you want to watch it, watch it. If you don't, whatever. I mean, it's just.
I just want to point one thing out, G-Man. There is such thing as negative attention. Just saying, sometimes if nobody knows about you, you might not be doing something productive, but you're also not fucking up quite a lot. So think about that.
Yeah, I don't have.
That's
you know
me.
what? I have a lot of videos people have made about me on YouTube, but there's not a single fucking video that's ever shown that I have fucked up science to the degree of any type, even close to what G-Man and Ronnie and the rest of them have done. Nobody's made a video about me where I was even wrong that I can find. It might happen. Don't get me wrong. There might be something I screwed up on. But if you watch any video that has my name in it from somebody else, they didn't point out anything.
Hey, Steve, just because you're not a scientist doesn't mean you're not an idiot.
This is true. Yeah, just because I'm not a scientist, does not mean I'm not stupid. Yes.
Just as an added footnote, though. That same fucking hangout that he came in was pulling all this shit. He then turns to me and he's like, "How long have you been using the name Shadow?" I'm like, "For like 6 months." He's like, "Oh, it couldn't have been that long because I would have noticed." I'm like, "No, you wouldn't have. You never watch anyone's shit other than your own." He's like, "I'll go look at your new channel now. I'll go look now." So he goes over to look at my channel, and 10 seconds later, he's like, "You don't have any videos about me." I'm like, "Why would I?"
Well, this is how I know that he doesn't watch my shit. And let me read this next comment he said off. And as soon as I get to the part where you can tell he has never watched my shit, say something, okay? He says, "Also, I have never met so many insecure know-it-alls." And again, he puts know-it-alls as Noitalls. N-O-I-T.
What?
Three words. Yes. No. Yeah. This is how.
Know-it-alls. It's like we literally say no to it all.
That's this. I'm not making this shit up. This is what it is. I'm putting it in the line for you. Know-it-alls. I don't know.
G-Man,
okay.
if you are watching this right now, all right, I want you to open up a new tab. If you're signed into your Google account, click the 6 little boxes in the upper right-hand corner, go to Google Docs, type in your comment there, because it automatically spell checks it for you.
Well, again, I mean, I'm the last person to correct people's grammar and spelling. I'm not trying to, but I mean, when somebody says know-it-alls, Noitalls, that's this weird.
So I'm a bit of a grammar Nazi.
All right, so anyways,
I am a grammar Nazi. I sit in the live chat.
Yeah, you and Sam, you guys love your grammar.
Fuckers that just memorize a dictionary. Nobody's time for that.
No, I just laugh. I just put the actual correct spelling and go lol.
Well, again, I write a lot of stuff, and so I don't pay attention half the time. I actually type faster than I even think.
You know I do.
I don't identify as a grammar Nazi, but I am part of the alt-right.
The alt-right. So he says, I've never met so many know-it-alls that brag about being smarter than others while not attempting to educate others on why they may be wrong.
Yeah, he's been making that argument a lot lately.
What?
He said that in a video, and he had mentioned it, I think, once during the recent hangouts that he had with me, and that's why I went off on him in my response videos. I'm like, look, motherfucker, you've had the equivalent to 2 semester courses in fucking biology from the people you've been talking to of all walks of life and all education ranges, and you still think that fucking modern evolutionary synthesis is the same thing as Pokemon evolution.
Because he doesn't understand it. But he says this. He says, "You all boast about what you got, but I never seen any of you attempt to educate anyone." Well, again, has he ever watched any of our videos? Holy shit. I mean,
Doc,
come on. That's just absurd.
Hey,
He was lecturing you about how selfish you were for going to college and getting a degree and not bettering humanity.
Well, I mean, I didn't finish my degree. I'm 3 credits away, pretty much, from bachelor's degree in nuclear technologies. But I did not finish. But if I took like 1 or 2 more courses, I could have finished it. But it's neither here nor there. But
wait a minute, do I interpret that as him thinking that? I'm sorry.
He says, "With that being said, atheists have no future." What does that got to do with anything? I'm not an atheist. You are all morally bankrupt and in need of deep psychiatric help. Again, not an atheist. Go take it up with them. I don't care.
I'm not debating that point, at least myself.
Steve, you're a disgrace. Instead of you giving out imaginary awards that don't exist, which, by the way, is what imaginary means. Gee, man, imaginary awards that don't exist. Yes, that's what imaginary means.
How all awards don't technically exist. I mean, they're constructed. We make them up to award people who we think deserve it.
He must be a platonic realist.
Yeah, it's an abstract concept. So he says...
have you also, talking with the alt-right, just very quickly, I just wanted to say to Max, have you noticed how Aestus is now hanging around with Dio, and Iron.
They have. For
I don't pay attention to Google Plus that much anymore. I just stop in from time to time. But
no, I'm not
people
talking about Google Plus. I'm talking about Hangouts. But anyway, it doesn't matter.
He says, why don't you contact True Empiricism and educate him on why he may be wrong? I have not. Okay, not only have I contacted True in the past to explain why he's wrong, I've made videos explaining why he is wrong, especially like the whole cytochrome C oxidation problem that he had. He actually seen that video, agreed that he said something wrong, and never admitted that I was right. He actually said literally that what he said he misspoke, and yet I was still wrong.
He was upset that you corrected him.
Which makes no. Yeah, but how do you say, I did make a mistake, but Steve's still wrong on this? Then you're not admitting you made a mistake, dumbass. And then he says, that's what adults do. Again, we can care less about your stupid imaginary awards. Well, I have to tell you, that stupid imaginary award that Dreads has on his voting video has 2,615 views.
How long ago did he post that comment?
That was done the day before yesterday. No, 22 hours ago.
Mm-hmm. And for fuck's sake, for the last goddamn time, I couldn't care less.
I know. I don't. It's an American
it's not
thing.
I could not care less.
It's an American thing. I don't get it. I don't get it by saying I could. It means that you actually could care an awful lot.
But
this is how we conversate.
Why do you have 2,600 views and yet you only have like 78 likes on that video? What, people don't like your stuff or something? Is it weird?
It's like the other thing that you guys do is that you say herbs instead of herbs. Putting that out.
Yes.
Well, there are such thing as ergs, but I don't use.
No, there's not.
Oh yeah, erg is a unit of energy.
Okay, no. This is simply a pronunciation difference. Now, in the U.S., if you're talking about herbs, you're talking about a group of people named Herb.
Actually, I did use ergs. Jules would be kind of.
That is true.
Yeah, Louisiana, they're called.
An erg is equal to
especially in New York, when they go, would you like some herbs on your pizza? No, but I'll have some herbs though, thanks.
Okay, I think we got a couple of herbs.
We say herbs, but we say herbs with an H, but it depends on where you're at. Some people call it herbs, like herbs and spices. But some people say
I have never heard an American say herb. All I've ever heard is this herbs.
I only call it with an H with if it's a person's name, like Herb would be the name. Herb would be what you
herb in the UK. Nobody's called herb. They're called Herbert.
Yeah, well, herb is just
Here's another way to piss off people from the UK. Pronounce warship, like literal warship, like your warship.
Yes, because that's relevant in my life.
Dreadnought.
Actually, I once pronounced warship in that way, and you gave me like a 5-minute lecture.
Dreadnought.
That's my name. What bugs me because literally there used to be an advert on TV in America. I've got the urge to herbal. And it's like, no, it's if you were French.
Just because Brits pronounce it different does not make it wrong when you have an entire nation.
Just pointing out there's an H there, and it's not silent.
Look, Americans are the center of the world, so let's just.
Okay. Fiona's got more street cred than me. Maybe you'll listen to her.
Yeah, the H is not silent in herbs. Anyway, I just wanted to say, I've put Ronnie in the lead.
Good. Here we go. Good.
I'm typing to Jack as we speak right now.
You need to check. Somebody else might have voted in the interim. It took me ages to get back in here.
My screen name is actually a portmanteau of the word dragon and dreadnought.
Yes, I'm well aware of that. But when you said name a warship, you were here, so I had to go with dreadnought.
Why does it need to leave?
Because Battleship just wouldn't have been as amusing.
It's a big boomy thingy.
I'm a landlubber. I've got no idea what y'all are talking about.
It's the big metal things that seamen all gather inside.
Yeah.
They're rubbed next to each other.
It's these large objects filled with semen. Got it.
I'm sorry, you get a couple of soldiers together and they're instantly friends and they all know the same jokes.
It's so funny. I do it at work too. There's like these old 60-year-old men, they wear their Navy hats, like, oh, you serve? I was like, yeah, but I was in a real service. And I just walk off. Such a dick, but they start laughing. They're like, oh, yeah, now I want to buy shit.
You can probably back me up on this one, but would you guys agree that the service has made you like a legitimately horrible person?
Oh yes. Oh, terrible. Actually, you know what?
What? Sorry, who's a legitimately horrible person?
The military will make you a horrible person.
Terrible person.
Well,
like I had no idea.
To do.
How come Drag isn't a terrible person then?
We are.
Well, I've done things.
Well,
yeah, we've done things.
There was a guy, and he didn't want to. He kept saying all kind of crazy things like, if you guys pass me and I become a medic, I'm going to allow people to die in war and all kinds of stuff. And so I got pissed off, and I deconstructed his bunk after every class, and I wiped my ass with his pillow sheet, you know, and
he made him sleep on it.
And he did sleep on it. He got pink eye. He couldn't figure out how.
He got pink eye. PCs give you pink eye.
Yes, the military does kind of change your morality a little bit.
I think that. I mean, something that you said the other day made me think twice actually, because you said that when you first came onto this, you know, into this sort of environment, you were a massive troll.
Well, no. When I was younger, I was a terrible troll. Like when I was 14, 15 years old, a horrible troll.
Yeah, but hang on a sec. Are we talking about on the internet or just in school?
Oh no, just on the internet. No, I wouldn't do the kind of stuff.
Hang on a sec, Drag. How old are you?
29.
But you were on the internet 15 years ago.
Yep.
They did have the internet back then.
It was very good.
It's just that I was the first time I had the internet was when I was in New York, and that was in 90s. Yeah, right. Okay, fair enough. Sorry, I'll shut up.
Yeah, but in '95 I could get on the internet, but I had to do it through an intranet.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I'm just so out of the loop.
Most of us don't remember the 2000s. From 2000 to 2010, we don't.
I had my first lesson. I had my first lesson or training, should I call it today, on how to use Excel. Okay.
Oh goodness grief.
Well, no, I took a course when I started going to this college. All I could take was something online, and so I took the Microsoft package course where it teaches you Word and Excel and all that stuff. And there's a lot that has changed since Windows 93. Like there's a ton of stuff that's changed. So I actually
only learned, and this is another thing that you guys won't believe. I only learned to cut and paste about 3 years ago, and I'll tell you why. I do have an excuse. Yeah, I swear to God, Drag, on my dog's life. So the reason I don't know how to use a computer or to put together spreadsheets or any of that, because we had the sales assistant, sales staff, a sales admin staff in our department from when I was in my mid-20s all the way until I started my own business. And even then, when I started my own business, I employed someone to do all my invoicing and all that sort of thing. It's only been in the last year that I've had to do it myself. So that's my excuse. And
I like Excel. I think it's kind of fun to play with spreadsheets, but.
Hey, I hate to interject here.
But
you're going to anyways, aren't you?
So desperately sad. You think it's kind of fun to play with Excel?
Yeah. With cells and doing the some of the cell manipulations.
Yeah.
So you're going to say something, Slim?
Yeah, I got to duck out.
I'm worried about it.
All right, thank you, buddy.
I'm genuinely concerned.
Well, make sure you make some. Make sure you make some stock accounts and vote for Ronnie a few more. Just make one more.
I think I might have to come to California and sort you out.
By the way, I got another vote for true empiricism.
Does anybody remember Legend of the Red Dragon? Does that strike a chord with anybody?
Legend of the Red Dragon?
Yeah, back in the day when you had bulletin boards, you had about you had a 2400 baud modem, and you called up what's called bulletin board systems. They were running on.
Steve, they're not old enough to remember.
That's what I'm asking them. And the bulletin board systems, you would have the game called Legend of the Red Dragon. It was a turn-based thing. You get about 10 turns, and then you had to increase your character. And you can actually download it offline now, but the problem is you still have to wait a day. You have to wait periods of time, and you only get 10 turns a day. So it's really freaking
Steve, come on, man! You're talking to a bunch of people that if you asked them what FidoNet was, they thought it was a place where you exchange puppy pictures.
No, I do remember the bulletin boards because that's where I got the term flame from. One of my screen names was the Flame King, and so that's kind of where I started my trolling. But no, that was the FidoNet. That sounds like around the time with Telnet, wasn't it?
Yep, that was right.
Yeah,
that was
Telnet
part of Telnet, long before Telnet.
Telnet. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. See, I came around.
Yeah, Telnet. You had NetMail. This was all, and then you get sysops channel rights, and then you can actually go into the whereas section and find the Whereas stuff, which was really kind of like mostly like 8-bit pixelated softcore porn.
Sam says that Excel is for peasants who can't program.
True.
He's not wrong.
Yeah, he's not wrong on that. I mean, I took a course in actually Excel and Access, and we're and all that. One of those college courses, and I don't like the Access. To be honest with you, I don't like doing SQL or anything like that. But if you enjoy that kind of stuff, that's fine.
Yeah, and by the way, I'd like to say, shut up, Sam.
Okay, I got a new total. So the total number of votes, this is distributed amongst everyone, is reaching 907 votes total.
So take a screenshot.
So you can tell G-Man to shove it up his ass.
Well, what did he
It's
say?
an imaginary war nobody cares about.
Yeah, he's saying that no one cares about it. It's not popular and stuff. I'm like, so far we have 907 votes total. So fuck off.
Well, hopefully, as I was saying in Red's Hangout yesterday, I'm planning on buying a 3D printer for a friend in the community at some point over the course of the next year, and we're going to see about when we start doing the Dumbfuck of the Year. I'm probably going to enlist her aid in actually 3D printing an actual award.
That'll work.
Have a hat in the shape of a penis.
Actually, I was thinking taking that images you find online of the guy with his head shoved up his ass and just make it look like that on both sides.
No. Here's the thing. I've been thinking about that, and here's what I'm thinking. Let's hypothetically say that Ronnie wins, which he won't. Of course, we all know that. But let's hypothetically say Ronnie wins. At the very top of the trophy, I want to put the pi symbol.
It has to be crushing him.
Yes.
Yeah, so basically,
you may want to be very careful about the pi symbol. That has now been linked to Pizzagate.
Oh, give me a break.
Seriously, pi. Apparently, P-I-E.
Yeah, but what system of measurement do they use to get pi?
It stands for Pedophile Information Exchange. So they've conflated that with pi, P-I, and the symbol. And they've found a chain of pizza places called Pi, the Pi symbol. And they're linking that to a paedophile ring now. So given my avatar, I'm stuffed.
A pizza's called a pie. That's what it's called.
I know that.
Yeah.
But somebody has said, there's that song, when the moon hits your eye, like a big piece of pie. No, they're saying the lyrics are a big piece of pie.
It's not.
It's nothing to do with pizza pie.
It's pizza pie.
It's rubbish.
That's what Americans.
I know it is.
Americans.
I know.
But, I mean, that's what's interesting though, because Americans don't call it that very often. But sometimes you'll hear it from the older generation, like I'm going to get a slice of pizza pie, and you think,
yes,
that's what's a pie, but that's what Americans call it.
Okay,
and also Vietnam and Taiwan.
Okay.
I think they were the two.
Okay. I'm so out of touch on this one. What the fuck is Pizzagate?
Oh, jeez.
No, go watch a video on it.
I believe that you don't know what it is. It's a massive conspiracy theory.
You've got 1 minute to explain the Reds. Then I want to move on to something else. I don't want to talk about Pizzagate.
You ever seen Law and Order SVU?
Yeah.
Okay, that. There you go.
I see.
I would like to say one thing, though. I would like to say one thing about it, right? It's about paedophilia. It's about paedophile rings. It's about child abuse, right? And in this country, we had a huge paedophile ring that was allowed to get away with it for years and years because people just didn't want to believe it was going on. We are still in the process of a 2.5 or 3 year, or even longer, I believe, investigation on this particular paedophile ring because they're government ministers and celebrities, and it's becoming ridiculous now. In fact, some of the victims are saying they're not even going to bother anymore because it's such a joke. So although I appreciate there's an awful lot of ridiculous connections and aligning things with things like pizza pie, I also think that you've also got to remember there's no smoke without fire, and there may be some element of truth to it.
I would agree with you, pretty much on that, except that they have been able to find the evidence. I mean, and I'm talking about solid evidence. The problem with Pizzagate is that no evidence. I mean, this nonsense about triangles. Well, a triangle is also the recycling symbol in Europe. Does that mean that everybody who recycles is now a paedophile? And in fact, the video that was making the link with Pi is also trying to make a link between people who are environmentally conscious and paedophilia, because the pizza place called Pi says that all of their stuff is organically sourced and it's from renewable resources, so they have a smaller carbon footprint. So on that basis, they are now linking those that are environmentally aware to paedophilia.
Yeah, I mean, this has been one big troll from the get-go. I mean, I know there's a couple of people in our community that's advocating that there's, quote, worthy of an investigation of sorts, and I'm sorry, I don't see anything to this besides 4chan. Really,
God damn it! I'm sorry I asked. I'm sorry I asked.
I'm going to say, obviously, the person you're talking about happens to be a very good friend of mine, so I'm stepping out of this and I'm not commenting.
Yeah, and I love him too. I have the utmost respect for him. I respectfully disagree with him on this. I have looked at it. I have been objective. I have done my reading. I cannot in good conscience think there's anything to this. I just can't. Not from what I've seen. I wouldn't even think it would go to a grand jury. I don't think it'd be even indictable. There's nothing to it. There's just.
Okay, I'm sorry I asked. I realized my mistake.
I mean, just out of curiosity, does anybody here think there's actually something substantive to this?
Let's move
on.
Let's move on.
Yeah,
so anyway,
Antonio. I just want to say something to Steve. Steve, I just want to say that I haven't done any investigation into it at all. All I'm saying is that I'm going on the fact that last time there was a huge conspiracy or a huge big deal about paedophilia, it was poo-pooed, brushed under the carpet, and hundreds of children were abused.
Right, and that does happen, but there must have been something that evidence, even if with that story that had happened
at the time.
But you have to look at the evidence that's out there. The evidence out there does not exist. You cannot say something happened before, therefore let's investigate it this time. It doesn't work that way. You have to have some cause for investigation. These people's livelihoods have been threatened. A guy walked in there with a gun and started shooting the place. This is something that's gone beyond being absurd, because it is an internet hoax. It is a joke that 4chan has played and has gone to the point where it's disturbing.
Right. Okay. I mean, that just shows how enough about it to argue it. So I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
It just shows how fast conspiracy theories travel. Okay, we got it. Move on. I'm sorry I asked the question.
Yeah. Can I just make one point about this?
No.
You know what? If Jade and I agree on something politically, you know it's got to be right.
The last time an internet phenomenon caught wind this fast, Donald Trump became president. Now we can move on.
That's what I'm saying. If Jane and I agree upon something, then, you know.
Yeah, when the Anonymous Collective endorses a presidential candidate, people should know that there's a problem.
Yeah, no problem.
By the way, have you guys ever watched Saturday Night Live's Adam Baldwin's? He is fucking funny. I got to give him props. He does hit Trump really freaking well.
I haven't seen this yet. I'm seeing a bit of news about the fact that he said that he'll stop doing impressions of Trump when Trump shows his tax return or something.
He's funny. I mean, it's just some funny stuff. Especially on the tweets that he's doing. Donald Trump loves his tweets.
Well, and Trump was tweeting during the show where, Baldwin was making fun of Trump tweeting.
Yeah, I know.
It's just comedy gold.
I'm so worried about that shit.
What I find fascinating about Trump is the fact that his presence on social media currently is like he's like a teenager on Twitter, and he's going to be the leader of the free world. It blows my mind.
He's probably got the most Twitter followers of all time, if you think about it. Good.
Are you saying the presidential election was an elaborate conspiracy for Donald Trump to get?
Yeah, it was promoted by Twitter.
Followers.
Yeah, Twitter got Trump elected.
He doesn't
Twitter
have
for
anything
Trump.
like the most Twitter followers. He's not even close to the highest.
Not yet.
Not yet. Wait till he gets inaugurated.
No. Hang on. There's something worth pointing out here. He doesn't have to have the most Twitter followers. There was a measure put into place that would allow through the emergency broadcast system, something along those lines, for the president to send out a fucking text message to everyone in the damn country. Think about that for a minute.
Well, I mean,
You're all gonna get-
it's funny.
you're gonna get
He's
a
not even
message.
president. He's not even president yet. And he's already pissed off China, and that takes a lot of effort. I mean, that's
Yeah.
pretty good.
No, actually, with respect, guys, it doesn't take a lot of effort. It's very easy to piss off China. That's the point.
Not to this degree. China is, they haven't really.
I fully support what. Oh, go ahead, Annabelle.
I've worked with the Chinese government most of my career, and they are extremely difficult to deal
They're
with.
extremely difficult, but they've kind of not been too aggressive towards us.
No, hang on a
when
sec. That's very different to pissing, and that's a whole different discussion. The fact is that all of the countries, and I've watched it every year at the IMF World Bank meetings, tiptoe around China all of the time.
They're hypersensitive. That's I'm not saying otherwise.
Yeah, it's not difficult.
But he is the
to piss
first
them
president in
off.
like 50 years to have communication with the Taiwanese president. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
That's something I want to. That's something I want to.
Conversation.
That's actually something I want to applaud Trump on. I would much rather have him support Taiwan than the Chinese tyrannical government.
Oh, you know what? I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem. She called him, by the way. She called him.
America needs
I don't have
China
an
as
issue
much
with
as
it.
China needs America. Let me make that really clear.
No,
There's never ever going to be a war between China and America.
No, we're too codependent on each
exactly.
other.
Do you aware why we quit talking to Taiwan? The main reason?
Yeah.
Well, China
One of the
didn't
main
like
reasons?
China wants Taiwan back, and
No.
we made a
As
diplomatic.
long as we stop recognizing Taiwan and recognize China instead, the Chinese government have laid off trying to invade Taiwan or harass them in any way.
Right, because they want.
This
them
was
back.
a decision to protect Taiwan.
But also, China is aggressively stamping its mark all around Asia at the moment. It's a very powerful force. It's got the biggest sovereign fund in the world. I mean, America can't afford to piss off China at all.
No.
But even if, let's say, Trump did say something really dumb, China would just laugh in his face. Then he's not somebody that is considered probably even somebody to be taken seriously by the Chinese, I suspect.
Don't forget,
he does
one of the
represent
problems
us.
that we have is that it's a bit complicated with Taiwan because it was after Mao's revolution that the government of China fled to Taiwan, and Taiwan was the Republic of China, and China is the People's Republic of China, and Taiwan still claims to be the legitimate government of China. So it's a bit more complicated.
It's very complicated. I mean, that's the thing with geopolitics. It's all the tribalism that goes on within these regions that we don't really understand unless you're studying that particular area.
I'd say the problem is that we have somebody that's a president-elect that's not willing to actually pay attention to the fucking treaties.
I'm gonna head to Taco Bell real quick, so MIA, be right back.
Anyway, the point being is that the country I would be more concerned about if I was American is Russia, quite frankly, because that really is a basket case, and it's in so much economic shit. It's got no money. It's being run by a bunch of gangsters. It's a mess, and they're much more likely to get into some kind of fisticuffs with America than any other country in the world.
But Trump's their best friend.
Now,
Yeah, exactly.
there's a truce between China and Russia. That makes it even doubly a concern.
Yeah, and I mean, China's all over Africa. It's got so many investments in Africa. I mean, not to mention China's got so many investments in New York. It owns half of Wall Street, for Christ's sakes. I mean, this idea that we're going to suddenly start going to war with these countries is a joke. They're all in bed with each other. Goldman Sachs is the Saudi government's bank. I mean, it's just like they're all in bed with each other, and Trump knows this. He's not that much of an idiot. He's just, Are
you sure?
Yes,
What we have
he
to worry
has.
about isn't a war with boots in the ground. What we have to worry about is a war of economics.
Yeah, well, that's exactly. But that's the thing, that if China decided to, if China pulled the plug on the investment that is put into America, it would crash the economic system. China bailed out Merrill Lynch. China bailed out Bank of America. I mean, it's just, and Qatar bailed out. Oh shit, what's that bank called? Shit. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Put it this way: the Middle East and the Chinese bailed out the American economy and the UK economy as well, not just the American.
Right, but I'd also like to point out that we've been through this before.
Well, not quite.
Except it was,
you didn't have China bailing out your bank.
No. Let me finish. Except it wasn't China; it was Japan. This was decades ago. Does anybody remember that? Decades ago, when people were terrified that Japan was going to own America.
Yeah, well, that's probably by the time we took over the defense. Because
you've got literally China owns. Well, okay, I'll give you another example. Saudi owns the majority sharehold in Citibank. I really don't think any Japanese sovereign wealth fund owned an American bank at the time.
They did.
Which one? Which one?
I don't remember. I'd have to look it up.
I'd like to see evidence of that.
In several banks.
It's my business. It's what I've been doing for 20 years, and I'd really like to.
Well, this is actually older than that. This is like 30 years ago, I think.
Okay, well, I'd like to see evidence of it whenever it was.
Okay. Yeah. But the Japanese investment in the United States was so huge that people were frightened of it. And then the Japanese economy tanked.
Well, the Japanese economy has been in free fall for years and years and years, and it still is to a certain degree, which is why it
did hurt us.
I'm going to bid you guys adieu for a little while.
Saying it didn't.
Everybody's got controls, so please show people. I'm going to.
Well, including me.
Everybody, yeah, you can. Of course, you got controls. Yeah, so don't piss off Annabelle too much. Annabelle's got controls. We all know what happens.
Yeah.
That's when shit gets real.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're gonna play a game called Last Man Standing. Start ejecting people. Whoever's one last in here wins. Just kidding. I'm gonna go eat though. So continue on because I'm not.
What are you having? What are you eating?
I'm gonna make fish. No, I'm gonna make fish. I had bought some fish.
Well,
today.
again.
I'm gonna make it.
Well, I mean, right now in a globalistic economy, don't really countries own property and companies everywhere around the globe? It's not so much.
But the thing is though, Max, is that what happened was as the U.S. economy started to crumble because of toxic mortgages, which is really what made the whole, West. They were all at it. The French, the Germans, the Brits, they were all at it, and they were all passing the buck to each other and selling each other derivatives in different funds, and the whole thing was a complete fucking mess. Okay, we know that. So, but what happened was, the Chinese and the Saudis and the Qataris, the Middle East, have got these. You know what a sovereign wealth fund is, don't you? Yeah.
Sovereign wealth fund? No, I'm not familiar.
Okay, that basically it's a government's, piggy bank. It's where the excess they make. As we have a deficit, they have a sovereign wealth fund. They've got more money, so they put it into a fund, and then they go around the world buying things up, like General Motors or Bank of America, or see what I mean? So, and the Chinese and the Chinese have not just done it in the UK and in the US and in France and Europe, Germany, wherever, done it in Africa, Asia. They've got the Chinese and the Saudis have got their fingers in so many pies, and they are far more financially viable than the US or the UK because we are in trillions of debt.
Wow. So wouldn't that follow then the United States and Great Britain also has, something of fund that, so they could buy...
because you have a massive deficit. That's the whole... The sovereign wealth fund is the opposite to a deficit. It's a what's the word?
It's a surplus then.
Surplus, yes, exactly. And it's then they take that surplus and they invest it into a fund that makes it more money. And the Chinese have the biggest surplus in the entire world. And what they've done with that money is buy up all of the debt that was crippling Europe, and make sure that we didn't, and make sure several banks and corporates didn't go under.
I see, but that money is tied in multinational corporations. Those corporations are going to need international stability in order to accumulate more wealth for the nations.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Oh, so if I have a national surplus and that's tied into, let's say, Citibank, And Citibank requires stability so they can make more money. It's really hard for a company to profit in a war zone. Then China has some incentive of keeping peace with the West. Mostly
that's what I said. I said that. That's exactly what I said. I said that China can't afford to upset America, and America can't afford to. They need each other. That's why they will never go to war. Russia is a bit. That's why Russia is different, because Russia doesn't have any interests. I mean, obviously they have interests, obviously, but not to anything like the scale of the Middle East and China. And I mean, you'll be fascinated to know that places like Indonesia have money, have surplus. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's interesting who now holds the power in the global economics, and that's why it makes me laugh my head off when von Helton says, "Oh yeah, the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds. These people are nothing compared to the money that the Chinese and the Saudis and etc. have got."
Yeah, those are dead. Yeah, those are dead old white European American families. I know that's, and yeah, I'm kind of reasoning to what you were saying initially. So that I'm reasoning pointing to new information you're providing me. So of course I'm just reasoning the same conclusion you started off with.
I think the problem with America is it's, you know, like with the Cuba Missile Crisis and the paranoia that set off, which is understandable to a certain degree. But you know what I mean? There's a certain paranoia that America has that the rest of Europe just doesn't. The rest of Europe, that Europe, say for example, doesn't have, because we're used to going to war with people. We're used to having moments in our history where we've been, you know, crippled financially. We had to come begging to the IMF and all that sort of thing. The idea of that happening with America is just unheard of. But actually, if it wasn't for the Chinese and the Middle East, then that would have happened. You would have had to have gone to the IMF.
Yeah, I mean, Europe is really Europe has already had its kind of 20th century mass conflict. So yeah, as you were saying, they don't. And
I would say the same. I'd say the same for America as well. It's had
that too. Yeah, I mean, the development of the West is really tied into the whole post-World War II recovery. If it wasn't for the United States actually funding it for most of Europe and getting it off its feet, and Europe repaying back by starting NATO and assisting the United States throughout the Cold War, the military power and alliance that they currently have now would have been non-existent.
I mean, obviously, I wouldn't say that America won the war, but it certainly funded it.
That it did.
I mean, we paid back, I think we only just paid back about 10 years ago what we owed you. I think it wasn't long ago, put it that way.
Yeah. And my country.
That sounds about right.
Yep. Although my country of Canada was like, okay, Grandpa, Great Britain, we'll fight with you.
What?
Oh,
you fought alongside us.
Well, yeah, we did. We didn't really have a choice. You guys fought. We had to fight.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah.
And did you ever hear the stories? Did you ever hear the stories of how Canadian soldiers were trained by British officers?
No, probably not. I'm not really a massive fan of. You know, I'm not like Gus. I'm not that interested in it. The only reason I'm aware of what's going on economically or geopolitically is because it was part of my job for 20 years. I mean, I had to read the Financial Times every day. I was hobnobbing with people like Hugo Chavez and Bill Gates. I mean, that was my part of my job. So, but now I live on a little island and I don't find out. But I mean, of course, I have no idea what's going on right today, but I'm pretty sure things have not changed that drastically since last year.
Oh, yeah, probably not. One thing that really bothers me about the Trump economy is how how protectionistic it's going to be. You know, trying to get.
But this is what's so funny. It's the people that voted for him. Don't they get that he's going to be taking care of all his buddies now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not just that, but he's trying to recover an economy that's been obsolete since the 1970s at the latest. Manufacturing jobs are dead. The economy's evolving and changing, in accordance to the internet. And those old jobs are not going to last, nor should they. Like, those are going to countries that are now starting to develop in the industrial era. Now we're just moving past to a service economy. Like, he literally wants to take a step backwards in time. which is not all too helpful.
Well, that's what people voted him to do. They want to go back to the 50s, don't they, when things were really good.
Yes, and everyone was, when everyone was, weren't people still dying of polio at that time?
I think so, yes. I don't think we eradicated that. We certainly didn't eradicate polio until the 1970s.
Yes. Polio, I don't remember the exact dates, but the polio vaccine was in the 1950s when I was a small child. My mom was afraid to let me go out because we had a raging polio epidemic in this country.
Yeah, we had it. We had one of my cousins had it, and she had to have her legs broken to set them straight.
Oh my goodness, that's terrible.
But it is terrible. People don't. You see, that's the thing, though, Jade, is that this millennial generation. No offense, I'm not talking about you, obviously, Max, but your age group don't have any comprehension of strife, in my opinion.
No. And as
I'm not going to argue against that point.
I just wanted to say, as someone who lived through the 50s, we do not want to go back there.
No, not just for polio. As women, we don't want to go back there either.
No, you don't. Nobody wants to go back there.
I don't know, Jade. I think there's a few men that would love to go back there.
You maybe. You know, back in those days, if a man was men weren't arrested for beating their wives. If there was a domestic violence, the cops would come out and say it's none of our business, and then they'd go.
But it wasn't just the 50s, Jade. It wasn't illegal until 1990.
Yeah,
it
Bush,
wasn't illegal.
The what's called administration, not Bush. The Clinton administration. I want to say last year or two. That's when he had passed a bill. Because
until 1990, it was perfectly illegal. It was perfectly legal to beat your wife in the confines of your own home.
I think marital rape.
Wasn't there like a rule?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Yes. Marital rape as well. My dad beat my mum probably on a monthly basis, and the police used to stand at the end of the drive yelling at him to calm down while she was screaming, "Help me, help me."
I worked to get the law passed here in California because, as usual, we're one of the first. Rape illegal. I worked to help get that law passed. So I remember that. That was in the 1970s. And we still had people saying, I don't understand.
Really. Huh? Wasn't that long ago that we were really backward? Do you know what I mean?
No, it wasn't. And we had people saying, I don't understand why we need a law. Well, one of the reasons we needed the law was a case that occurred where this couple were separated. They weren't divorced, but they were separated. And he had left the home. But he got angry and he broke into, quote unquote, his own home. The law couldn't do anything about it because it was his home and his wife. And that was one.
Like I said, I mean, we never had anybody. My dad was never arrested for beating my mother ever.
No, and you could beat your children bloody.
Wait, quick question: was there literally a rule of thumb where you could beat your wife with a stick so long as it didn't extend? It wasn't wider than your thumb.
No, that's actually.
Sorry, you're going to have to say it, Max. I didn't catch any of that. What did you say? Could you? I don't know. It's me or
no. That's a myth, actually. I think.
What's that?
Okay. The question was, is it true there was a literal rule of thumb where you could beat your wife with a stick or an object so long as it wasn't wider than your thumb?
Yeah, I think that people got that from what is that movie, The Boondock
Saints? Yeah, I was wondering whether or not.
I mean, there's a guy in the chat saying, "Awesome Avenger." Before 19, that the police could press charges if the wife wanted them to. I'm sorry, but my mother tried to press charges against my father and get him arrested many times, and the police were not interested. I think you've got to live this. You really need to understand that I lived through it, and my mother still is. My mother has what's called tinnitus, where my dad used to punch her around the head, and she has to take not tinnitus, Meniere's disease. She has to take tablets to stop her from falling over. And that comes from years of being whacked around the head. The police used to stand at the end of the drive, and my mum used to beg them. She used to scream, "Please help me," and they stood there. So if that was the case, then they would have come in, wouldn't they?
Another thing. I mean, another thing that was fairly helpful.
You know what I hate? You know what I can't stand is people that tell me how my life was when I was growing up. It bugs the shit out of me.
One other positive law was no-fault divorce that was passed in the United States, at least nationwide, during the Reagan administration. Before that, it used to be someone had to take the blame for why a divorce is happening, and no one really wanted to do that. And, couples would just stay together, and sometimes violent relations, just like the ones you two were describing. And really, what that law did was fairly helpful as well.
So hang on a second, I just want to say something. No, guys, can I just say something, please? Because there's a guy in the live chat that's bugging me. He's just told me that I'm lying, basically. I can't talk about your personal experiences, but it's not true that the police would stand by and do nothing if charges were pressed. How many more times do you have to hear me say that my mum would beg them to come and help her and they would do nothing because my father would tell them to fuck off? Now, what part of her obviously needing their help and desperately crying out for it and then ignoring her was her not trying to get them to press charges?
And I'd like to point out it was the same way here in the UK. It was the same way here in the United States. The police would do nothing because it was a private matter.
I'd like to know what Avenger's experiences are and his knowledge of domestic violence law, that he can tell me exactly what happened when I was a kid in the 1970s in the UK.
I'd like to know how old he is.
Well, yeah, that's another thing.
And about divorce, I wanted to mention that. When my parents got divorced, it was all they'd been married for over 20 years, and it was all very, adult. And this was in the late 1959, I think. The problem is you couldn't do that. Somebody had to be at fault. So my dad agreed to take the hit. So they went into court and they lied. And my mom's best friend took the stand against my dad, up in defense, because they had to do this. And when I found out about this, I was furious. I was furious that they had to accuse my dad of mental cruelty when he hadn't done anything, just so they could get a divorce. And I had a lot of respect for my dad putting up with that. That was the only way they could get a divorce, is if somebody was at fault. So there were a lot of lies. I mean, everybody lied in court. You had to lie in court just to get a divorce.
You know what it is with these millennials is they think because they read something in a book and it says that was the law at the time, that's how it must have been followed by the police.
Hey, to be fair, this Avenger person might. We don't know that he's a millennial. He could be much older. Like, stupidity knows no age.
Yeah, he just said that to say that it was legal to beat your wife, what was it, before 1990, isn't true.
Now, what he's saying, Jade, what he's saying is before 1990, if the wife chose to press charges, then the police would arrest the husband.
They didn't. That's totally untrue. Completely.
I know,
untrue.
I know, but you can't tell these live chat trolls.
Can I jump in for a moment here? One thing that you have to keep in mind is, for the longest time, in terms of things like family law and what have you, which this somewhat falls under, the law code on that wasn't very stable for the longest time. A lot of it was state by state. So region by region, even within the U.S., there'd be a wide level of variance in terms of what the law was. It wasn't until initially people like Luis Ferraggio actually set the family code in Texas, which then became the template for what they ended up using across the U.S. a number of years later. But it wasn't until those things started going into place that these laws really started snowballing. So depending on the time period you're dealing with, as well as the state you're dealing with, there can be broad variances within the U.S.
But I do know, remember, feminist here, studied women's history, and lived it in the United States. I don't know of a place where what he's saying is true.
Jade, I don't think either you or I at any point said it was legal to beat your wife. What we said was that until 1990, that you would not be prosecuted. Nobody would take you to court.
Right.
It was legal to. It wasn't. What I actually said it wasn't illegal to beat your wife.
Right. It was effectively legal. The way I put it. It was also effectively legal to beat your kids.
And basically, this awesome idiot is accusing both you and I of being a liar because he apparently knows about my life and your life better than we do, Jade. I'd just like to point that out.
And this is frustrating. And he's telling me something that I studied. He's telling me something that I
you know what? This is.
I want to control something here. back in the 1970s, there were no women's shelters for battered women. I mean, well, okay, there may have been a few here and there, private ones, but by and large, there were no women's shelters.
The first women's shelter opened in 1974 in the UK.
Right. So but you know what we did instead, because I was involved with the Women's Center in Orange County. And I took women into my home, because that's what we did back then. We took women who were escaping abusive husbands into our home. We took women and children into our home. And I learned a lot from that, because frankly, I had the attitude before then that, well, why don't these women just leave? I learned a lot more about how women get battered and how they fall into these relationships. The law wouldn't do anything. We actually had, as some friends of mine went to this one woman's house when her husband was away with their trucks, loaded everything up and took her and her kids away because her husband was violent and the police wouldn't do anything. This was a reality.
Prior to it being made illegal in the formal sense.
Right. Yeah.
You could get them for things like drunk and disorderly, disorderly pace, this kind of stuff. That's the most you're going to get.
Oh, and by the way, everybody was given at least one drunk driving back then. Drunk driving wasn't a big deal. You got to pass on your first arrest, at least the first, sometimes more. Was that the judges would think, well, hey, I could be coming home from the club and be drunk. So drunk driving was not considered serious back then like it is now. That things have really, really changed in my lifetime. And I think a lot of younger people have no clue how much they've changed.
Incidentally,
this is the problem.
The reason why I brought up Luis Raggio, other than the fact that my wife used to work for the firm that she started, and I've met the woman, and she was a remarkable woman. She died a few years ago at the age of 91. She was one of these spearheads back in the 50s that managed to give women the right to own property independent of men.
Oh, yeah, in some place. Now, it kind of depended on what part of the country you're from, because here in California, and in some places in the West, some of our laws were based in part on the Napoleonic Code because of Spain. And because of that, this is where, what's the term I'm thinking of? Community property comes from.
Yeah.
A community property comes from the Napoleonic Code. So if in California, if a husband and wife got divorced, had equal rights to community property. And much of the United States didn't, because it was based on English common law.
Not anywhere to get away from these fucking trolls.
In any case,
you just can't go anywhere. Yeah. There's nowhere you can go to get away from dickheads in the live chat.
Annabelle, hang on a second, please. Now, but here's the thing: is this was really back in the 50s that just started changing across the nation, and women started being able to own property. Prior to that, when you're seeing these things like like the Wild Wild West and this kind of stuff, where the husband dies and the woman has to remarry, that was so that she could keep the property, because property laws were that fucked up back then. And this persisted even through into the 50s.
Well, and again, I said it depends on what state you're from too, because in certain places you did have community property laws, and women did have more rights, and in other places they didn't. You're absolutely right. Women didn't have the right. It was necessary for them to get married, just simply to be able to have their own things. But no, and of course, let's not forget the wonder of the American apartheid in the 1950s. Wasn't that fantastic?
Yeah.
I mean, no, the 50s were a terrible, terrible time. Oh, and drug use was rampant. Alcoholism was rampant. Nobody cared. Drug use was rampant, but they didn't call it that because you got it from your doctor. Full of pills starting from the 50s on the 70s, and it started to be, come into awareness in the 1970s. One of the things that really, really helped was when Betty Ford talked about, how she'd been just. Back then, if a woman went to the doctor, basically being female was a disease. So you'd be given drugs to make you feel happy.
Hey, Jay, the opiates through mail, was that before or after your time?
No, that was during my time.
Oh, okay.
You know what we've got? The problem what we've got in the live chat are the millennials. These are exactly what we were talking about. That they just read something in a book and they take it as read. And then when you explain to them that's not how it was, we lived through it, we know what it was like, we're told that we're wrong and that they insinuate we're lying.
Oh, and by the way, that whole man spreading.
Wait for this one, Jade. Wait for this one, Jade. Wait for this one.
Okay.
Oh right, I'm shouting now. Basically, I'm shouting him down, even though I've asked him over and over again to back up his claim that police always arrested men if their wife demanded it. It's hilarious to me that he makes this claim, but now he's accused. Yeah, I know, but we've got to get over ourselves.
Well, you unfortunately cannot
ignore him.
Yeah, you can't ignore
I know. You know what? You're absolutely right, Fiona. I'm just going to hide the chat. I can't deal with kids that have got. Get everything. I can't deal with kids that get everything from the alt-right media.
Mm-hmm. And I'd like to talk about Jim mentioned man spreading. Jim, that started as a joke that some people took too seriously.
Man spreading?
It had absolutely nothing to do with feminism anyway. Nothing whatsoever.
Just like to say about man spreading though, that men do tend to do that on the London subway. We have much smaller seats on the London subway where we're confined to a very small space. And if somebody is sitting there with their legs akimbo, which men tend to do because it's a man stance, it can be quite intimidating. Yeah, absolutely.
Right, but the whole thing, the whole fuss over it was a tongue-in-cheek thing. Oh, you men, you're horrible because you're manspreading. I mean, yes, basically it was a way to comically address something that really is a problem occasionally, but it wasn't that serious. Unfortunately, the media took it and grabbed it, just like they took it. Thing that was done in what was it about bullying in high school? I can't remember it right now, but they take things and they exaggerate them, or they don't bother to investigate them. And then you have all the trolls running around going, oh my God, feminists are doing this whole thing. And then you have some idiot feminists going, yes, this is a serious problem. We need to do something. And the rest of us are going, holy fuck, can't you take a joke?
The feminists that are making a big deal, or that I should say were making such a huge fucking deal out of it, were doing it just because it was on the news and it was something else that they could jump on to get attention.
Yes, exactly. And these are
mind you, I am talking rad thems.
Yes, and these people are a problem. And whatever political position you might take or cultural position, there are always going to be people who are crazy. There are always going to be people who take it to an extreme, and there are always people who are going to use it just to get attention. But as I said, it started as just like a comical way to talk about that was noticed on the subway, but it wasn't, oh my God, you men are horrible.
Yeah, I wasn't even aware that there was a huge contingency of people who were upset that I sometimes spread my legs if I have some extra bus space.
It isn't.
If you have the space, go for it.
But that was the thing, is it was in circumstances in which there wasn't enough space, you have these people that are just basically being rude. And and for decades and decades, you've had, men complaining about women putting their purses on the next seat. So here's a way to get back.
Yeah, and it's the same thing. Or their bags. You see women go shopping and they come to the buses or the subways. They've got all these bags and they're taking up 2 whole seats. No, sorry, take a taxi or, whatever. If I ever had, I was taught when I was a kid, because we didn't have subways, but if you go on the bus, you're going shopping, and you got a whole bunch of bags, and the bus is full, you take the next bus. Yeah, there are inconsiderate people. I was on BART once, and this kid was asleep, and he had his skateboard with him, and he'd wrapped himself around in such a way to kind of protect the skateboard, I guess, that he took up 2 entire seats that were perpendicular to each other. And we just sat there and laughed at him. And if it had been so crowded, if it had been so crowded that there weren't enough seats for anybody, I'd have kicked the son of a bitch. I mean, not like really hard. I just, like shoved his leg or his foot to wake him up and say, move it, buddy. And that's also one of the problems too. And I've run into this. A while back, we had people complaining about these people who were, taking up all the sidewalk, all these young people taking up the sidewalk in this area of town. People couldn't walk. My head off, because I would go there. There's this used bookstore there, and I'd go all the time, and I'd park around the corner, and I walk around. These young people are sprawled all over the sidewalk, just talking and stuff. And I just walk up and go, hi, excuse me, and automatically a path would open. They'd all move. All
I don't know. I light a cigarette and I get the same result.
Yeah. Well, that's a little different, but yeah. But all you have to do, and I would tell these people, I said, well, did you ask them to move? I didn't even have to yell, and I just said, oh, hi, excuse me, could I? All of a sudden, all the legs moved. It was like magic. Nobody said a word to me because I was older and they don't talk to older people. But everybody moved their legs. I walked through the sidewalk, no problem. And then I'd look behind me and all the legs would close up again.
Of course, then there's the inverse problem, which is, you're going through a store, there's like 5 feet on either side of you in the aisle, and somebody's like, excuse me, and you're like, for why? What?
Yeah. But that's
either way, it can get obnoxious.
Sometimes the people who are complaining need to take a little responsibility themselves and just ask them to move, or say, I had a bus driver make a fuss over a bunch of kids saying, oh, well, if those kids give me a trouble. I said, excuse me, I know these kids. And all I have to do was say, hey, do you mind, or whatever. I've never had any problem with them. I was really upset that this bus driver automatically assumed that these kids were going to be a problem. And teenagers, that's what teenagers do. They're sullen. Yeah, that's basically it. Sometimes people just need to, move it, buddy.
Is this their show?
There was somebody that said something quite
Is this the G podcast?
Hang on. Wait, Annabelle, please, wait.
All right, so I was passing some brothers over
sorry,
in
Drag, I didn't realize, sorry.
And they were telling me that you had some kind of show, but they were trying to preach and stuff on the street. They told me to hit up your show, man. So what's going on with you?
Well, the show is dedicated to the Black Hebrew Israelites. Talk about all things the Black Hebrew Israelites every now and then.
But yeah, man. But what kind of problem you got with them, though, man? Because I see the brothers on the street all the time. They be speaking the truth, though, man. What you got a problem with them?
Are you a pastor of a church?
Nah, man. I just hang out with the brothers. Like I say, they told me to check out your stuff. So they said you had some kind of problem with them, and I'm just trying to find out what's going on. You know what I'm saying? I just like to look at the truth.
Okay, yeah, I have a lot of problems with them. They preach a lot of false doctrine, for example.
Okay.
Just give me a second here. Hold on.
Okay, I ain't interrupt your show, am I?
Yeah, they teach that salvation is attained by knowing your nationality and by keeping the law, statutes, and commandments. They believe that the Israelites are black.
Yeah, they were black though, man. They were brothers.
Indians, and that's not what the Bible says.
They were. Now, come on, man. You know they were brothers, man. How you gonna survive back there with no white skin, man? They gonna burn up.
I'm sorry, you say that again?
How you gonna survive back in the day? You ain't got no dark skin, man. They gonna burn up in the sun.
Listen, man, the Bible says that the Israelites were already red.
They was red, man. Of course, they had a little bit of red skin, man. They ain't just the black man. They ain't like Wesley Snipes.
According to the 12 tribe chart, they believe that the tribe of Judah is the so-called Negro, for example, and that would be anyone that's an African American in this country.
Well, man, they wouldn't.
They prove that. That's just a claim that they're making.
I don't think they was African, though.
28 verse 68 to do that.
I don't think they was.
And I have to hear other people here online that are here to show people that that's not true. It's a false teaching, and it will lead you away from Christ and not to Him.
What that got to do with Jesus and stuff, though, man? That's just the color of their skin.
The Hebrew Israelites were not black. They were red. They're lying. They're identity theft thieves.
They say they're identity theft thieves?
Yeah, they're stealing the identity of the true Hebrew Israelites.
But is that about the salvation, though, man? I mean, that seems like a small point to me, man. What that got to do with your salvation?
It's got everything to do with your salvation, because they also teach, because they're Israelites, they have to keep God's law, statutes, and commandments according to the Old Testament, not according to the New Covenant that is found in Jesus Christ.
That sounds like some semantics, though, man. That sounds like y'all just talking about them semantics.
No, it's not semantics. Do you know what the gospel is, sir?
Nah, like I said, I just listen to the brothers. I just hear the truth, man. I don't claim to know nothing but what I hear.
Okay. The gospel is this, sir, that Jesus Christ came to die for sinners. That would be every man, woman, and child on the planet. Okay? And that when He shed His precious blood for them, these people would now have the opportunity to have eternal life, that they would trust them. And
Jesus is black. He called everyone brother.
My question is, do you want salvation right now, sir?
I mean, I'm just trying to seek the truth right now, man. I ain't trying to get nothing I don't know about. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to learn.
the truth, but you still need salvation. So you still need to know the Lord Jesus Christ.
I mean, I can't even spell salvation, man. Tell you the truth, man. I'm just trying to find out what's going on.
Listen, man, you got my phone number. You can call me anytime you want. We can talk privately. But listen, man, we're all sinners. We have all messed up. We have all broken God's law. We have all fallen short of His glorious standards. And from Christ, we can't do nothing for ourselves.
All right, man. You know what? I appreciate you talking to me, man. You sound like a smart brother, man. What's your name again?
My name is G-Man.
G-Man. Okay, man. That's what they call you on the street, though.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what's good. That's what's good. All right. Well, next time I pass by him, I'm gonna tell him I talked to you. You know, at least because I like to talk to both sides. I like to hear both sides of the story. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, because you know everybody's trying to run off at the mouth, say they know this, that, and the other. And then you know you meet that person that actually know a lot of stuff, man. You got to sit down and actually try and listen to them, you know, so they can kind of teach you something. You know what I'm saying?
No, I hear what you're saying, but listen, man, feel free to call me whenever you want, even after the show tonight.
All right.
I'll talk to you about this, man, but we all need Jesus Christ as the Lord and our Savior.
Okay, man. Like I said, I ain't mean to interrupt your show, nothing like that, man. I appreciate it.
All right, man. Talk to you later.
Okay, I wish you were watching the internal
What the fuck
chat
did I
here.
just come into?
Drag, I wish you were watching the internal chat. I was trying to get you to say, but Jesus had to be black. Why else you think he called everyone his brothers?
I would do that next time.
What the fuck did I just walk into?
Right, you're gonna let him know that's you at some point.
Eventually.
How did he not figure that the fuck out?
Don't know. It's like
He's
shitty
gonna blow.
impression.
He's gonna go mental. Is that the
Worst
first
bullshit
time you've done
accent
that?
ever
to him?
embodied.
Yeah, well, you would think he'd look at his phone and see this. It's a 337 number. Like,
Yeah, but Hank Drag, is that the first time you've done that to him?
yeah.
Can I call into that
Okay, but
show
I
right
can't
now?
get over that you didn't recognise your voice. Because you've got a very distinct voice.
I would have thought that he would have recognized it, but maybe it sounds different over the phone. I don't know.
Wait.
Maybe.
Can you give me the number? Is that a toll-free number, and can I call into that?
No, that's his phone. That's his personal phone number.
Bro.
He put his personal phone number underneath the video.
Oh.
Oh no!
Really?
Yes.
Really?
That's what I called
Hang
it.
on, hang on.
The New Jersey
Is
number.
that toll-free? But
No.
so I have to pay.
Hang on a
fine.
second. Hang on a second. I just want to point out for anyone that is not a complete fucking buffoon, there's this lovely app in Google Hangouts that actually allows you to be assigned a special call-in number just for your Hangouts.
I love you, Shadow. Thanks for reminding me.
Okay,
But Gmail's not right enough for that.
Yeah, the second I called it, it said New Jersey. I was like, yep, that's his number.
That's who you look like, Max. The guy from Friends. What's his name? He's now
Ross?
doing. No.
Chandler?
No, the other one,
No.
Joey.
Joey.
Oh.
That's who you're reminding me of now. Your
Can-
look with your
Can
hair
I?
and thing.
Hey, quick question. Can I call in and say, you dumb motherfucker, that was Drag on the line, you piece of shit?
Greg, can you copy paste the phone number into the?
Someone's going to tell
Well,
him.
I'd like to. When you do finally get round to telling him, Drag, I think you should make a video so that we can all have a good laugh. when
Oh,
we
come
do
on. I
reaction.
want to break the
You know
news to
what?
him. I
Wait.
really want to break the news to him.
No. Someone should call in and pretend that they think that he's a Black Hebrew Israelite. And tell him, now look here, son. You Black Hebrews, you just got it all wrong, you know. Jesus wasn't black. I don't know what's wrong with you, son. And he goes, no, I'm not a Black Hebrew Israelite. No, that's what I'm saying. You Black Hebrew Israelites, you just got it all wrong.
But you're wrong. Jesus wasn't a black Hebrew Israelite. He was a Kitsune from China. Yeah, and he was trying to spread Buddhism to the ancient Hebrews. Yeah.
Have Christian Hillbilly call in and pretend he's a black Hebrew Israelite. That'd be awesome.
This is the same person who told me rocks are organisms. Why are you laughing? You were at a hangout. Yeah, do you remember?
That doesn't make it any less funny.
That kind of dumb fuckery escaped my mind. What hangout was
Rocks
this?
are organisms.
Yeah,
Who
because
said that?
this was a while, but this was months ago when Christian Hillbilly he said he didn't agree with evolution because he thinks
Hillbilly.
that
Hillbilly. I
this is
thought
Hillbilly.
they were back on Gmail.
No, because he was saying that he thinks everything was specially created, and so I said, okay, well, what were the things that weren't created? So, or what were the organisms that weren't created? And he said rocks. And I said, wait, so rocks are organisms? Yes. Rocks.
God
just
damn
make
these
sure.
fucking people.
Rocks. Yeah, those organisms. Yeah.
God, there be organisms, man.
In the chat, Albad Eulogy said that get the drama llama in there to talk to G-Man.
Drag, you take two rocks.
No,
If
the
you take
drama
those
llama
two
would just
rocks,
be sitting there masturbating in a G-Man hangout. Who you kidding?
you take those two rocks and you put those rocks together hard enough, you get pebbles, motherfucker. They be organisms. Man,
And
they teach you shit about the birds and the bees. God.
As a footnote, if I were to send any of my puppets in to deal with G-Man, it would be Fundy Fox, who'd be arguing as to the
Drag,
nature
please, for the love of fuck, let me break it to him.
No, don't bother.
Come on,
It'll ruin
please.
Drag's ability.
No.
Then Drag won't be able to do it again.
Yeah, that's the thing. Just leave it alone so Drag can
Oh, man.
Well, given that we're live on here, I think the word is out.
Yeah, I have. Here's the thing. I have
Skype.
I have the paid version of Skype. I can call any fucking number on this fucking thing, and so he can fucking have the Skype number. I don't care. So
G-Man doesn't ever watch anyone else's videos. He'll never fucking know.
Somebody will tell him.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah, someone's go. Please, if you're watching it, don't tell him just yet. I want him to lose his collective shit later.
Yeah.
It's like you would think that he would have recognized that it was me, but I don't know. It was a really terrible rendition of me imitating my cousins.
Yeah, is this G-Man? Yeah, how you doing? Now, I want to ask you a question about all those black Hebrew Israelites. Yeah.
Sorry, fucking around.
No, it's brilliant. Funny. That voice, I love that voice. Sounds a bit like Aestis, though.
Hey, we can hear you, Max.
My wife is over here cracking up me calling in G-Man. I'm gonna have her call next.
Oh, that'll be brilliant.
Yeah, what does the G stand for anyway? Does it stand for goofy? Because you're kind of a goofy.
Hear me? Hi, I'd like to ask a question concerning Jesus' sexuality. Do you think there's evidence that he was a gay man?
If we can't hear the other side of the conversation, it's kind of shit.
Okay, but can you go over them? So how come he hung out in the desert alone with 12 other men? Well, I mean, if you spend all your time alone, especially in your 30s, when as a Jew you should be married off to other women, that should set some alarm, sir.
So how come he hung out in the desert alone with 12 other men?
I mean, he could be. You don't know what happens in those NBA locker rooms, sir.
Well, I mean, if you spend all your time alone, especially in your 30s, when as a Jew you should
He is married, and you do see him with women, so naturally.
It doesn't set off alarm. Do you believe that LeBron James is gay?
No, because he actually has been a girlfriend where he just had none.
Sir, I asked you a question. Do you believe that LeBron James is gay?
Well, being gay is not the same as being bisexual, sir.
He's always in the locker room with a bunch of men. Does that make him gay? No, because he actually has women and girlfriends.
That is true.
Listen, bisexuals exist, okay? I know that LeBron James is gay. Well, being gay is not the same as being bisexual, sir. Okay, listen to me, sir. Okay, if you practice homosexuality.
What about the fact that he gave his mother off to John the Apostle? You know that John? I mean, usually we'd expect him to give her off to one of her brothers or sisters, but to someone you call your most beloved, like that strikes me with some alarm, sir.
Well, what about the fact that he gave his mother off to John the Apostle? You know that John? I mean, usually
at his crucifixion.
One of her brothers or sisters, but
right.
To someone you call your most beloved, like that strikes me with some alarm, sir. Well,
your brothers or sisters, that's who was supposed to do it according to the Jewish law.
Give one of the disciples his mom.
That would probably be
right, he was about to die, right?
Yes.
Okay, in Jewish code, did Jesus teach? I'm sorry, in that particular code.
But you give it off to your secondary brothers or sisters, the next oldest. That's who it would go to, sir.
Right, but who was the oldest? Who was the oldest? That would probably be Jesus. It was Jesus, since Jesus was the firstborn.
Are you saying? Are you saying Jesus didn't? Are you saying Jesus didn't fulfill the law perfectly, sir? Sir, are you saying that Jesus did not fulfill the law perfectly?
God, he had the authority to allow whoever he wanted to.
Hello?
Sir, I'm not done, sir. Sir, I'm not done. Okay, for those of you who are watching,
He hung up on you.
I don't think I was trolling you or what, but to answer his question, Jesus
Okay, he hung up.
Okay,
Sorry, guys, what
kill
you
it.
doing?
Drag.
So,
All right.
he actually gave out his actual personal phone number for Hangout. Is he
That
not-
number is a New Jersey number.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
Can we put him back in for Dumb Fuck of the Year?
Effie, why can't
You know, I mean,
New rule, you pull this shit. New rule, you pull this shit, you watch the fucking sidebar. I had a good one for you, Epi.
I at least use Google Voice, but damn.
Oh, sorry, guys, I couldn't hear the headset. What was going on?
Epi, I said next time you pull that shit, pull up the sidebar because I had a good one for you.
Oh, sorry, bud. Drag already went with the whole Jesus was black. I had to take the whole Jesus was gay thing.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: when he took Thomas into the tent to show him the secrets of heaven, what do you think that meant?
Well, I actually was gonna ask him, sir. Jesus had brothers and sisters. Are you a Roman Catholic or something?
Can somebody call him and ask him who he's voting for Dumb Fuck of the Year?
Oh no.
Come on, come on, ask him.
Come on, guys.
What? It's a legit question. Seriously, ask him. Red should ask him.
Then he'll know it's us lot trolling him.
Oh, I think he's
He'll
figuring it
hang
out.
up on us and then go on a 20-minute rant.
Right now, he has no idea that he's been trolled by two of the people that he hates the
No,
most.
but Reg could call. He can even know it's Red's. Reg needs to ask him, hey, who are you going to vote for Dumb Fuck of the Year? Since you can't be nominated this year. He's has immunity, right? So since he has immunity from Dumb Fuck of the Year, who is he going to vote for?
I have no idea. Oh man, I should probably call him, but he'd already recognize my voice. All things given.
I think this joke's exhausting.
What's he doing? Has he got anybody in his hangout, or is he just taking calls, or what's going on?
He's taking calls.
All right, okay.
So he's live now.
Hey, buddy, I got a question for you. Can you spell pernicious twat?
He's got 3 more viewers than me, the fucker.
Why don't you ring him up? Why don't you ring him up?
He's got 7 dislikes. So.
Come on,
Shadow, ring him up and use that voice as a Jew.
No, I'm not going to do that. And by the way, it's a Jersey Jew.
Oh, God.
You know what he should do? We need to get Tom Rabbit in here now and have him calling up and act in the voice of Nadia.
Oh, that would be brilliant.
And by the way, it's a Jersey Jew.
That would be hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, hey, G-Man, over.
So why do you think we don't have to follow the laws in the old testicle?
Doesn't say over, Steve. She says, go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Excuse me.
Seriously?
Excuse me.
We gotta ask multiple personality. We got him finally in here because I don't know why you couldn't find the link because I'm at G+. But okay, multiple. Who are you voting for? Say it with pride.
Antonio.
DD.
You suck.
You suck. Sorry, man. DD just
got horrible
pisses
echo.
me off.
Echo. All right, on top of the echo and not voting for the right person, boot his ass.
Yeah. I don't know if he's worthy enough to be in here after all that.
Damn.
And echo. Yeah, look at echo. Echo.
Sorry, we play for keeps here.
Yeah, this is serious shit. This is for Dumb Fuck of the Year. This is for 2016, my friend. This is like no ordinary.
Please take the echo out.
How can you guys not vote for Ronnie though? I mean, not vote for DD. DD is like the number one guy.
Yeah, you got to put headphones on.
Okay, put the echo out, please. It's driving me nuts.
Hang on a second.
Come back in.
Multiple, you're causing pretty serious echo. You need to either switch to a headset or adjust your volume seriously, man.
Yeah, see, Darwin's is a dumb fuck. However, he's more of a dick.
Now, if you have your Bible now, I'm going to read something to you.
Oh no.
John chapter 4, verse 1. And then
God damn, this guy's an idiot.
What's G-Man? Of course.
Are we sure he can't run 3 times in a row?
Are you going to ask him what they call the
okay. I'm going to call him.
Christ?
I'm just going to ask him a simple question. Who is he voting for Dumbfuck of the Year?
Okay. You do that.
Thank you.
I should ring him up.
He actually did put his own phone number in there. How dumb is this fucker?
Shall I ring him up and ask him what his thoughts are on
Exactly that dumb.
Damn, I might just have to call him into work. Okay, I wouldn't do that, but he wonders why people call him at work.
Echo. I think I might ring him up and ask him what his thoughts on feminism are.
Didn't he ask you to make you a sandwich and comment on your PMS?
Oh, it was terrible. It was the PMS, and I wasn't allowed to have an opinion because I was a woman.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we know where he stands on the issue of feminism.
Listen, I've known G-Man for 4 years. He knows damn well that that was just like a red button for me, so that's why he did it. Although, like I say, I mean,
what can I do for you?
My name is Jose. Doing good. Okay. I only have one question. Okay. I hear what you say all the time, and nobody asked the important question about Jesus. You know this, right?
The important questions about Jesus, I agree with you. A lot of people don't ask the important questions.
Yeah, of course. I feel like they don't follow the Bible. And I tell the people all the time, nobody do this when Jesus was there. Nobody. And I find it disgusting that somebody would say all the things they say. Because Jesus would never go like that. He would ask the silliest question. And here is basically the silliest question. And I bet you that you know the silliest question.
Are you saved?
No. There is a bigger question that Jesus asked. When he was hanging from the cross, he asked the main important question.
You're losing me. What's the question?
Okay. So remember when they were torturing Jesus, and he was being condemned. He made them carry the big cross. Who was the person that helped him?
Wasn't the Ethiopian? You talking about the one that helped him with the cross? I think it was a Gentile.
Yes, and when they were
trying to help him carry his cross, if I'm not mistaken.
And when they were carrying the cross, Jesus asked him the question too. And he asked all of the crowd and of the soldiers. And also, when he was being crucified, he was screaming the question.
Are you talking about Jesus or the person that was helping him carry the cross?
No. Jesus was saying the question and was also doing this to the people, as well as the people who helped him with the cross, as well as the people who was, even to the Father, when he says, Father, do not worry about these people, for they know not what they do. I think what he meant with that.
That's not a question. That's a statement. That's not a question.
No. But after that, it was they know not the question, with the answer to the question. Okay, and so the question be, G-Man, who are you going to vote for Dumbfuck of the Year?
Oh shit!
You're disgusting. You're disgusting. You are disgusting, Red Rhetoric.
Oh man!
They're laughing in the live feed over there. Even his own followers say they're laughing and say sorry.
What's going on in his live feed? What did you say about his
live feed? They're all his own people are cracking up in his live feed. They're like, ha, sorry. Shouting for Christ is even like epic.
So my wife is sitting right here, and you guys might be able to see her, and she is dying laughing right now.
Oh shit! Brilliant. Between the gay Jesus, the Black Hebrew Israelite call, and this is the closest
I am
I've
calling
come
it
to prank
now.
calling
I am
people.
taking that segment and I am making that into a video as soon as this video is done.
Reds,
As
that's
soon as
a
this hangout is
classic, I have
over,
to
I am
say.
owning that. I am using that. Thank you, Reds. That was the funniest fucking thing I've heard all month. Jose.
man. Oh boy.
Oh my god.
You know what was brilliant about it was the build-up. He was so, he was like, yeah, the Ethiopians. It was just beautiful.
He asked them all questions.
Red,
The same question he asked Ethiopian.
No, I think it's disgusting.
Red, at first I was like, come on, just get to the question, but the build-up was spectacular. Great.
That was good.
One
Really
point-
good
At
build-up.
one point, he went silent at one point, and I thought he's starting to click. But no, he's just
Don't ever do that with G-Man. Don't ever stop and go, you know what? I think he's starting to click here. Oh, no, you know what? No. G-Man has never happened when G-Man stopped and went, oh.
No, it's just like the other night when I got in with the ancient Chocobo people and Dr. fucking Klaus Tribe. I gave him like 6 Final Fantasy references and he didn't.
If he ever has like light bulb that goes over his head, it's like a 10-watt bulb.
What did he say to you, Drag? He said, yeah, I don't think I've heard of that. What's his name again?
Yeah, they repeated that. Yeah, it was Dr. Klaus Strife and his friend Mr. Barrett. They did a lot of research in the area of materia.
No, he went, right, I've never heard of him, no. It's just brilliant.
Yeah. This is the closest I've ever come to
No, I
prank
have
calls.
to say that was very cleverly done, Red. I have to say, because I thought you
I
were
gotta
just
get
gonna
Shandy.
go in and
I gotta
like
get
say,
Shandy in here.
No, who have you voted for then? And you just kept that. I just thought it was brilliant.
Uh-huh.
Poor old G-Man, he's gonna go mental. Is he ranting, Steve, in his hangout?
No, he's actually moved on. But the whole live feed busted up. Even Blessed Child, Shanty for Christ, they all were like just rolling.
By any chance, were you following the live feed when I did the prank call?
No.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Well, the thing is,
I'll
the
just
problem with
rewatch
yours,
it.
Max, the problem with yours, you had this terrible echo, and it was just awful.
It's hard to hear the other side too.
No, that was my fault because I was trying to play it at the same time so you could hear what G-Man was saying.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of prank calling, but damn, that was great.
That was fantastic.
When you do make that into your own video, send it to me. Oh,
Shandy,
Shandy.
was that? I'm making that video tonight. Yeah. So was that?
Broadcast.
What's the question, Shandy? That Jesus asked.
Broadcast.
So
I'm the broadcaster. Oh wait. I'm sorry. I see her, and so I think she's already been broadcast. You all have mods, people.
I love it when Steve does that. He gets angry with us because he's given us the role.
You all have mods.
I don't have mods.
You do too have mods.
No, I don't.
You sure?
Damn straight, I don't.
Is Shandy in? Shandy's probably pissing herself right now.
All right, Shandy, was that funny?
Hello.
Hi, you enjoy yourself? You enjoy the prank calls?
That was such awesome trolling, guys. That was epic.
Thank you.
I got the idea randomly because I did prank call a few folks on Blog Talk Radio a few years ago. So I said, you know what, let me see if G-Man would actually entertain me for a while. But I was like, you know what, I really can't change my voice to another human voice without people knowing it's me. But I tried my luck with G-Man. I said, well, you know what, he didn't recognize it, so he must really be like not paying attention. So it just snowballed from there.
That was brilliant.
Man, I've never peed myself. That was so funny.
Oh, that was the best in the world.
What do you say?
So who
Jesus
was the
said
last
the big
caller?
question.
Was that you, Red?
That was me, yeah.
The first caller was me. The second one was Maximus. The last one was Red.
Good job, you guys.
Here.
Shani, Shani, can I ask you, did you know it was drag on the first one?
No, I didn't.
You got Jeff.
Honestly, I thought it was Ken Jones because G-Man couldn't find any friends.
Did you hear that?
Well, G-Man has a hard time trying to find people. to come to his show because he's so awesome. And even though we just came from Krispy Kreme, I still can be up long enough to help with the G-Man here. Oh.
Someone download that Hangout from G-Man before he deletes it.
Oh yeah, we want to hear it. That's true. Yeah.
Well, either way, it's still on Steve's Hangout, and this Hangout ain't going anywhere.
No. Posterity.
No, but to hear it from the other end with him, oh, that would be so. Was he playing? Yeah, he must have been. Otherwise, Shani wouldn't have heard it, would she?
Right. Yeah, she heard it.
Oh man, that's the important question.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting. The question they ask. I ask you question. What is the question?
I'll have a question.
Oh man, it's the same really pathetic, badly voice that I used on the dude that called from the IRS scammer place. I figured that G-Man would have seen it, but apparently he didn't. So.
Yeah, I would have figured that G-Man might have recognised Drag's voice, or he might definitely have recognised Max's voice, because Max didn't even put on an accent, for goodness sake.
Anybody who thought that was funny needs to go vote for Ronnie.
You would what? You were trying to put on a what accent?
I was trying to sound gay, but apparently that didn't work out.
Well, has it crossed your mind that you usually sound gay, Max?
Oh. Hey Max, that's what you get for not voting Antonio. See, if you had just voted for Antonio, none of this would have happened.
I think that would have confirmed my gayness rather than taken away from it.
Oh, come on.
Hey,
I suspect that Gary Moore probably thinks you're gay anyway.
That is true.
Listen,
I have to say that I wouldn't say it. It's not nice.
All right, there's only one way to have a gay test. All right, Max, if you saw Antonio, would you jump on him like he was made out of chocolate cake?
Not even if I was gay.
Okay, there you go.
Like if I was a gay guy, I think I could do a little better.
Just a little better.
I think I'd probably go for Sam or Dragnot.
You know what? I was just thinking.
They have
I'm a rough lover.
Drag's a bear. He at least like keep you warm and.
I mean, I don't like to say things because I know that Drag's wife is listening. But honestly,
I don't think she cares if we talk about Drag.
I know,
if I say I want to cuddle with Drag, I don't think she's going to.
I know, but I just want to say, just for the record, he is so cute, so cuddly, so hot. Can I just borrow him for just one night? Is that?
I agree with all of that. Plus, he has the added benefit of being a black guy to piss my parents off with.
You know what? We could all go cuddle together.
That was good. That was good.
Yeah, if I brought Drag home to meet my mom, I don't think she'd be too thrilled. But I don't think it has anything to do with his blackness.
Brutal, Max. Brutal. That was beautiful and fucking hilarious.
Thank you.
Mom, I want to meet my special friend. He's a bottom.
My wife asked that. My wife asked if my little brother was a bottom or a top. I'm like, you want me to ask? I'll ask him. Say whatever. I was curious too.
We have so much more fun in my hangout than G-Man does in his.
Yeah,
we have no sense of humor over there at all.
The thing is, though, I meant what I said. I meant what I said the other night. That when he's not on show, when he knows nobody's watching him. He's actually quite normal. You know that, right?
Yeah,
I've heard, and I mean, I've been in off airs with him where he's actually been okay.
I still haven't gotten an answer to my question. Who's he going to vote for Dumb Fuck of the Year? Seriously, it's very rude just to hang up on somebody, G-Man.
You know what, Red? You know he might, if he was going to, he might vote for DD. They do not get on.
That's true. Shanny, did you vote?
Did I vote? I vote for Von Hilton.
Oh. Yeah, you see, thank you, Shani.
Thank you. He can't win.
I voted for him simply because.
Have you heard the way?
That's not a terrible choice.
Have you heard the way that little shit speaks to women?
That's why Ronnie's boring. You know, and Von Hilton's a little bit.
Ronnie doesn't know what pie means.
But all of these people would never. No. None of these people that you guys are talking about would say, "Hey, do you mind making a motion as if you're sucking the biggest dick imaginable in front of a green screen?"
You can't vote for more than one. Go ahead.
I'm still confused by that. Like,
you know what?
Context of that?
Shanny, you can vote for more than one. Go vote for True Empiricism and Antonio. That's fine. As long as you don't vote for Darwin's, because Darwin's is like.
Can I just ask a question about Ronnie? Because I can't remember this. Wasn't it him that said birds self-propel themselves?
That was Arcane.
That was Arcane. But
That was Arcane. I think
Ronnie agreed with him. Ronnie said, I was just about to say that.
Yeah. Ronnie agreed with him. Yeah, fart propulsion.
Yeah. You see, actually, I do. You know what? I'm starting to have second thoughts about Von Houten because Von Houten just says the craziest shit that he can think of, whereas Ronnie and Arcane actually believe the shit that they can.
Yes. Give it up for Annabelle. Thank you.
But
That's why Ronnie's a dumb fuck. Von Houten is just delusional. There's a difference.
The Earth is round. They at least know that the Earth is round.
I got an idea, folks. Hold on for a second.
You know what? That's Red's trump card.
Got that? Shush.
Well, how about this?
Hey,
how about
Lisa,
Red
would you
honorary lifetime?
Do you mind calling G-Man? He has a live podcast going on right now. This is being recorded. Could you call in and pretend to be like some radical black feminist and that's just criticizing the shit out of him? Okay. Yeah, he's on Google right now, and he put his actual fucking phone number in the comments. And so I called him pretending to be some idiot from Louisiana. All right, well, no, I used my idiot from Louisiana voice, and I told him I was from New Jersey, which I sound nothing like fucking New Jersey. And so he still believed me. So I figured you could call. Yeah, well, I didn't use my hood nigga voice, but I use one close to it. But if you just call in and then just say some wild shit to him, he'll lose his shit. I guarantee you.
I think they might be having some kind of debate on their channel now.
Okay, I'll send you the phone number in just a second. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you. Bye.
Oh, Jackie's here. Hi, Jackie.
Hey, Jackie.
Is that your wonderful wife, Drag?
Oh my God.
No, this is a friend of mine.
Bunch of people who I like. Yay.
Jackie, I give you puppies if you vote for Ronnie. You get all the free puppies for the rest of your life. You get a new puppy every day. I take the old puppy away and give you a new one. You get a fresh puppy every day.
Jackie, he's lying. He's lying. He's lying.
Vote for Ronnie or the puppy gets it.
Yeah, so
that was my line.
Deciding on my vote. I have not decided on my vote. So
Jackie, remember how I'm Remember how I'm coming over there and we're gonna have an awesome party. I'll make it the best goddamn party you've ever had in your entire fucking life if you just vote for Antonio.
Hey, you know what? You vote for Ronnie, I won't even show to the party.
Here's what I'll offer.
Reds, there is a deal on this one. We will all vote for Antonio if you do a back crack and sack wax and video it for us.
I've already, no, that's mine. Hey, I'm having personal service there. That's my video.
That's a private
video. That was my bloody idea.
Hey, Jackie, if you vote, Jackie, if you vote for True Empiricism, I will give up beef and chicken and all poultry. I promise.
Who cares I don't really care for what other people eat.
Hey, you know what? Hey, Jackie,
you're saving.
Jackie,
think of all the cows you're saving.
Jack, first of all, the voting. She asked a question.
Yes. Fiona.
Hang on. The voting ends.
You and I make a brilliant sadistic team.
The voting ends at the stroke of midnight at the end of this month. So December 31st, stroke of midnight. That's when the voting ends.
Oh, okay.
But Jackie, I tell you what, if you vote for Ronnie,
you all have until then to send me stuff on G Plus or whatever and try to convince me.
If you vote for Ronnie, I will quit smoking.
You already
quit smoking, asshole.
He doesn't smoke.
Don't you care about my health, Jackie?
I will donate an extra $50 to Gus Belanger, all in your name.
Oh, don't do that to me.
Oh, go on, yes.
Jackie.
Now.
Hang on. No. Hang on, Jackie. $51.
Yeah.
Oh, good Lord.
Wait a minute. Okay, well, you all have until December 31st.
You want to play this game, Max? I'm an American. All right, I got a credit card.
I have 2 credit cards and rich parents.
Yeah, but hang on a sec, Red. He's a Canadian and he's got his mum's credit card.
Oh shit.
That
is true. So I just want to.
And I have
things here.
Hang on.
By the way, here's what I've been doing.
It says
What do you think?
That's cool.
Wait a minute, Dragna, are you saying him over?
No, I don't think he's accepting calls anymore.
Yeah, I don't think he is. He's doing a little like one-on-one. But I was in live feed. I want to address something real quick that Matthew 17 had brought up. If anybody ever listens to this or talks to him anymore,
Yes.
Matthew he says the most dumbest things. He says but hang on. He said what?
He's been ever so lovely about Gus.
So he
I'm
still
just
says
saying.
dumb things.
Their own house as well.
But he said that a lot of atheists hate God. Let me explain how dumb that comment is.
Well, yeah,
For
that
those
is
who
a dumb
don't understand, if you are an atheist, you do not believe in God. You cannot be a mesotheist. Because if you hate God, you are a mesotheist, which is a form of theism. It was actually a denial of worship for pantheonic gods. That's how you got back to them. You hated them, you didn't give them worship. That was thought to take away their power. So if you're a mesotheist, somebody who hates God, you're a type of theist. If you don't like religion or you're anti-religion, you're an anti-theist. That is a form of atheism. But you don't hate God. You cannot hate God unless you accept God exists. I don't know why that concept is so incredibly lost upon them. Right? You can hate the concept, but you can't hate the object if you don't believe the object doesn't exist.
Okay. Alicia just tried to call and she said he's not picking up anymore.
Well, after what Reds did, yeah.
That was funny. Did you, Jackie? Did you hear that?
I'm rewatching it. It's fucking hilarious.
What? My husband came on and started, giving Jimmy and Bible verses, and he didn't understand any of them. Hilarious.
Did everybody in his live feed lose their shit laughing? Even like his Christian followers?
They did.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Okay, Jackie.
Okay, let me explain, Jackie. I'll explain what. So basically, Red's Rhetoric rang up G-Man and pretended to be a Christian to talk about, something that a question that Jesus has asked, or somebody had asked Jesus, and he kept him, going for about 5 minutes, and then out of nowhere he just said, "I just got this one question to ask you. Who are you voting for Dumb Fuck of the Year?" But he did it all in a Spanish accent.
Oh my God, where can I watch
It was
this?
beautiful.
G-Man's hang out right now. Back up about 20 minutes, and you'll see it right there.
It's funny from our hangout, though.
Do you guys mind if I mute this hangout and go watch it real quick?
Not at all.
You can
All right,
mute it.
okay.
I'm not gonna bump you. Go ahead.
Go back about 20 minutes and 30 seconds.
But it is. I think it's funnier from
Don't
the.
kick me out for not
No,
talking.
I'm not, Jackie. I'm not gonna kick you out.
okay.
I do think it's funnier from this point of view, though. But I haven't listened to the other one. But from this point of view, it's funny.
Mm-hmm.
From inside this hangout.
Uh-huh.
I was gonna say, you know what? I'm actually okay with you putting your $50 against mine or whatever, some money. We could just go halvesies and ask her to vote for both our candidates.
No. I'm getting the whole thing.
Reds won't share. He's really adamant about this. I'm like, what? Fine. If you want to vote for him and vote for Ronnie, go ahead. But as long as Darwin's doesn't pull ahead, that's my primary concern. Reds doesn't seem to understand that Darwin's might win if he doesn't do something.
Yeah, because Ronnie is the
What
only.
you're actually doing is actually illegal. I'd just like to point that out.
Yeah, but the thing is, the main competition against Ronnie is Darwin's deity.
Yes.
So
it
if Ronnie doesn't win, Darwin's deity is going to take it.
Right.
Yay!
That's what I've been trying to explain to them.
Antonio is not going to take it. Antonio, what's his face? Super Arts.
Yeah, he's
it's
like
not
100
going to
votes
take it.
behind.
Too far behind.
Yeah, I'll make 100 fucking socks, so that it's not going to happen. So the big thing right now is Darwin. So
I'll make 101.
Yeah.
Start knitting.
By the way, I had the best salmon
But you know
I've
what,
ever had.
Ronnie?
That
You
was
know, the
delicious.
thing is that we're having this conversation live. So Ronnie will actually, if he wins, he'll only turn around and say that you fixed it. Steve.
Well, I did fix it.
Yeah, but
I
then
am
he's got
fixing
to
it.
ask the question why. It's
Yeah,
because
no,
people are
I'm doing whatever it takes. I'm
adamant.
lying. I'm cheating. I will do any kind of duplicitous thing in the world to try to get Ronnie to win. I'm not even have any bones about it. I mean, I'll tell people I love them when I can't stand them. I will, offer sexual favors. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I'll do what I got to do. Don't judge me.
So, no, hang on a sec, guys. What did you just say? You'll tell people that you love them when you can't stand them. So last night when you told me that you were madly in love with me, you actually
that was actually from the heart.
Okay, fair enough. I get it. Don't worry.
Well, what you do? When you were doing what you were doing on cam, I mean, it just kind of came out, okay?
Yeah,
As the actress said to the bishop.
It was a heat of the moment.
Confusing me. Oh, I'm so glad I don't have to drive to the airport now.
Yeah, you got lucky. Aren't you glad you were paying attention so you didn't drive 100 miles?
Well, I've still got to do it tomorrow morning, though.
Yeah, but I mean, it would have been worse if you went down the day for nothing.
Do you know what, though, Steve? Had I not seen her yapping away in Facebook about, packing and stuff, I would have gone to bed because I was about to go to bed, and I would have just got up, got in the car and got on the ferry, driven up the A3, and it wouldn't have been until I got to the airport when I'm like, Angus, can you please give me what time her flight is to Gatwick? And he was like, but she's not there till tomorrow. That's how it would have gone.
Yeah, you could have slept in the airport.
How do I have 52 likes on my freaking Facebook post and I got nothing else on not a single like on any of my videos? I don't know how Facebook works. This is bullshit.
Perhaps it's because no one likes them, Steve.
Probably. No, they don't show up. People tell me, I never get a notification when you post a video.
I was looking for the video with you naked, but I didn't get that one either. So it might be something with the,
Mine?
both.
You wanted a video of Steve naked? What is wrong with you?
I don't discriminate.
That's actually a pretty high commodity, I think.
Yeah, a huge commodity. There are people clamoring for a picture of you naked with your beard hanging down. Yeah, I get it.
So it covers up all the good stuff.
Yeah, the good stuff like your treble chin, right? Yeah, okay.
I actually want to see like a photo of or a video of Godless and a Realistic Nihilist, because from what they've said, they have some pretty exciting
Realistic Nihilist? Have you seen what he looks like? He's a sort of he's a hippie version of Super Mario.
Wait, is she screwing Josh or Justin?
Yes, Josh. Yes.
I thought she was doing Justin.
No, it's Josh. No, that's Mina.
It's Josh?
Josh is who again?
Realistic
Nihilist.
Oh, really? From what I understand, he's married.
They're madly in love. No, they're genuinely madly in love. They were telling each other they love each other live on the channel yesterday. I mean, I don't think I think it's lust. It's not love. It won't last. I give it another couple of months, and then it'll be brilliant. It'll be brilliant because you know what will happen? They'll start fighting in live in hangouts with each other. That'll be brilliant.
Well, I love my wife, but she won't let me face fuck her. So I don't know. It might be something a little bit,
Goodness sakes.
That's what they were bragging about the other day, and I was like, "Jeez."
No, yesterday quite sweet because she said, "I love you, Josh," and he went, "I love you too, Godless." It was so sweet.
I don't know about that.
Are you doing that again, Steve?
No, I know they're having a thing. I just don't know about. I just can't see. I can't. It's one of those things. I know they are, but I can't see it. Right? Not that I want to see it. I want to see it visually.
No, Josh is just as crazy as Godless. Believe me.
I've seen him lose his shit very, very easily. I like Josh, but he does lose his shit very
easily. Just as bad as Godless.
I thought he was a really sensible guy, but I've not seen much
I like Josh. Josh is extremely intelligent.
I like Josh. Josh is he's very smart. He is quite sensible, but the fact is that things didn't work out with his wife and hadn't been going very well at all for a long time. It's not like suddenly he was madly in love with his wife and then decided to. No, it wasn't like that at all. And
but here's something I've never realized: if you have a problem at home with your wife, you don't go out and get another woman, then you have two problems.
No, most men. You'll find that most men do actually, and that's what's so laughable. They'll have their wife at home, and then they'll get another problem with having an affair.
I know, right? Men are the worst.
Men need a lot of attention.
Or you get both. Like that girl in the Cheerios commercial. Why not both?
You mean the one who? I think it's the taco one. The shells.
It might be Taco Bell. I don't know. It's one of those Spanish girls. She goes, why not? No.
Oh, Jackie, you've seen it, huh?
Oh, hilarious. Playing that off so well.
Oh man, that was good. That was a good one right there.
I'm sorry, I was late to see that. I was doing like I haven't even like I didn't even know everyone was like hanging out and all that.
It is a very serious question.
I just got an idea. I know Sights and Atheist watches my channel. I don't know if he watches Steve's channel. We need to get a hold of him and do like the show Crank Anchors, where they take the comedian stand up and while they're telling the stories, they actually animate it and show it. So we need him to actually like animate it.
Oh, that would be so awesome.
That would be awesome.
That would be awesome.
I haven't seen a video come. I mean, because he used to be on my Facebook page, but I think he unfriended me because obviously I just put up pictures of my dogs and trees and stuff. So maybe he just got fed up with it. I don't know. But anyway, I haven't seen a video come from him for a while. Is he still doing them?
He's still doing video, but his original Facebook, when Facebook switched to the you need your real name standard, that's when his Facebook page kind of went to eh. But now he is back.
That's what happened. Okay.
All right. Yeah. He was nice enough to make me a mug.
Has he done any videos relating to the community? Because that's the ones I enjoy watching.
Not really. It's mostly about radical Islam now. Although sometimes
I get a bit bored of it.
Although sometimes you do see features of certain community members, like in his last one, he had a video of an Islamic terrorist running people over, and one level had social justice warriors, and one of them Alex Botten. Like you could tell from like the big.
That was for me anyway. No offense, I know I don't want to drag up off, but it was so funny because G-Man never fails to bring Botten into the conversation, and I can't remember who it was. Was it you, Red? I don't know. I can't know. You weren't in the hangout, but somebody went, G-Man, just I just thought I'd let you know that Alex Botten is pretty irrelevant in the community now.
That was Shadow.
Yeah, that's right. It's like when Jason Burns used to list out all the people that hated him, and half of them no one even knew who they were. Live Life, all those people, which are not part of this community. Anyone heard from Jason Burns? Anyone heard from Jason Burns recently?
There was something with Burns with some type of incident with
He uploaded 89 videos this week.
89. He's back then, isn't he?
89. One of them was Pastor Gets Assaulted. Apparently, when he was out street preaching, somebody kissed him, and he was screaming that he'd been sexually assaulted.
Ooh.
And then some pleb kicked his table over.
That's kinky right
I'm
there.
pretty sure that Jason Burns has been pretty active for a while now because I see Blue's Sunday morning Jason Burns reports a lot.
Yeah.
Like pop up on my G Plus feed.
Blue had to work through, I think it was 6.5 hours of videos this week.
Damn.
Damn, that's some dedication right there.
I was going to say, I'm not sure I would go that far for anybody. No, sorry.
No, I don't either.
Especially not Jason Burns, because most of what comes out of his mouth is just blabber.
I can't say that that's too strange because 2 weeks ago I cracked out on nothing but Von Helton.
Oh no, but I've done that. I do that. When I'm cleaning the house, I put a Von Helton video on, and there's a classic one where he's got, I think the guy's name's Richard, and this guy lives in Thailand, and Von Helton is threatening to ring the IRS to tell them that he shouldn't be claiming his what is it? Did you know what I'm talking about, Drag?
But wait, Von Helton's still alive?
I'm sorry.
Really,
my entire train of thought. Whatever you were asking me, Annabelle, I completely forgot about that. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Drag. I didn't hear what you said.
I completely lost my train of thought when she said that. You're gonna have to ask the question again.
Okay, right. So he was talking to a guy called Richard, who was a vet from, I country, Iraq, I don't know, who was now living in Thailand. I wonder why. And Von Houten went completely loco on him and saying that he was breaking the law because he was claiming VA benefits when he's not allowed to. Did you not see that one? Oh, it was just, so this guy was just calling him crazy, and he was just getting more and more angry, and he was screaming, yelling. Oh, it was brilliant. And also there's a guy called the Barry Mandela effect that takes Von's head and sticks it onto cartoon characters, and the last one he did, it was just Von sitting, at his desk with about 50 flies buzzing around him. That's all it was with him. Oh God, I was dying with laughter. So yeah, I mean, I can, but that's a bit different to listening to Jason Burns for 6 solid hours.
Yeah,
I can't think of anything worse. I mean, Von Houten.
Jason Burns for 7 solid hours.
No, Von Houten's funny. He's just so funny.
When he rages,
funny.
I don't know why, but when Von Houten rages, I just get the biggest boner ever. Like just seeing him angry.
Yeah, I do too. My nipples go hard.
The thing about Von Houten that gets me is that I remember, before I knew who Von Houten was, and I run into him in like one of Nadia's hangouts, like a long time ago. So I didn't know who this guy was. I didn't know his internet history. And he was talking about 3D modeling as if he was a 3D modeler. And I was like, oh, cool. And we had like these conversations about Skyrim mods and like modeling for those. And then later on, maybe a few weeks later, I see his 3D models, and it's like a sphere on a cone and maybe like a rectangle, and I was just like blown away at how amateur it looked.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
guys, I'm going to drop it.
Von Houten is a constant source of comedy. Every single time he has a hangout, there is at least 20 minutes of side-splitting comedy.
But again, he's so mental. I can't in good conscience really give him.
But it's not that. And Drag just pointed it out. It's not the stupid dumb things he says like the Mandela effect, and it's when he gets angry. It's just hilarious. Sorry, it's just the funniest thing.
Does he even recognize that nobody takes him seriously?
No, not at all. He thinks he really is a fucking genius.
Methamphetamine will do that to you.
He's on something.
I'm not sure.
He's had videos where he's like sweating and his heart palpitating or something.
I don't know what he's very paranoid. But at the same time, he seems to think he can conquer the world. Don't forget, he invented the stealth bomber, guys.
Oh, and he can use the Force.
And
he knows how to drive a tank.
And he was quite the badass when he was a kid.
Yeah,
he's a Punisher. Yeah. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. There you go. That's the other thing. But now he's far more. Do you know what he's? He's a rapper. That's one thing I know about him. In fact, I believe he invented rapping. According to him,
I think he invented music.
Yeah, that's right. You're getting very close there. But the other thing is that he's now more of a scientist now. He knows more about scientists than scientists do. He actually said that the other day. I just cracked up.
Yeah, just like in the flat earth things, when I had asked him about the Kármán line, he didn't know what that was. And when I pointed out it was a real thing, and I actually showed him the Wikipedia article, he was like, oh, you just went and made that Wikipedia article up. And I'm like, yeah, I just literally in the last 15 seconds went and created a big old long Wikipedia article just to fuck with you, Vaughn. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Do you know, what I don't genuinely understand is why anyone gives him money. I really don't.
I was curious because I didn't know, because I saw that big ass fucking microphone that he has, and it was around the same time.
Rand gave him that.
Really? Like, why?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, I wonder if Rand Cam would support me in my endeavors.
No shit, I'll turn up. You know what? I'm in the wrong thing. I'm giving a flat earther. Fuck you all.
One of those shitty things up for $30. It's not. He says it's gold plated. Of course, it's not.
No. I mean, my mic was donated, and I love this mic. I mean, I was very, very happy with it. I picked it out
Yeah, well, you desperately needed one. Let's be honest.
Oh God, yes. Oh, I mean, can you tell the quality of this mic compared to my other mic?
I went to Walmart and I got me a new mic.
I've never had a mic.
You got a loud voice. You don't need one. You could turn off your
Shut up.
computer. We can still hear you.
Right, fuck you.
That was actually pretty well done, Steve.
Gotta reach through
Shut
the
up, and you
fucking.
can shut up as well.
You know what? If they ever had Strangle TV, you know, or is Strangle Internet Access, she would be the first one to do that.
Boy.
I would have been.
Hand comes out of the fucking this LCD screen, just goes for the throat.
I'm not speaking to you anymore.
Whoa.
Do you see this? I get a timeout. I get a verbal timeout here.
I'm not speaking to you anymore. I'm just going to sit here and sulk right now, okay?
Mm-hmm. I'll let you strangle me at some point in the future, okay?
No,
In the near future? In the near future?
Well, it won't be anywhere near future.
Well, in America, we call it autoerotic asphyxiation, but you know, I guess when someone else does it,
in my house, I call it foreplay. But
do you know what I'd do if he was here? I'd hold him down. Like, if he was here saying all that shit to my face,
she would shave me.
I wouldn't. No, I'd tie you down and I'd chop that fucking beard off.
That's what I said. You saved me. I just said that.
Shave you all over.
No, I wouldn't shave you. I'd chop it off with a knife.
Ooh. Frisky, aren't we?
Oddly erotic.
Strangely.
Did you hear me? Hey, Greg, did you hear me putting my sexy voice on yesterday?
When was this?
I was trying to explain how, because of course I do have a loud voice and because I do, you know, quite aggressive, but I obviously don't talk like that to my customers. So I was telling people how I talk to my customers.
I need to hear this.
But you didn't hear it, so it doesn't matter. No, because I had that sort of, you know, because I was saying that because there's a few women that come in here and use a certain voice. You can tell they're putting it on. So you have to bring down the tone and you just kind of slow down a little bit and you talk about, you know, well, you know, Jesus said this and you just bring the tone down and it's like it's so easy to do, and you can recognize another woman can recognize another woman. Who's is that your little boy?
Oh, you can hear him. Hey, be quiet. Yeah, he's sitting on my lap. He's just making fart noises.
I've been around the block. I can tell when a woman's using the voice.
Okay, which women do it then?
Well, anyone that wants something from a man and knows how to.
No, there's specifically about 3 women that literally sound completely different when you're in a private hangout with them.
Oh, you mean which ones for our community? Oh, I can think of a couple, but I'm not going to say them on air.
I know Ermine's not one.
No, come on. Give me the first letter of their name then.
Well,
Jay, because I know that my voice kind of changes when I get more comfortable with people.
Drag's not does. Get him in a private hangout, and it's a completely different thing.
Literally.
Drag gets all like soft and sulky, and you know.
Let me tell you here, big boy. I got something to show you here. Now that we're alone.
Now that we got private time.
I don't believe Steve does recognise it. I think he gets taken in very easily. In fact, there's one particular woman that he's got that has suckered him right in.
I know who you're thinking of. At least I have a feeling. No, no, because I don't fall for any of this bullshit. I've never contacted any chick or anything. I've never talked to them offline except for one. Yeah, so I never said you had. I know they're. I know that. I know the game. I'm not an idiot.
Yeah. But you fall for it, Rebecca.
But you are voting for Ronnie, so.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
Idiot.
Little boy.
Hey, Steve, your favorite chick's in the side chat, and I know you like that.
Yeah. Oh, she's gorgeous. Yeah, Nevin's
every time Nevin comes in the live chat, Steve literally has an orgasm.
No, she's been in the live chat. I've seen her there.
I'm just pointing out, you get very excited when she turns up.
You know what? You give me far more credit. Yeah, I think Yeah, I don't know what version of Steve you think I am, but that's not the version I am actually.
3.5.
No, it's just no.
No, that would have been like my version 1.0 back. That would have been like my early 20s and shit like that.
No, when Nevin comes in to the live chat, you say, "Come in, Nevin, come in, quick, come in." It's quite amusing.
Well, I did that before because I actually needed to ask her about something.
Yes.
Rez is in the hangout on the outside chat. I don't beg her to come in, but I like Nevin. I mean, she's hot and she's cool to talk to. Yeah,
I know, but that's why I don't. She's definitely not somebody that puts on a sexy voice just so that you pay attention.
No, but she has a naturally kind of a sexy kind of voice in a way.
Fucking garbage. Oh, you guys are talking about sex.
But see, I think Nevin is one of those people that's legit. I mean, she is who she is. She doesn't need to be fake or anything, and I think that's pretty cool. But there are people in this community that I do think are putting on airs, I guess you can say. Would that make sense?
No, I don't mean putting on airs. I mean literally dropping their voice down to a really low tone and talking like that.
Whatever.
Because that way they get attention and everybody thinks they're really lovely.
Oh, I know who Godless does that.
No. Sorry, I thought for 1 second that you were fucking serious.
I'm really trying to think of someone who does that, and I can't.
Yeah,
I was thinking of Reds for some reason, but I don't know why.
I'm doing a Steve. I'm not going to tell you who it is. Never. Do you know what the funny thing was? Is that Nevin and I, we clash quite a lot, but when we had this conversation about it the other day, and we both know exactly who we're talking about. It's brilliant. And then that dickhead Iron, he said, "You were accusing Mina of fake talking," and it's not Mina. Mina, I don't know why men find her voice attractive. I think she sounds really tinny and really Valley Girl. You know, that nasally tinny voice that they have.
Well, that lets you know that they don't have a gag reflex. That's all that is. It's, evolutionary signal.
I don't know. Maybe you know the weirdest thing.
You know what? I don't even know what the hell her voice sounds like. I've talked to her twice. I wouldn't recognize her voice if I heard it. I don't think.
She sort of talks like that, and I really like I really
all I remember about Mina's voice is it didn't really sound legit to me. Like she was.
Well, that's what.
Sound like someone doing an impression.
Well, I mean, I don't think she's a dude or anything. It's just.
She would have slipped up by now, and she hasn't at all in any way. But I don't think she's got a fake voice. I just think that's her voice.
No, I'm not saying she's using a modulator. I just think that, again, some people sound different in certain circumstances than others. Hey, Ronnie, my buddy.
You know what I really struggle with is women that just need to try to be sexy to get attention. It drives me insane.
Well, those are the ones I do recognize. There are certain women that use their femininity to get attention, and it really is kind of annoying.
Holy shit! Dude, Lord, whoever the fuck you are, you have a really bad.
That's just it. It's not femininity. It's fakery. It's acting. Because they don't talk like that in real. They don't only do it when they go into a hangout and.
Nevin calls it vocal
there
fry.
Are men in
what is vocal fry? There's a. She says she has a very bad case. She has a bad case of what's called vocal fry.
Yeah, a lot of people in California have that.
Elucidate on it. What does that mean? I'm not familiar with
at the end of their
Californians.
I'm from California. I don't know what that means.
Oh my god, the room is so hot. Like that.
Well, why am I the only one that's creeped out whenever someone talks like that?
So you kind of put the accent on the end of the sentence, kind of like do a pitch up.
Yeah, I tell you who else has got that. It's Deirdre. She talks like that when she's tired.
It's a California thing. I read up.
Yeah, that's why I said Valley Girls, Jackie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a guy thing in California. We don't do that.
No. It's females here who do that. And
it's where the old saying when everybody started saying this back in the 90s.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
That's where it came from.
OMG!
Oh my god!
OMG and all that. That all comes from Valley Girl.
Oh my god.
Anyway, the fact is that I don't understand, because when Mina comes into a hangout, all the little not in this live chat, but obviously because she doesn't come in here, but when she comes into like Tom's, all the little freaks in the live chat go literally crazy. Oh, Mina, you're so sexy, you're so gorgeous, she's got amazing voice.
How does anybody know what if they've never seen her? How the hell does she know she's gorgeous?
Exactly, Steve.
I've seen Nevin on camera. She is who she is, and I find her to be very attractive. No question about that. But I couldn't imagine doing that from strictly a voice and a picture. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
I completely agree with you. But you know what? If I say anything, I'm accused of being jealous of her, of wanting to be her. It's hilarious. I don't want to be a relatively stupid, because she's not bright at all. Person that's hobby is going around the internet trying to get the attention of the people who are the least attractive. I don't, it's not my style, and it's not the way I would do anything.
Wait, why are we talking about?
Do you think she has do you think she has like alternative motives, like off of Hangouts, like in private conversation with people?
Yes. But it's not just a couple of people either. It's about 10 or 15, and it's people that are really vulnerable and really, the kind of guys that don't have an interaction with women on here, or women don't take any notice of. It's the kind of guys that are just very socially awkward that she hones in on.
Yeah, that's usually
well, that's because they're the easiest to persuade. They're the easiest to play, aren't they?
Like I said, I haven't seen her around in ages, so.
Well, I'm really confused. I've heard.
And that's unusual because why?
I don't understand why you're confused, Jackie. Sorry.
Because I don't know if so I've heard that Mina had something to do with a catfish. Was she catfished?
Well, that's what I just explained to you. She has gone through the community, giving the impression to not very vulnerable, but let's just say vulnerable. Some people will argue that they're just suckers and gullible. Some people will say they're vulnerable. She's gone around the community picking on particularly vulnerable guys and giving them the impression she wants a romantic relationship. She's denied all of this, by the way. She's admitted to some of it, denied others. You never quite know, because she just changes her story literally every 10 minutes.
How do you fall in love with somebody you never seen? And again, oh my God!
Redline.
What was that? Was that a cat in heat?
Close. I just wanted to change the conversation up to something a little bit more friendly. A guy meowed at his cat as revenge for the cat waking him up early. So, and a bit of revenge was like, how you like it, bitch.
Anyway, Jackie, that's what you've been up to.
Yeah.
So, are you still confused?
Okay, so like, just real quick, I don't want to get too much.
No, carry on. Take a note of Red. He just wants to talk about Bonnie. I mean, sorry, about Subrat.
So wait, how did she catfish? Like,
okay,
she not Mina?
Okay?
Like,
no,
no,
okay.
But I mean, like,
let me try again. Okay, she has given out. She has never been on camera, not once, with anyone. And she's gone around the community talking to all these guys and sent them a very grainy picture, which is a reasonably attractive girl. Nothing that great, but, she's okay. And that's why people think that she could possibly be a catfish, because there is no evidence whatsoever that she is, in fact, the person that she claims to be.
Oh, it's a photo. Okay, I get it now.
She's never been on cam, yeah.
I get it now. Okay.
Never.
Yeah.
Has she said why she chooses not to?
Happy now, Red? Yeah, she hasn't really got a reason, Drag. Everybody's asked her the question in 15 different ways, and it's always the same. Well, I'm not ready yet, and I might do it one day. I don't know. The thing is that she's got an army of her little followers, the people she's catfished that are defending her. So it's, I'm as much as I'm talking about it now, I am done with it. I'm bored, and I'm not. People are saying I've got to apologize to her because, somebody knows somebody who might know her.
Yes.
Broadcast controls.
Again, everybody has control.
Wait, you can tell him I don't apologize.
So hang on one sec. I'm tabbed. I'm sometimes tabbed out, so.
Yeah,
I'm
I know.
talking
I
to
look
Riff
at
right now, so
I look at breasts too while I'm in broadcast. It's fine.
Anyway,
I kind of was like.
I think Jack.
And by the way, Brewriff is doing really well. In
I
case
don't
anybody
trust her as far as I
asks,
can
he's doing
work,
better.
basically. That's bottom line.
If anybody cares about Ruhiff, because we love Ruhiff, he's doing pretty well.
I don't know this Ruhiff guy. Fiona was telling me earlier. Do I know him?
He's been in the community for quite some time. I mean, he usually goes into Ronnie's room and puts them to shame.
Oh, that's why I don't know him then, because I never listen to Ronnie. I can't stand it. I can't bear it.
You can't stand to learn from the great.
He's
Arnold.
a science guy. You wouldn't know who he is.
I don't know how you guys deal with it. The voice, the monotone voice, the boring, the pointless bollocks that I just can't.
Well, I can only take so much seriously of him. I mean, I don't think I've ever watched a full video of him because that's just like 5 minutes, right? His whole Hangouts, I can't stand watching the,
It's the same with Nephilim Free. Can't listen to Nephilim Free either. Just really.
Is he more monotone than Iron?
Oh, it's a tough one. It's slightly different, but it's the same sort of. Yeah, it's the same.
Yeah, I mean, it is difficult to listen to Ronnie for a long time. I mean, you guys may not remember, but me, Fiona, Jade, CRISPR, and a handful of other people actually sat through literally hundreds of hours of video footage.
Why would you do that?
To transcribe things that he has said, and we actually have a working document of Ronnie quotes and things. I mean, literally, like transcriptions of it.
For us people that don't want to sit through hours of his monotone, dribbling voice. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah, it's for people that wanted to make videos about Ronnie that wanted to have a source material. They could just instantly go there, find the video, get the quote, get the thing. So
I will. You know what? I'm going to say something controversial. I really don't get why you and Fiona give him as much time as you do. I genuinely.
I don't either.
It's
I don't
fun.
either.
Because he's so goddamn stupid. He says the dumbest things. It's entertaining.
There's lots of those around here, though.
Oh, I know. We have to pick our fights, right? I mean, I only got so much time to make videos and other things. I mean, Ronnie's just my little whipping boy. That's all. I mean, Drag's got G-Man. Reds has Antonio Super Rats.
Well, the whole community has G-Man, to be fair.
Okay, fair enough. He is there with his little...
You
can't call him a whipping boy because they'll say that's racist.
I can sit and listen to Von Helton for hours, so I get that.
Really? I can't.
I can listen to Von Helton for days. Like, just hearing him read. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I found myself this morning, actually a little too often, just like I find myself watching Von Helton videos. What am I doing?
I don't get the fascination. I'm sorry. I just don't.
There you go.
There you
go.
Really
I have a warped sense of humor. I mean, I even like British humor, but I don't like listening to Von Helton. It's just so...
Sorry, did you just say that British
it's bizarre.
humor... Sorry, hey, rewind you. What did you just say about British humor?
British humor is great. Watch Peep Show and tell me that's not the most hilarious show.
I want to know what he
British
said
show?
about it. Did you call it weird?
I said I even love British humor.
Oh, okay.
So that it's, but you said something. I've got a weird sense of humor. I even love British humor.
Oh.
Yeah, because not Americans like British humor. I love British humor.
No, I don't think it's they don't like it. I just don't think they're smart.
They don't get it. It's a
I used to watch Faulty Towers and Benny Hill. And Monty Python.
Well, no, Benny Hill. No, well, Benny Hill is not. That's just ridiculous.
He had some funny skits.
No, he didn't. He went out of fashion. Can I just point out? He went out of fashion in the UK in the 70s.
Yeah, well, I watched him in about the 80s, early 80s.
Anyway, going back to what we were saying, that each to their own. Because you can sit and listen to Ronnie. I cannot not even for 10 seconds. Okay. Whereas I can sit and listen. I put Von Helton on in the background, and while I'm, doing something, working or cleaning the house, washing up, have belly laugh.
I do that.
Well, there is one person that's harder to listen to than any of them. Darwin's Deity is my worst to try to listen to.
I find Rand Campbell I cannot even stand even a second of his voice.
Rand's up there.
I can slap the shit out of you.
I can listen to Rand if I'm talking to him. I really don't have a
Who
problem.
just did the impersonation? Drag.
Well. You say you can't listen to my voice, right? No. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to come and smack you. I'm just gonna smack the shit right out of you.
Yeah, you sound just like him. That's really good.
I said he sounds like a geriatric frog with a tracheotomy.
Yeah, the sound for Rand Campbell comes just right in the back of my throat, and it hurts. I don't know how he talks like this all the time.
That's brilliant. Because Mark does quite a good one of, but it's not as good as yours.
No, I think Mark does it better.
Let's try it. Well, well, well. How are my wonderful Christians and atheists?
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
So, how many of you guys think that Rand Campbell is actually a theist?
No, he's a troll.
Well, let's take a vote. I've already been on record. I think he's an atheist. At best, he's an agnostic. But
He's admitted that he's a troll.
Well, I know. But Nevin, we understand this. I agree with you. But I want to know if anybody else thinks
that's true. I've told tons of people this, and they still call him their brother in Christ. So.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I know he's not. I know he does this for bullshit. He is completely trolling these people. I've even called him out on it in front of him, and he's even pretty much said, so they'll never believe you anyways kind of shit, right? He's actually admitted it in front of people in a very kind of a covert kind of way.
Cognitive dissonance, yeah. They'll never.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like
guys, can I just point out something, Steve? You do know that he had a fling with Hillary Pugh, don't you?
Yeah.
No.
Somebody mentioned that. Yeah.
I exposed it.
I hadn't. No. I don't believe that. That's.
Yeah, actually, you did
exposed it. Yes.
Come on.
Yes, you did.
Really?
God, did you not know that?
That's terrifying. No. That's terrifying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Let me explain what happened.
That's when you start feeling bad for Rand Campbell.
Let me explain what happened.
It's true.
This is how we found out he was an atheist properly, because he had a transcript, or she had a video or a transcript. What was it, Shani? I can't remember. She had a conversation that he'd written, so she took the conversation from Google Plus or wherever it was that they had the conversation, where he was basically saying, you know that I'm an atheist, you know that I don't care about these people, and he was all over her like a rash, and they had obviously a cyber sex relationship, but it was still a relationship.
Yeah, I've heard that. So.
Do you believe?
I was wondering. But Shani, you're a theist. I mean, do you consider him to be a theist or an
listen
atheist?
to what she just said, Steve. What did she just say to you?
I was the one
who
exposed it.
Oh, she was the girl exposed.
Came to me,
okay,
and asked me to reveal it to the Christians because she was concerned about the Christians, about what was going on with Rand and the fact that he was being a phony. So I exposed it, and I got a bunch of Christians on my ass, G-Man included, telling me I'm a phony Christian. Pillbox was one of them. Tommy Hall.
I can't believe they don't believe this. This is like, to me, it's so freaking obvious. Like I said, he's admitted it in no uncertain terms to other people. He's pretty well admitted to me in his own way.
It really speaks to their gullibility.
Oh my freaking!
Steve,
you ain't kidding, are
people
you?
that think, Steve, you're talking about people that think the Earth is flat, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, their critical thinking skills are nil.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think that, you know what I think it is? It's cognitive dissonance, like Nevin says. I think they know deep down that he's a phony, but he's lauded as, because he's quite a commanding figure in the community, and because he doesn't take any shit off anyone, they actually see him as a sort of father figure, I think. And the idea of standing up to him, the idea of one of these guys saying, you know what, Rand, I don't believe you're a Christian, is unheard of. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
I think I've
told him numerous times. I said, Rand, you've got to pull the trigger on this troll at some point. I mean, the whole point of a long con is to eventually come to fruition, and he's just enjoying it. He doesn't want to pull the trigger.
It's kind of impressive, though, in a way that he's doing it this long. Like, there's nothing really impressive about him except for that.
Yeah, but you know why? You know why he does it? Because he does exactly what he's doing at the moment. He'll do it for a few weeks, and then he'll take a break for a couple of months. He does it for laughs and for shits and giggles. And then he goes off and goes back to his real life.
Well, because he vanished after he got called out, because there's that big hurricane that happened that that hit the Dominican, and we called him out because he didn't even mention the hurricane, and like most of the Dominican Republic was without power, and he just.
That's right.
I think he lives in Canada myself.
Yeah,
I don't know. The other funny thing about it was that he said to everybody he was getting on a helicopter to go to Cuba. Meanwhile, a hurricane was hitting Cuba and smashing.
Has anybody seen his quote Dominican wife? Out of curiosity.
I've seen photos of her. He showed like their wedding photos.
No, on cam.
No.
I think maybe, do you know what I think he's done? I think he's gone on holiday to the Dominican Republic. He's had a fling with this woman. He's probably even married her, but he's had to go back to Canada.
Rand has married her. Can you hear me? Yeah, Rand has married her. She is an actual real Christian who knows scripture. But right now she's actually going to certain Christians in the community and asking for help because Rand's starting to act up even with her.
Oh my God.
Wow.
So if his own wife, if his wife told these people that he was an atheist, would you think they would believe her?
I don't think she realized he's an atheist either.
Wow, come on. How can he marry somebody and not know that?
This woman is wealthy. Wealthy. They have a pool. They have a huge house.
That explains a lot. I'm just saying.
So you think he's playing this role
guys, can I just say something? Hang on a sec. We're talking about the Dominican Republic. It's a shithole.
If he actually lives there.
Yeah. So you can get a house with a pool for literally peanuts. It's not. I don't think it's. It's not like Barbados or Mystique or any of these places. It's a low down.
Kind of like a third world shithole.
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah.
I mean, it's the other half of Haiti. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know where the Dominican Republic is.
I don't think he lives there, but then someone else was saying that they've seen like on his webcam, and it was tropical at least wherever he was. But I was thinking maybe that could be Florida or something. Like I don't know.
Who knows? But anyway, what I'm interested in is that this woman is actually going around to people in this community talking to them.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Well, like I said, I mean, I'm just wondering if she actually knows, his real positions on things. I mean, does he tell her that the Earth is flat? Because he tells these people that he's a flat earther, which she doesn't believe.
He seems like the type of deplorable human being who would marry somebody, for not.
Well, he was out. Look, what happened was a year or 2 years ago, his wife left him, his wife and him split up. When he's feeling honest, he'll say that she had enough. When he's feeling dishonest, he'll say that he was happy to go. But anyway, they split up, and he was ending up living. At one point, he was doing hangouts from a stairwell. I'm not exaggerating, okay?
Oh my God.
He was sitting on the steps in a stairwell doing hangouts. And then suddenly he disappeared, as he does. He does this a lot. He just goes away for a few months. And then the next thing we know, he's telling everybody he's happily married living in the Dominican Republic. So who knows? No one knows what he's really
pull a fast one on you.
Yeah. Thing is, though, we've had private hangouts with him. Definitely, I have, with not put on a one-to-one, other people there like Mark. And he is more than happy to admit that he loves winding us all up and is a massive troll.
Oh, yeah. I don't think anybody will deny that he does like to fuck with people. And he says it. There is a good video on my channel where he threatens to saw the world in half because he has enough money to. I'm not exaggerating. Like,
well, if Earth was flat, he wouldn't have far to cut through, right?
Do you remember when it was so funny? I was crying with laughter when he came in one day and he said, "Yep, I fought an anaconda in the Amazon and it ate me, and I got a knife and I cut myself out."
That.
Fucking
Was it an anaconda or a python or something? Yeah, he's like, I got swallowed by the anaconda and I cut myself out from the inside. Yeah.
It's hard to understand why people like Pillbox and Tommy Hall. Why they listen to this shit and they think that he's
they're
genuine.
gullible fucks.
Yeah, but this is Tommy Hall. Don't forget, Steve. He's very clever.
He's a young earther. He's pretty gullible.
He's very clever, though. He knows science. He's a scientism. Whatever.
Oh God, Tommy brushes his teeth with semen.
Yeah, I mean, come on. I mean, I mean, Tommy is a little bit more versed on some of the vernacular, but to say he knows science, that's a bit of a stretch. I mean, this is the guy that wanted to do experimentation on pregnant. This is the guy that wanted to do. This is the guy that wanted to do experimentation on pregnant women by depriving them of vitamin C to see if their unborn child would take over because the GULAB gene is non-functional, and he thought that they would start developing their own vitamin C, and he didn't see a bioethical problem with this. I don't think science is his area of expertise.
Tommy's too fabulous to care about bioethics.
Do you think I was being serious, Steve, when I said he's clever?
Well, some people do think Tommy knows stuff. He's like he's actually fast becoming one of the go-to science guys for the Clown Car Posse. It basically goes Ronnie, C. Brown, and then Tommy. And to say C. Brown is a science guy for many of those guys is just ridiculous.
So you understand, Steve, I wasn't being serious. Okay.
Right. Oh, Befuddled asked who we're talking about. She was talking about.
We're talking about Tommy. Well,
no. For Von Helton.
Oh God, yeah, Von Helton. I need to troll C. Brown one day. I don't want to talk to him. I just want to troll him real good.
I've never come across this person. Has he been in your hangout, Steve?
Yeah, but very infrequently.
Oh right, okay.
He's
been schooled. I mean, seriously, Drag did a video about how much education G-Man has had by so much people that he has 2 semesters of biology. C. Brown has literally had probably a full year of biology information from very, very intelligent people that know their shit. And yet he still is telling them they're all wrong and just doesn't understand anything that he says. And that to me is the height of stupidity.
Well,
he did correct himself the other day, Drag. Yeah, he actually corrected himself. I will give him props. He had posted something to CRISPR talking about the expression levels of DDXL2, and what he posted was actually the expression levels for all these other genes that had nothing to do with DDXL11L2. And when he was pointing out that what he was looking at wasn't the expression level, it was just a percentage of expression for other genes, he realized that he had been reading it incorrectly and realized that he
wasn't that the point of contention in his conversation with CRISPR when CRISPR was explaining to him that when you're trying to see what a gene does, you kind of measure that based on its function, and then he kept saying, "Oh, why do you keep saying this word function? This word function." I'm like, well, that's kind of what genes they have functions. That's kind of how we categorize them, and so. Just oh my goodness!
But he realized that his source. He realized. But you know what? I will give again. I give credit where credit is due. C. Brown actually took the time to sign up for this database. Did a trial thing. It was like a 7-day trial thing. He actually at least did try to do some research. He didn't know how to read it properly, but he at least tried to. That is more than Ronnie or Tommy or any of them have ever done.
Yeah, if the words are too big, Tommy won't do it. He'll tell you that right out. I'm dead serious. He said that he thinks scientists use big words to keep him out of science. I said, maybe you're just a dumbass. I don't.
I was trying to think who is the person that I can't listen to. Nevs can't listen to Rand Campbell, and I think it's Tommy Hall.
I can listen to Tommy. Okay, you really you
Brett Keane?
Well, I can listen. Really? Again, I would take Brett Keane over Neffy.
No. There's someone higher than that.
Shanny, could you listen to Neffy for an hour? Seriously?
More than anything.
Everybody, hey guys, guess what? I've just found something out. It's Mark's birthday today. I don't think he wants anyone to know. I've got an idea. He wants to keep it secret because then.
Hey, by the way, Annabelle. Okay, we'll wish him a happy birthday. Annabelle, meet Ruhif.
Yeah, everybody needs to go and tell Mark that. Wish him happy 60th. That'll really piss him off. What did you say, Steve? Oh God, Steve, what's wrong with you tonight?
Yeah, you know what? You have the worst lag sometimes. I don't know.
No, I'm being sarcastic.
Okay.
It's called English humor, Steve.
Yeah, I thought I liked English humor. I'm not finding it to be so funny at the moment.
Yeah.
I was trying to introduce you to Ruhif. You said who the fuck is Ruhif? I don't know Ruhif. Look at that. Look at that beautiful bald head. It's gorgeous.
I'm sorry. I didn't say who the fuck is Ruhif. I said I don't know who this guy is.
I embellished.
Okay. Well, what's he got to do with Mark?
Nothing. But he came in the hangout.
What are you going on about?
Ruhif joined us in the hangout, so you said you never met him. So I'm like, Ruhif.
I didn't even know he was in the hangout. I wasn't looking at. I'm not in. I'm
yeah.
looking
See the
at
bald guy in the hospital? That guy.
What? I don't know.
That is cue ball.
Yes,
Let's-
some
can I
tasty
present
Kool-Aid
that?
in
Let's
there.
present that to everybody.
I
Show that
have
again.
no idea what
Look how
he's doing.
smooth that is.
Nice shot.
Anyway, all I'm
Look at that.
suggesting.
That's awesome.
Anybody else that gets my joke, go and say happy birthday, Mark. Happy birthday on your 60th, Mark, please.
I'm going on Facebook right now and doing it.
All right. So, hey, Ruhif, did you watch?
I have to get a few people have to do it, not just one person.
Yeah,
I'll try and
do
grab
that.
some headphones.
So you watched Ben? I take it, right, Ruhif, or at least most of it or some of it.
Yeah, I did. Just let me get some headphones. One sec.
Yeah, I mean, you got plenty of time sitting there doing nothing.
Well, I'm not let me get in the hangout. I apologise to Ruhif that I didn't know who you were.
Ruhif is a guy that just makes these people on the Clown Car Posse look like total babbling fucking idiots. It's brilliant to watch too because Ruhif doesn't get upset. He doesn't get loud. He has this very low key, monotone voice, but he's very quick witted. Just very like on the ball.
So is he atheist or a theist?
I would put him in the atheist category.
I'm an atheist.
I put him in a potato category.
He's a potato. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ruhif. I don't know who you are, and that's frustrating for me because normally I know everybody.
Oh, fuck.
He's basically a potato that speaks.
Anyway, Chris. Anyway, Steve. Why are you so grumpy tonight? Anyway.
I'm not. Oh, Nevin left.
Why are you so grumpy, Steve?
Get your headphones in now.
Yeah, headphones are in.
Awesome. So give me your critique. Did we do okay? I thought everybody in that hangout actually did pretty well, and I mean, you will admit that Ben did a little bit better than Paul, right? And Troy, those guys.
Oh yeah. He knew a little bit more about what he was talking about, but there are a few topics that were on my blog that he said he had read and understood, but clearly he hasn't. So, his email address.
We started talking about science and
he's
everybody's
still
leaving. See this? So we talk about science and everybody leaves. Look at this.
Yeah. Jeez.
Educate yourself, people. At least Nevin came back, so.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry, my browser
I'm gonna-
randomly closed.
Yeah. So things like the length of the fusion site, things about just the general DNA similarity with chimps, things that he said that he had read, like he said that he read all my posts, but clearly he didn't really get it.
Yeah, I know he did look at it because I did send him that stuff. Again,
Yeah.
I did not want to sharpshoot him. And Ben did not feel overwhelmed. Yeah, that was really cool, actually. He was like, that was fun. I'm glad to do it again. Paul, he's still bitching. He was like, oh, that was 3 against 1 and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, Paul, you did not answer the questions. At least Ben attempted to answer the questions. I don't think he was evasive. I don't think he was trying to be, somebody who's like not willing to actually answer the questions in a direct manner. Paul didn't know the topic, so he just was going from A, B to Z and not even remotely addressing any of the questions we had posed to him. So there was a big
he had no
difference.
idea.
No idea.
Paul just had a hyper skepticism. That was it.
Yes, that's it. He literally just defaulted to hyper skepticism and his global nihilistic crap. And you know what? I don't want to have an argumentation where if you're going to sit there and just try to falsify science by attacking the foundations of science.
Update.
That doesn't really interest me.
Update. Ronnie's winning only by 1.
I know, and that was
Go,
actually
Vote for Ronnie.
Yeah, whose
More
vote was that?
votes. More
That
socks.
was that one vote. I think that was that
Vote for Antonio still. You
First of all,
assholes.
Ruhif, have you voted yet for Dumb Fuck of the Year? Because I know you're going to vote for Antonio. I mean, not Antonio. Oh my God! You got me doing this. Oh my God! Fuck you, Red.
Yes, shut up. No. You said it.
Oh my God! No, you're going to vote. Oh
you're
my
gonna
God!
vote
This is killing me. I want to slit my wrist.
You're going to vote for Antonio, right?
Ronnie, you're going to vote for Ronnie.
No, you're gonna vote for
Well,
Antonio.
where do I vote? Where do I vote?
Here, I'll
I'm
give you
giving-
the link.
No, don't
The
listen
link
to Reds. He's a lying whore.
No. You will listen to me, motherfucker. All right. Here's what you do. You go to not that one. That one right there. Go to that link.
Reds kills puppies. Okay, he don't.
No. If you don't vote, I will kill the fucking puppy.
And if you have any sock accounts, for use as many sock accounts as you want.
Mm-hmm. To vote for.
So is it a like account?
You do
count on a video?
Yeah, you
thumbs up
either
or thumbs down
like or
doesn't matter.
dislike the video.
Yeah, either or. But we go for thumbs up. But
hang
since
on.
you've got very little to do, are you in ICU right now? Or are you just in a room?
No, just I finished pumping chemo on Saturday, and my blood.
All right, so you got hours, man.
low, so
Make
I
some
need-
freaking socks. You got plenty of time, dude. Make about 10 socks at least.
And make sure they all vote for Antonio.
See, I am so bad. I am putting bedridden hospital patients to work to vote for Ronnie. This is the level I've sunk to, people.
I've actually assembled a zebra genome.
Oh, did you? I thought you were trying to get some like mainframe time for that shit. Oh, he froze.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he froze. Yeah, if you can hear me, I know you were trying to do some de novo gene assembly, but I didn't think you had the computer power to do it. Buying time, that would be expensive. You're gonna have to refresh, Riv, because you're frozen.
Oh, at least he jumped 5. Damn it.
Who?
Antonio.
No.
There we go. Keep it up, people.
He's at 147. Yeah, he is. I mean, that's what last post I have. But Ronnie's at 2. Well, he hasn't jumped either. 237. Uh-oh. Let's fix your stuff there. 1 sec. Let me get you back in here.
Whoa. Bering's channel has been terminated.
Whom?
That's so weird. As you read that, I literally had it was like #1 in my recommended videos, and just as I was reading it, you were reading it. That was really weird.
Who was terminated?
Bering.
Sargon just put out a video that says Bering's channel has been terminated. #free Bering.
Yeah, I can't find it.
Who's Bering?
He's
Bering,
he's
right?
an anti-SJW guy.
Anti-feminism, anti-SJW videos.
Bering's channel. Yeah, I see.
He's
that's
Australian.
the notification.
Yeah. I'm just gonna quickly watch that. That's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, I like Sargon.
I don't like. We call him Snorgon of Borcod.
Yeah, no, I think he puts out some pretty decent materials.
Yeah, I just find him. I used to like him a lot, and I just find him like better than Ambien now. I find him really, really boring.
Well, he gets a lot more into his Muslim thing, and I mean, I don't have too much of an interest in that. But,
I don't know.
welcome
He's
back,
been
Roof.
kind of like making some like, I don't know, communist sounding arguments
Roof's frozen again.
lately.
Roof, you might have to turn off your video. It might be killing your bandwidth.
But I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
Okay. Newton, Roof's got this frozen dumb expression on his face. Okay. Well, Nevin is watching that video, and Dragnon's playing games, and Roof finds his internet connection.
I'm here.
Does anybody else want to join us? I'll give the link. We're starting to talk about science now, so this is where everybody kind of goes to sleep. So, but yes, we will be addressing. We will be addressing the science. So sorry, people, suck it up.
Could be worse. Could be doing math.
True.
True.
But I am going to put the link to join us in the live feed. I will watch the external for snipers. I don't really care. It's already been like 4
External
hours.
cameraman. Oh well, that won't help actually.
We're losing people left and right.
Trying to. You can white box me and they can watch me play Final Fantasy.
I'm actually tabbed out for a second. Is that Xbox?
Yeah, I'm streaming it from
Is there any
Xbox Live.
Is there any free copies of like Final Fantasy 15 or something, or 17 or?
There might be
I need a good game, a free game. I downloaded Mass Effect 2, but I have it on the laptop and it's too slow. So I'm gonna have to find where I got it and put it on the computer here. But I was trying to find a good copy of X3. And
that's something. Yep, Bearing's channel has been terminated. Apparently, I'm going to guess that's because of a lot of SJW bullshit that's been going on.
Do you think they flagged his channel or something?
Well, apparently, the way that Sargon is describing is that his channel was terminated without warning. As in, he had no copyright strikes, he had no violations, he had a completely clean record, and then all of a sudden, terminated.
That can happen if you get a pile of false DMCAs all at once from different people.
And then you got to fight each and every one of them.
Well, everything that he did post a lot of copyright material. However, it was all under fair use, so he was good. And in fact, he even mentioned that I have fought this and whatever. And the company that originally filed the DMCA eventually backed off. It was actually TED Talk, believe it or not. And so he posted up a reply to a TED Talk that was on about fat people and how we shouldn't, fear for their health or whatever, because apparently they don't understand obesity can fucking kill you. And so we said, listen, you cannot get around the science. If someone is fat and someone who generally cares for them is worried about them, that is not fat oppression. That is someone simply being concerned for your fucking well-being, you ungrateful little shithead. And this was a reply to the fat ass that was actually on the TED Talk. And so after Bearing used that video, got DMCA, of course, Bearing fought it, and the TED Talk backed off. So I thought. And then after that, he started getting a lot of hate mail from some SJWs, of course, because that's what SJWs do. They bitch, moan, and complain. And now, all of a sudden, Bearing's channel is gone. Absolutely fucked. And also, that was his livelihood. That was his full-time job.
I have heard the name because I seen now that I saw the symbol he used. I think I have seen some of his videos.
Yep, Bearing.
Yeah. All right, Ruf, where'd you leave off?
I forget.
Yeah.
I just got shit reception down here.
Yeah, what were we? What was it?
Oh, sorry. I assembled the zebra genome last night.
For de novo?
Yeah.
On what, your blade system?
Yeah, and it's I've got about 2.2 gig of sequence. And CRISPR and I are trying to find the telomere fusion sites in there.
There's no paper that already has the location for them?
Well, no one's done an assembly.
Oh.
So they were just pure reads, and I think they did fish. They did fish stuff and then comparative mapping to deduce that they were telomere fusions.
Did you notice what Ben was saying, that his main criticism was the chimp genome? The build he was using was from some 1980 something. The one Tompkins had to go back and use. Tompkins didn't like to use the latest and greatest kind of data. So his biggest thing was that Tompkins doesn't trust science. He's like, Tompkins doesn't trust the latest build, so he wants to done de novo to start from scratch. But that was his biggest argument.
They've already done a de novo one. They did a de novo one in 2005 with the draft that they published.
Yeah, actually, I read that was from Nature. There's a paper in Nature 2005 that Sam had posted. So yeah,
they did both, and they weren't that much different. Like there were a few joins that they didn't make, and But I mean, back to the 1982 paper, Eunice and Prakash. I mean, clearly the banding patterns line up. So the de novo assembly is not going to be that much different to the one with the human reference.
So I mean, really, again, it's an argument to incredulity that they just want to believe the data, because when we had shown Ben the fish data, his argument once again is, oh well, you know, there's Alphoid sequences in other places of the genome. It's like, well, so what? This centromere
Like
is
two of
located.
them.
Yeah, I think it's on what was it, chromosome 9? Isaiah was saying.
Oh no, on chromosome 2, there are like obviously 2 centromeres.
Yeah, but there's chromosome 9 has a centromere, 2 centromere 2. Isaiah was saying. I don't know where I got that from.
But in terms of Alphoid sequences, there are like huge clusters of them around the centromeres, and then you've got like 1 or 2 single occurrences of Alphoids elsewhere.
But they're clustered in 2 different locations on human chromosome 2. One of them is at 2. Yeah. Oh, what's the location? 2Q21. 2Q21. Yeah, 2Q21.
2Q13.
Yeah, and you know that's where it would be predicted to be if there was a fusion, and we were trying to tell that to C. Brown, and he's just not grasping that concept.
Yeah. Oh, I'm barred C. Brown.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean Ben did way better than C. Brown would have.
Oh, Ben at least knows the arguments at least, and seemed amenable to. Well, sorry, at some points seemed amenable to actually changing his mind. At other points he goes, oh, you know, I'll never change, the historical record will never change, and you know, creationism is true. So it's interesting.
Well, Ben has he has talked to Tompkins directly a few times, and he has told me that Tompkins has expressed interest in when his availability opens up in January to come on in and you know, answer the same questions that Ben had, and I'm sure as Ben has told him that, you know, he wasn't beat up on, because prior to the hangout, Ben had said, you know, am I going to be expecting to go in and just get, you know, talked over and chat on kind of thing? And I'm like, no, you'll be fine. You're not going to, you know, it ain't like, you know, something where we're going to sit there and smash you to pieces. You know, we really want you to answer these questions. And you said you would go through Tompkins' paper and work, you know, kind of like from his mindset, how he came up to these, you know, things. And that's, and he was able to do that to some degree, which is nothing like what Paul did. All Paul did was read off what Tompkins said. And like, we know what Tompkins has said. We want to know why he said it, you know, or how he got to it.
But yeah, I mean, I think a lot of these things are best settled over text rather than hangouts.
Yes and no. I think for that kind of stuff, text is a little bit better, but I mean, we do like the live feed, especially, you know, when we have somebody in here that at least is trying to answer the questions. And Ben was pretty nice. I mean, I give him props. I mean, he had a lot better than I thought.
I just want to clarify like half a dozen things that he obviously missed, because he, like you said, you posted my blog post to him, but even then he goes, you know, I expect much longer. I'm like, well, obviously you haven't read the post, and what else? And he didn't really understand the ungapped parameter. Like you talked about it in the first 5 minutes about the ungapped parameter being the difference between the 88% and the 98%.
I've read your blog numerous times.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't. If he would have read your blog,
he should have as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You like my shirt?
You know what? Your quality sucks. Let me see here.
Hang on.
Oh, is it Disney princesses? Yeah. It's Ariel, Snow White, Jasmine, Cinderella. I have a daughter. Plus, I worked at Kohl's. I know the Disney princes.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I should get C. Brown in here now. He's like popping up right now.
Yeah, cool.
Sure, he can explain, you know, why he had to correct CRISPR so many times in that chat.
No. Again, I gotta admit, C. Brown admitted he was wrong. It was actually Rational Minded pointed out that his paper wasn't saying what he thought it was saying, and you know, CRISPR actually thought about it. I mean, not CRISPR. I mean, C. Brown actually thought about it, and he's like, yeah, you're right. It didn't say what I thought it said, kind of thing. So maybe he is a little more open to correction than I had given him credit for. Not by much, but. Well, I mean, God, when CRISPR tells you something, or Sam tells you something, or whatever, I'm going to give it a little bit more leeway than most people, right? I mean, if Joe Blow Schmuckatelli that I don't know says something fucking weird about biology, I'm going to go, okay, I really want to check this out. But
I'm going to tell him you're suppressing the truth in your unrighteousness.
That's what probably it is. Yeah. Yeah, of course. it's so funny that he started to try to bring up how young earth creationists.
That's not true. It's the insane porn addiction.
How they were be excluded from the peer review process, and he tried to get into this whole kind of conspiratorial persecution complex kind of thing, and we shut him down pretty quickly, and he didn't stay on that path for very long.
Yeah, I was well for that part. I heard that part.
Did you? How far did you get into it, Roof? Did you actually finish it? Because it was a long hangout, like 4 hours.
It was a pretty long hangout, but from what I did watch, I remember where the zoologist went on camera and showed the object. I cannot remember the name of the object, but it was a little box, and he said the test would cost him about $500. And
the Minion.
The Minion, is that what it was called?
Yeah,
okay, I didn't catch his name.
Yeah,
I just remember.
I actually had read about it before. I think it was actually Sam or somebody, or Rational Chris, one of those guys that actually put a G+ post on it a while back, and I actually read about it. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, but that was one of his points of contention, was that it would cost so much money to supposedly do all these testing, do this testing that he needed. And my first thought was, well, IRC is funded pretty well last time I checked, and especially if you tell other Christians out there.
Yeah, I mean,
even
if the test was going to validate evolution, you think they would? If it was $1 billion test, they would find the money.
Oh yeah, you know how many evangelicals around the U.S. alone would go, oh yeah, I'll help you with that. Yep, here's $500.
And that's what Paul. I told the same thing to Paul when Paul's like, well, why don't they carbon date this dinosaur fossil? And I'm like, that you've been handling. That has contamination all over it. And I'm like, why would they? How do you carbon date a freaking 65 million year old fossil? It's not the right tool for the job. And Herman Mays, that the PhD in zoology, he was explaining that to Paul in one of the threads as well. He's like, you don't seem to understand that this is not the method you would use for this. It's not going to give you a correct result.
Just looking up something else. ITR, I got $6 million in grants last year.
Oh Jesus! And how much? And Christopher asked, how much did they spend on the Ark Encounter? 100 million, was it?
Huge.
Yeah, I mean, these younger creationists have just lost their ability to actually think about anything from any kind of rational point of view. Seriously, it's just mind-boggling. Hey, Sam.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
I'm on my phone.
The motherfucker needed how many millions of dollars to build that fucking boat that doesn't float, modern machinery, how much manpower, and then everyone's thinking to himself, I don't think a multi-100-year-old dude from the Bronze Age could have pulled this shit off.
Ken Ham was the genius, though, when he said, well, the only reason we built it that way is because of code, we had to build it up to code. And I'm like, wow, that is the genius cop-out I've ever heard, right? It had nothing to do with the fact that he couldn't build a boat like the way he wanted to based upon like the biblical plans. No, it had to be, we had to throw in concrete and reinforce, floor joists and A-frames because, contractors have to have safety and code and all this other, critical stuff like air conditioning. But people bought into that too. They actually believed him.
Ruhif, if you want to do quality control checks on the files you've been trying to download, I wrote a program that can do that as long as you have something else installed.
I've got Trimmomatic installed. I can install whatever, but I don't know how to assess what's a good quality trimmer and what's not. I mean, it trimmed.
I think
it did its job.
Trimmomatic is as long as you have Illumina reads. That's what it's optimized for.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, that's basically
so
what
went 180 gig.
It was really funny because when the creationist was in there, he was like, well, they're not going to capture this with sequencing technology. And I go, no, they will capture promoters and enhancers because I am actually using the data. I was literally in the lab processing the data 15 minutes before I stepped into the hangout.
Did you get the impression Ben knew a lot of wet work? in a study?
Well, I mean, to be fair, like I don't do any wet work. I just force myself to learn all the techniques so that I understand the data. So I don't really know that that's an excuse, you know.
But again, I gave Ben props. I mean, he actually at least tried to answer the questions, which is the first time any young Earth creationist has ever come in to try to answer those kind of questions, and actually came up with some kind of answer.
So I'm guessing that this guy, and I don't know shit about him, so you can correct me if I'm wrong, but my guess seems to be that he is probably someone who, he's either molecular bio or biochem undergrad, which I think you said.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have the graduate or the undergraduate research experience where he knows kind of how the funding system works.
That might be true. I mean, he's never published
he said
a paper
just some
like
stuff
that,
that was extremely naive.
Like they don't require to have a methods section. That was odd.
Yeah, I've never encountered a paper. Like, that's the thing I was interested in, is because I've never encountered a paper. I mean, the only time that I've seen that is in like Nature. Sometimes they'll be in the print version, no methods section, but all the methods are online.
Well, I figured out what he meant by that though, because initially, I don't know if you listened to it or not, Sam, but at the very beginning, he had been talking about peer review, and he had said Tompkins been published on this and has been through peer review, and I politely, because I didn't want to run him off so quickly, but I politely explained to him that no, publishing for AIG is not being published, it's not peer review. And he's like, yes, it is. And I'm like, it's not, but let's move on. And what I'm thinking is, he's like, I've read a lot of papers that didn't have a methods section from AIG.
Yeah, I mean, that could be it.
Right.
That would likely be an explanation.
It is a possible one, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, without him being forthcoming, I'm not going to speak to his experience. I think that's unfair. What I will say, though, is that, it's strange. He would say, like, oh, they're not going to accept funding if you outright state the goal of your project is to disprove evolution. I hate to say it, but with the standing that evolution has in the literature, you're just not ever going to get a grant, because why would they fund something that they don't think is going to work? That's what it comes down to, right? But if you state it as, oh, this could have implications on evolution, I mean, I don't see a reason why he couldn't get a grant doing that. And when I asked him about that, I remember the big thing that he said was, he goes, well, I think Tompkins knows how to word it. And you can't have it both ways. You can't have it where Tompkins knows how to word it, and then he doesn't know, but then he can't get grant money. Like, either he's a shitty scientist when it comes to this stuff, or he isn't, right? Like, there's not really a middle ground there. And when I say that,
he's a shitty scientist.
Huh?
The shitty scientist.
I think it's just a little bit duplicitous in the fact that I think that a lot of these young Earth creationists with PhDs, I think they really do go out of their way to try to confuse people with bullshit information. And I don't know if they actually believe their own stuff or not. That's the hardest part. I don't want to judge them and say Tompkins knows that what he's saying is completely, not conclusive of what he's trying to argue for. I'm giving him a little bit of charity, but it's hard for me to know. You guys would probably be in a better position, obviously, but this goes to his character, his morals.
What I will say, I think he's swallowed his own bullshit. But what I will, and maybe Ruhip, I don't know if he has the same approach. I think that he knows he's being a lazy bastard. Like, I think he knows that he could do better, because I have to imagine, if I know how shitty it is, and I'm just a graduate student, he, as someone who was a postdoc, should have a good idea of how shitty the quality of what he put forward was.
Yeah, but he's writing to people that probably don't know how to spell DNA. I mean, the people that read his stuff are not going to be able to read that and actually understand what's going on. So he has to write it to a technical level that confuses the average young Earth creationist, which is probably about 99% of them. But it still is enough where somebody who reads it, who knows something about the topic, will have to at least do a little research, and probably most of them will be like, I don't want to bother with this.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, again, it's you can't have it both, and I would never say this to his face, because it's just not a fair thing to say, but you can't have it both ways. You can't say that we're unfairly shutting out, younger creationists, and then put forward, shitty work. It should be that if you're presenting something that's that controversial and that groundbreaking, it needs to be beyond reproach.
Well, I'm hoping that he does join us in January. I really like to hear what he has to say. It would be far better than what we've had to do with like C. Brown and shit. But
well, you know, because I grew up in the suburbs for part of my life, so that means that I am a worse thinker than C. Brown.
C. Brown still keeps trying to tell. He's trying to use the canonical transcript data to support the alternative one, and CRISPR keeps pointing out to them if you claim there's an alternative transcript, an alternate transcript that crosses the fusion site, you need to show there's some activity there. You need to show there's some transcription there. There's some function for it, and it's vital. That's another part of CRISPR's question that I thought was brilliant. Show that it's vital. So even if there wasn't.
That's the biggest thing is it's so easy to do, and let's be ironic here, do a CRISPR screen.
Damn, are you okay, Roof?
I do have to get going because I'm getting drinks with a lovely lady. So I will see y'all later.
All right, peace, man.
See ya. Hey, I'm about to head to
Roof's
bed.
got some dark eyes, man. You look like a raccoon, dude. You need some sleep.
My eyes?
Yeah, they're dark. Could be
lighting. I've lost it's my eyes. I've lost about 10 kilos since the start.
Damn.
Yeah. So they're pretty dark.
Yeah.
I'm now 70 kilos.
You weren't really a big guy to begin with, so.
I was 80 kilos at the start.
Pounds. So you lost 22 pounds. Holy shit.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, I'm going to be ending this anyway. So we are glad that you're doing better. People have been, asking. We've kind of kept it down low key for the most part because I think it's kind of more of a privacy thing. But now that you're on camera and you're feeling better, you're going to be around the community. That's awesome. So
yeah, I'll be around for the next few weeks.
You're a voice for us. Trust me. You're somebody that everybody kind of looks up to and respects. Even though you don't have the quote formal education of some of these other people, I think you have a unique ability to express things very, very well. And your blog is that anybody can go read it and get something out of it, and that's the biggest thing. So
cool.
So, all right. Thank you, Ruth.
I'll sit here and receive my blood and platelets. I've got nothing else to
awesome.
do.
Yeah, enjoy that. Yeah, hope it's some good blood for you. If I could, I'd put a shot of tequila in there for you. Make the night go better.
Oh,
yeah. That'd be awesome. What would happen if you did that? Anybody got some medical training that if you took a shot of tequila and you put it straight into your bloodstream through an IV?
Where are we?
You're mainlining.
I'm mainlining. Look at that.
Wow.
Mainlining blood.
Would it be cool if somebody put a shot in there? Like I said, I wonder what would happen if you get intoxicated.
I don't know.
Let's try it out, man.
Probably.
Let me know how it goes.
No.
All right, man. I am bringing this hangout to a close. Again, thank you very much for joining me for my 1-year smoke-free celebration. I'm going to be running these hangouts probably Monday through Friday between 2 and 3 o'clock, or at least for a couple of hours.
Yay!
So at least when because a lot of people go, hey, we want something a little more regular because Tom runs some hangouts, but they're all over the time.
But Steve, you promised
that I'm not going to cup you on camera.
No. That's for next week, motherfucker. We need to make that prank call that I did to G-Man its own separate video.
Oh, I will make that. Yeah, I'll do that later on tonight. I may do it first thing in the morning.
Make sure you upload
I promise you I will make that a separate video. That was hilarious.
Good. Then I'll talk to you later.
All right, thanks, Red.
Oh, yeah. See you, Reds. I'll be out as well.
Yep, and I'm out of here, guys. Like I said, I just want people to remember that, again, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, some of that ballpark I'm going to try to run hangouts. So peace out, sleep well, and I am out of here. Shalom.